I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring.
Wow. How about that announcement?
Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What?
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person. Just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference. And it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching shit is science. You just said watching shit is science.
This is science!
Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works?
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do?
He went and he did the calculation they learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running? So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy, he did it from Oklahoma City, I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance, because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
heretic? If you're gonna keep talking
from each
over
other,
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
angry? As soon as you start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical
horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then you're like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture is
now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
Gotcha, bitch. So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. You think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up! Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proof, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
You can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like? Flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here, Mom.
Because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like, you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit...
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved.
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither. But I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat?
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah. So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, but
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality. but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
Then there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, well, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. I don't know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it tells you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'd say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay. Well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What? Angles the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
from what concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah. Well, that's what they do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
give
the
it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right. So it's a flat baseline.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right. So not curved.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
model is. Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. You understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What? I think he said. The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about
right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, "Yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas." Right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
Just if we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No. Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
going back to the experiment here,
there are two different like shadows taken at different latitudes. And the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
Oh, what's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles, are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know.
Okay. Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medic.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's a good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion, it's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's oh my god.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro. Like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the ball tarts because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you
be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, portion, if you then so as I was saying, like
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
Is flat curved? Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines. Straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit. It doesn't mean it's just.
Hold on, Ryan.
Everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Good morning, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Welcome to the Discord, my friend. Have a good time. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got glow bursts. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got glow bursts. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah. Finally, someone let me out of this cage. Flat Earth is not a model, it's a slayer of mage. No Witsit is here, no QE is there. Even Sanic is creeping out of his smelly lair. Intangible, thought you saw the curve, but you didn't though. Panoramic view, flat horizon, it's so manageable. Telescope, try to cope on this slippery slope. Here's the rope, what's a joke? Please don't be a dope. Picture you getting down to the beach too. Like you see the rules, you know it's testable, beatable, maybe incredible. Truther who appears to you to fill you when you're too crazy. None of you doesn't need the definition for what level is priceless to you. Cause I see you paired, oh shit, you like it. Fun smoking clovers with one talk, we appear like psychics because we know your ticks. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The essence, the basics. Without it, you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Truths you have them or you don't. You have a fallacy, you're in them. Every spouted word, every faulty plea, every soul lost at sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise, corruption in disguise from this creepy enterprise. Not sucked into your lies through the Discord, not the speaker, but percussion it provides. For me, it's a guide. Y'all can see me now, cause you don't see with your eye. Like the globe in your mind, that's the inner. So I'ma stick around with you and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so you globers will remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feelings, not evidence except for the living dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where the globe funeral rites are held every day, all day. Join the Discord and get verified in VC checking. Don't be a chicken. Grace out.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew, and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is. It was just the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? 300? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay? So all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that in fact they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but
but you see it as the same size as the moon, and so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy that supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in the north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. All right, I love you guys. I'm gonna catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments, and if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, What's it protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Yeah, my only point of the sun was, you guys asked, like, how does it work? Like, I don't think anybody knows. We can tell you its path, what it appears to take, maybe from one location, but from multiple locations, it becomes more uncertain where it is. I mean, it's within a range, it's not like way off, but it's off a little bit. So it's hard to draw conclusions when you, with a certainty, geometrically position where it is at all. This is in the gold model. So people have done this in AutoCAD. Seriously, people have taken went to time and date in SunCalc and took those elevation angles and tried to intersect at where they said the sun was supposed to be, and they can never get it to work in AutoCAD, which is 8-digit precision.
What about the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know, man.
Hey,
these are things we can never really know the true causes or what they do. They're intangible to us. All we can do is look at them.
But there's an explanation to it already.
I mean, but they're not really scientific explanations.
They are, actually.
So why are they better than the stories that they were told, what the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, this is mathematical. We can make predictions. Our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables, we've attached names, places, things called physics. There's a guy named Oliver Heaviside. and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells it. He starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon, meaning the variables in equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
and I can
like
give you
giving...
a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now, the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kublai Khan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus is transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, they had a story, they had math, they had predictions. They had a different story, which we find implausible.
But what do you have? You just say like you don't know, and it's like that's all you're saying basically.
Because I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay. But what about
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determining cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is that possible? Yeah.
Well, what do you mean possible? It happens, so it's possible.
No, how is it possible with like the flat Earth grid? With
what makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection?
I'm confused.
What makes you think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's just the sun's in the sky and a black thing goes over it and it turns black. Where's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you are on?
That's what I'm asking. Like, what are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
It's like on.
I'm trying to make the logical connection, dude. You're acting like the shape of the Earth has to have some relationship to that event. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
Okay.
So in the model, you see like the moon and the sun circling, right? And they like never get near each other or nothing, right? And how is it possible for like the sun to like overlap the moon if it's like that?
Okay.
Listen, I don't know if Retch, are you on?
Why doesn't everybody see the eclipse at the same time?
Hold on. Retch actually has a model that demonstrates it.
And it's a globe. And if you're on the other side of the globe, you're like, you can't see it because,
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to argue my side of the story. So, if you're saying that the eclipse is a thing that somebody controls, why doesn't everybody see it at the same time? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Nobody said that.
Okay, well, you were talking about.
Are you on drugs?
I'm definitely not on drugs. Nope.
Are you drinking?
Yeah. I am not.
Then where the hell did you get that from? You can't even answer a simple question on the logical connection between the object in the sky that you see, an observed phenomenon, and why it's connected to the shape of the Earth. It's a simple question. You think it's a foregone conclusion, which is obvious. I'm saying it's not so obvious. So tell me, what's the obvious connection? What would lead you to that conclusion?
You have a good point. No, I'm saying you have a good point, right?
What was the question again?
We don't know. We might not know what it is. We could be assuming everything.
Listen, do you think? Listen, even Copernicus, wrote, we can never attain the true causes. We can only make models and make predictions of past and future events.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even he said that, and you're talking about the Copernican model. you can't attain the true causes of events like eclipses, solar eclipses, any of that stuff. Seasons, because they are visuals, right? They're visuals. You just look at them. Can't manipulate them.
How are
They're not
seasons
tangible.
visuals?
They're visuals, so you just see them.
Right.
Have you done anything other than see the moon? Have you done anything other than look at the sun? Have you done anything other than look at Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Have you ever done anything other than just look at them?
No.
Okay, then. So they're just visuals.
Right.
Okay, so with the Earth, we're talking about something that's tangible.
Like seasons.
The Earth is certainly tangible.
Seasons are not. They're not.
Right.
They're not visual. Seasons are not visual. You can actually like.
Seasons are a correlation theory, and there's two things of seasons. So there's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons, and they're loosely correlated depending on where you live.
Okay.
So meteorological seasons lag what's called the astronomical seasons by some amount. Could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It depends on your climate. So there's a loose correlation there. Right. It's attributed to the tilt of the Earth, but that's probably in doubt because it could also be the length of day. So the exposure to sunlight, the angle of the sun is irrelevant if the day is 3 hours longer, right? So saying it's the tilt and it's the angle that the sun hits the Earth, how is that proven if the sun is actually in the sky for 3 more hours? See, these are like little stories. It's like it's your interpretation. These are philosophical issues. They're nowhere even near scientific. But to get to the matter, the real crux of the matter is what's the shape of the Earth, right? It's not even a science question. It's only a question of measurement. Just like what's the shape of your table? What's the shape of your house? What's the shape of your head? Right? You don't need a scientific theory for that. Do you?
Well, because
what's the shape of my table? Well, we come up with this theory.
No,
well, we know.
No,
right?
That's different because
it's different, right?
We know the shape of my head.
Different than science. It's different than science because it's a different type of question. It's a what is this question? It's not a why is this question.
Okay.
So we can do that with the Earth. We can solve this what is question by just measuring it directly without appealing to theories and hypotheses and just say, hey, let's take a tape measure and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
People have like.
So we've done that. That's what I don't think you get. We've done that.
Measured it, and like people don't do.
We've measured significant portions over large bodies of water, and there's no measured curve. Multiple times in multiple countries by multiple people using multiple methods.
Okay. Well, I think that there's no measured. Well,
no, there's measured curvature. I guess it's just like depends upon the way they interpret the data that they get.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how they do it.
There's definitely curvature. No, they've measured curvature for sure.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Measured curvature. Oh, here we go. I knew I was going to wake your ass up.
And a headphone.
Yeah, I think I'm in. Hello.
There you go.
How's it going, man?
Welcome. Sorry about that. I'm a complete noob when it comes to Discord.
No problem at all. Good to have you here, Robert.
Thank you. So, wondering if you had anything you want to pick the brains of a physicist.
Yeah, real quick, before you start, can you tell us what you're a physicist of and maybe a little bit background so we can kind of know a little bit about you, if you don't mind?
I am a cosmologist at a university in Britain. I'll prefer to just leave that unnamed if that's okay with you. But I'm a cosmologist, essentially. I work with the early universe.
Oh.
Cool, man.
So you study celestial objects? Is that what it is?
No, that's way too new for me. I study background radiation and what happened, during the original Big Bang stuff, inflation, all that kind of stuff. When stars and stuff have formed, it's already way too recent for me. I mean, I know the stuff, but my research is before stars form.
Okay.
But yeah,
Like the
much-
microwave background radiation and stuff like that.
Much before galaxies form.
Okay.
Before.
Yeah, thanks,
I
Andrew.
mean, we kind of look at the superstructure of galaxies because it tells us something about how the universe began. But I don't actually look too much at the individual stars.
Are you in touch with the people in Antarctica doing their research down there about the microwave background radiation and that sort of thing, or is that something different to what you're talking?
I don't have anything to do with that research. I'm working with ESA vaguely with there's a probe that's going to be launched in 2024, which is going to be measuring some background radiation. I'm doing a little bit of work with that, but that's about it.
So Robert, do you know? Have you ever looked into flat Earth?
Oh yeah. I've been talking to flat earthers for 2 or 3 years or so. It's I enjoy it.
That's cool, man.
So, Robert, you understand the background of the initial flat Earth claim: we see too far. The spherical geometry does not adhere with the reality of which we measure and observe. You understand that, yeah?
I've heard all those claims before, yes.
What gives you the stance that you do right now at this point, studying the cosmology, that some people come in here and say that there's terrestrial planets out there? What give you the idea that there is that, information that you can go ahead, or evidence that you could cite maybe?
Sure. I mean, again, that's not the stuff that I do, but I mean, I know the science that's going on. It's kind of cool. Because it's pretty new. It took us, it's only 30 years ago we detected a planet around another star. Before that, we had no clue that there were any planets outside our own solar system. Yeah. But we found them. We have really cool ways of finding them. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into with that. I can explain how we see them, how we know they're there, and how we know what they're made of, all that kind of stuff. It depends how curious you are, really.
Could we get what they're made of from you? I mean, can you explain that?
The way we do that is because we have a really fortunate thing called spectral analysis. It turns out, if you go into a lab, forget all about planets and everything outside in space for now. You just go into a lab and you take all the elements that we know. We've detected elements for hundreds of years. We have a whole periodic table. We have them all in the lab, right? And what we do is we put this, we send electricity, we really force a few electrons through this gas, because what happens is that the gas sends out light. It starts emitting light when we shove electricity through this gas. This is well known. This is how light bulbs, modern light bulbs work. That's not a big deal. The great thing is, though, that the lights that it put out is dependent completely on the element that we're looking at. There are some, and that's called the spectrum of the element. So every single element in the periodic table has a completely different signature of light to it.
Like a fingerprint?
Yeah, completely different. There are no two elements that have the same spectrum. So that means it gives us an incredibly cool way of knowing what element we're looking at simply by looking at the light from this element, because the light from the element is the indicative of what the element is. That's
ask a question,
really practical when we're looking at stars, because one thing that stars do, obviously, is send out light.
A quick question.
So if we analyze the wavelengths of this light, it tells us exactly what the stars are made of.
Ask a quick question.
Astronomers and physicists in general.
Ask a question.
So that's how it is used, and we can look at the starlight, which is reflected.
Explaining.
Are being muted or something?
Ask a quick question, please.
No, Robert. Chad is asking if he can ask you a question.
Oh, go ahead.
When you say you can tell what things are made of by the light they emit, is it the thing that you're telling what it's made of, or is it the atmosphere of the thing around it? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chad.
You can't hear me. Robert can't
Can you hear us, Robert?
Me?
Robert?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Robert?
Yeah, we can hear you, Robert. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so Chad's asking you a question right now, so go ahead, Chad.
Can you hear Chad? Sometimes there's a thing where you won't be able to hear certain users. I don't know what that is.
I didn't hear a question from anyone.
Oh.
Question. Can you hear me now?
Can you repeat the question, maybe? The people who I can hear?
I'm repeating it now. Is it the object that you're seeing the light from, or is it the atmosphere around the object which you're seeing the light from?
I'm hearing nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Robert, will you just try leaving the voice chat and coming back, and sometimes it resets the sound?
Press back, I guess. Just hold on.
Just like disconnect and then reconnect.
I'll try.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It's a problem with Discord.
It's the phone.
Refresh on the page. That's what I do. Hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear now. Are you Chad?
I'm Chad, yeah. I was asking, is it the object which is that is emitting the light that we can see, or is it the atmosphere around the object which is making the colour of the light different?
If we're talking about a planet, an exoplanet, is that what we're talking about?
Anything we see in the sky, are we seeing what the actual planet's made of, or are we seeing what the atmosphere is?
We would be seeing the atmosphere of exoplanets. That is what we're able to see.
Right, so we don't actually know what the planet looks like itself then?
We have a very, very bad low resolution image of something called the Beta Pictoris system, where we can see a few pixels of the planets, but that's all we have. We don't have any clear
planets. We're seeing the air around the planets then, yeah?
Well, of course you're going to see the surface of the planet. I mean, you can't look through a planet that's opaque. So, yeah. We are definitely not in the position to see actual, good images of planets at this point at all. They're way too far away.
You talk about the planets in our solar system, Robert, or what planets?
No, sorry, no. We're talking about exoplanets. We're talking about planets around other stars. We have very good images of our own planets. But
okay, I just didn't know. I wanted to be clear about what you were saying.
Yeah, sure. We have excellent imagery of our own solar system, but we don't have pictures of other planets around other stars, aside from a few pixels, which were basically just there to show that we could do it. It's really, really hard to see them because the star, of course, is very bright and it's blinding out the planets. But we did manage to do it once.
Hey, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I in the channel? Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah, sure. Hello.
Wait, you can hear me?
He can hear you.
He can?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Have you heard about sonoluminescence?
Sonoluminescence is this weird phenomenon which causes light from sound waves and bubbles.
Yeah, in light. In water. So what Scripture has the Word of God. It has the dividing of the waters, and it has the light. That's all of the constituents of that scenario right there. So,
if you want to interpret that Genesis line as sonoluminescence,
no, we're not talking about religion here. We're talking about the flat Earth.
No, but it's fine. If you want to interpret it like that, I'm not going to.
No, it isn't fine.
In that case, I won't answer it. Anyway, Chad, did I answer your question as you wanted? Because I feel like we didn't get into the atmosphere versus surface.
Like the sun, discussion. Are we seeing what the sun's made of, or are we seeing the sun's atmosphere?
We are mainly seeing the atmosphere of the sun. I will agree.
We don't know what the sun's made of then, we're just seeing the atmosphere.
Well, we can see what the atmosphere is made of, but the thing with the sun.
Do you know what the sun's made of, or not?
Oh, the atmosphere of the sun is
what the atmosphere is made of.
Yes, and we have very good seismic data for deeper into the sun. And of course, we have clear understanding of what's going on in the core of the sun.
Sorry, did you say seismic data?
You can only see the atmosphere of the sun. That's all you can see, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
You said spectroscopy. I can't even speak. Spectroscopy. I just had a coffee. I can't speak.
Spectroscopy. But I think what you need to remember is that the light that comes
from... We're talking about what we can see. When we look at the star, what we see is its atmosphere, isn't it? Not what the actual star is made of. Wrong or right?
You're completely right. What we see directly is the atmosphere of the sun.
So we don't know what the sun's made of, do we?
Well, we do, because the sun is not. The sun is not.
Spectroscopy.
Or
let him speak.
The thing about the sun is it's not a solid object. The photons that come off the atmosphere come from inside the core originally. That is how the sun works. It is a ball of plasma.
Okay, I have a question, Robert. How do you know that?
Well, because we can see the motion. It's not really.
I'm saying, how do you know it's coming from the core of the sun?
Yeah, that's a good question. We know that because we can see the convection patterns. Do you know what convection is?
Yeah, we know what convection is.
Convection, you can see the way the flow of the plasma is working. That we can see, and we can see the magnetic fields of the sun. At least we can measure it. And the magnetic fields also tell us how the plasma is moving.
Okay, but you were saying that you can only see from the atmosphere of the sun. But you said
we can only see the surface.
How do we actually measure the magnetic field of the sun? I'm just not
it's
sure.
kind of visible from the Earth. That is a good question. It's really hard to do from the Earth. We have a solar probe which did it. You have to actually send the probe.
That's what. I know we can measure magnetic flux with a Gauss meter or a flux meter. So I was wondering who probed the sun or got close enough to get a Gauss reading or magnetic flux density reading of the sun.
Exactly. We had a probe of that. I can't remember what the probe's name was. It's about 10 years ago. We did a really nice mapping of the solar power. And it has some really weird properties, which we have no idea why they do. I mean, it has a northern magnetic pole, but not a solid southern one, which is super strange, but whatever.
How close did that probe get? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. Closer than Mercury, definitely. It was incredibly...
It did not melt? Yeah, I was about to say, what kind of material? Because I like material science myself.
That's cool.
What kind of materials?
Is it the Parker one? The Parker solar probe?
Parker's there.
Probably. Honestly, I only know about this probably from...
Just summarise what I think of what you've said, Robert, before I'm going to stop talking after this. Basically, you said we can know what the sun's made of because of this spectroscopy. We can only see the atmosphere. We don't know what it is. So you just lied, and I'm finished with you. Thank you very much.
That's cool. Anyway, anybody else?
Hey, Robert. If you look in voice text for everyone, I have a little shot where it's a picture from ESA where they show an event on the surface of the sun where it causes ripples in the sun's surface. Cool. So I want to know how that could happen if the sun is not, or is a gas, or is just plasma.
I mean, there's no big... you think that these ripples would require a liquid? Is that what you're implying?
Well, does that happen in plasma? Because I've never seen it happen in plasma.
It happens in gravitationally bound plasma, of course. All you have there is an emission of energy. I mean, I've never seen this photo before, so all I'm just doing is looking at it. But these ring waves, that's a disturbance in gravitationally bound plasma. It doesn't surprise me that it looks like that. It looks cool, though. What's the scale?
How do you know that it's gravitationally bound plasma?
We know it's plasma because we can measure the temperature of it and we can measure the composition of it. And that's just, we know the pressure, we know the temperature. It's not a big deal.
You're measuring the composition, from the light based on, you're inferring it or correlating it to the composition of metals or the light that's emitted by the plasma of the metals here on Earth, correct?
Not metals, because
like sodium metal, or you can go noble gases. I mean, metals do. I play around with this stuff too, believe it or not. I like vacuum stuff, especially lighting stuff. So mercury is a metal, and we have mercury plasma or mercury vapor lamps. Sodium is a metal, and we got low pressure sodium and high pressure sodium lamps. And yes, we do know that the spectral, whatever. What do you want to call it? The spectroscopy of it, or whatever, that complicated word. So you're just correlating that data with whatever you're getting from the sun, right? And then you're hypothesizing that, hey, you know what? Since this is like that, thus the sun is X metal or a blend or amalgam of these metals, right?
Well, apart from the fact that it's not metals, it's hydrogen and helium. But yeah, we have no other way. Yeah, but that's beside the point. We have no other way of getting those spectral lines unless hydrogen and helium are present. Basically, those spectral lines will only occur if hydrogen and helium are there. So we know what the sun is made of from the Fraunhofer spectrum. Does
it emit sodium spectral lines or not?
Yeah, it has some sodium in there, but it's not very clear. But it does have some.
It does, right? Doesn't it?
You say that it was the atmosphere which makes the light, and you've just gone back again. We've already told you it's the atmosphere. You just said it was, and you've gone straight back to saying it's the sun.
The atmosphere is part of the sun.
We're analyzing the light from the sun, correct, Robert?
The light that is emitted from the surface of the sun. That's all we can do.
Oh, correct. Right. From the sun. I just call it the sun. I do not know what it is. I'm just analyzing this light that I'm receiving here on Earth, right?
Yep.
It's not science then, is it?
It's definitely not science, is it, Robert?
Yeah.
It's good correlation, but it's not definitive. You know.
Yeah, it's not. We're not doing science here, are we? We're not proving cause and effect relationships, are we? It's just correlations and inference.
If you wish to call it that, but I would just like to say, what on earth? What else would make those spectral lines if it's not those?
So you do agree that it is an assumption then? But like as you might put it, an educated
guys. You got to stop being hypocrites and stop yelling at him. You're telling.
No one's yelled. Angry. No one has yelled.
You're putting him down like what he's saying is like is just ridiculous. It's like you sound like a bunch of children, not even considering.
Yeah, mute that guy.
Sorry, I can't deal with that. No one's shouted at you, mate. So let's carry on.
No, I'm fine. I'm completely fine. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it is not definitive proof.
Right. So we would say it's an assumption, though, right? Wouldn't you agree? An educated guess.
I would say that it's much closer to being a fact than being a guess.
Okay, but you're still dancing. I'm a flat earther, okay? And you came in here and called yourself a physicist. So be honest to me. You don't know what the Polaris star is made up of, do you? You don't know, do you?
I don't know because that's not how science works. Science works by getting the best possible guess.
No. You're a physicist. You're a scientist. You do know the scientific method, don't you? So science proves cause and effect relationships, doesn't it? Don't start telling me this isn't what science does. Science proves cause and effect relationships, yes?
Science proves nothing. Science establishes theorems. Proofs is for mathematics.
Pardon?
Oh.
No, hold on. Let me get this right. Hey. Let me get this right. Scientific method, we are doing cause and effect relationships. Science studies the physical and natural world. The question we ask is, what causes that effect? After we have proven cause and effect relationships, after experiment and validation, we can then move on to scientific theory, taking the things which we have proven and building our theory upon the things that we have proven.
And nope.
I can't believe I'm actually explaining this to a physicist.
We need to agree on what proof means. Always continue this. Because I would disagree on that definition, essentially. What a proof is. Because you can't prove anything in natural sciences at all. All you can do is get very close by consistently attempting to falsify your theory. And if it fails, then you get closer to the truth.
You're talking about logical deduction, Robert, right? Logical deduction?
I'm talking about proof, as in what happens in mathematics and logic, yes. And that doesn't happen in science.
Hold on. Do you think maths proves things?
Of course maths proves things, but it doesn't prove anything about the natural world.
Okay, so maths not proving things, yet we're studying the physical and natural world, and in science we prove cause and effect relationships. After we've proven those causes, we can then go on to build scientific theories.
Is your definition.
So no, your maths isn't proving anything, and you're not doing any actual science, are you? You're basing it upon an assumption.
Try again.
And it's not his definitions. I have 5 university papers that actually comply with what he's saying, if you'd like to see them.
What I'm saying is, mathematically, you can prove things within the realm of mathematics. There you have proof. It's easy. You can prove lots of things.
Can you put yourself on mute? I can hear you.
Hear me?
Your hot mic and Vito.
What's good, gamers?
Am I visible?
What's good,
Can
gamers?
you hear me? I think maybe
We
I
can
need to
hear you.
leave.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Oh,
How you doing? What brings you to this Discord?
Hold on,
Oh, I
G1.
like-
We're having a conversation, bud.
Hey, yeah, hold on.
That proof.
No, we're talking to Robert. Hold on, man. Go continue.
So it's about what proof is. I mean, is it the big question is, can you prove any statement about the natural world?
Well, if you can physically manipulate your presumed cause of the effect, then you've proven the cause of the effect. It's not like you're going to the sun or the stars and physically manipulating that actual thing. You're basing it on inferences of things that you can do here and form a logical fallacy because of what you say light in the sky does based on your inferences. This is not science. You're not proving cause. You can't physically manipulate the sun, can you? You can't get there.
What you're saying is indirect measurement doesn't count for you. Is that correct?
Indirect measurement. Well, it's a nice inference, as I said, but you're not doing science. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
So look, you have two methods. You can do non-experimental, where you lack independent variables, and the best you can do with non-experimental is correlate. And we know in science, correlation is not causation. Now, if you want to establish a cause for something and prove that's what it is, you then do you have to manipulate that independent variable so you can establish that cause and effect. So a non-experimental, you lack the independent variables. Experimental, you have a manipulation of it.
If you want to establish a correlation, you cannot prove a correlation. Not in science. It's just not possible. But you can get really, really close to accepting it as true. That's easy. But I think we need to talk about what an indirect measurement, why would that be a less plausible measurement than a direct measurement? Would be the problem.
Can I say something about the sun and the spectral lines real quick, Robert?
Sure.
Let's say if I have a source, because that stuff, it's very intriguing. Let's say if I have a source of some ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation, correct? And it's contained within a boundary. On this boundary, I have phosphorus, which we know it does react with ultraviolet electromagnetic radiation and emits light. Now, we can change the composition of the phosphorus to get whatever, light temperature we want. Now, if you, with your measuring device, with your whatever, however you're going to do your spectroscopy, or whatever that word is, what kind of spectral lines are you going to get? And are you going to be able to tell that this is coming from a UV source inside of this boundary? Or are you just going to pick up the light from the phosphorus?
It'll just pick up the light from the phosphorus.
Correct. So you'd have no clue what's going on inside of the phosphorus bulb, right? These are whatchamacallit, what do you call it? These are the UV bulbs. I forgot.
I see what you're saying. But
you know what I'm saying? Back to the sun, because you were saying we're just picking up these spectral lines from the sun. So you said it's fact, like we know what this is, right? But we've got no idea what the primary mechanism could be. We've got no clue. Like you'd just be picking up the stuff from the phosphorus, and you've got no idea what's going on inside, or if there is an insight.
I will disagree that I have no idea. Of the composition,
okay.
What's inside the lamp, but I do know how much energy is coming out of it.
I think he's saying to be certain, not have an idea, because that would just leave you open to saying that, yeah, I could have an assumption, but not to be certain about it. And I think that's what he's getting at.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question was, if you can only see the surface light of this phosphorus, then you can't know anything about what photons stimulated the phosphorus. Right? That's what he said. And I agree with him. You can't necessarily say anything about that, right? So it's not just an assumption, it's just about that. But we do have information about what's going on inside. Not necessarily...
Well, because I brought you an example of the fluorescent bulb, and we know how that works. And we know that phosphorus reacts with UV. So again, back to the surface of the sun and what is the primary, the prime mover for this light? We have got no clue. We're just analyzing the light. And then you're deducing, or you're correlating. Oh, okay. Let's say the sun is emitting a very high spectral line of sodium. Thus, it's sodium. It has a sodium core. You can't do that, really. You can assume, sure, it's just an assumption, though, and that's it. It's not fact. And you can't write it in a textbook as oh yeah, we know exactly what's going on.
I see what you're saying.
Again, with the fluorescent bulb, you're just picking up whatever light the phosphorus blend I put on the outer shell of the bulb is. And of course, if I make the bulb out of quartz glass, it's going to let this UV come through, and you will be picking up UV too. You know.
So, okay, let's say that we're an alien and we found this fluorescent bulb, right? And we have no idea how it works. We have no clue how it works. And we do spectral analysis on it. And we see, okay, we're getting some lines from it. And by analyzing those lines, there's phosphorus. Do you agree that's definitely that's a conclusion we can make, right? And that's not an incorrect conclusion.
No, it's not incorrect. No, it's not bad.
So what we can say is, then they can say, okay, well, what's going on inside this? We can also measure how much energy we are getting out of the light bulb, right?
Sure.
So we can say something about, well, how much energy in total are we getting out of the light bulb? Meaning we can calculate energies are going into the phosphorus to excite it, to make it transmit this.
Within a margin of error, of course, because there are losses, as you know, for sure, of course. But yes, I'm with you.
That means that we have information, indirect information, about which energies have excited the phosphorus.
But then you have to know how phosphorus works, though. And you said we've got no clue. We just picked up phosphorus spectral lines.
I didn't say that. I said we were aliens who found the phosphorus bulb. We're assuming that these are aliens who have actually done experiments.
Yeah, but that's a hypothetical, Robert. We're getting into the realm of like hypotheticals, and we're trying to get to the basis of understanding things with certainty, and we're going into like aliens, and that we're getting off the topic, even talking about what we're subject here. So I just want to bring it back to that. But we're going to ask a few more questions, but then we're going to try to get to the shape of the Earth and so on. So, but please go ahead and finish what you're.
Okay, cool. I mean, the only reason I mentioned aliens was just to sort of get this concept, because what you said was that we already know how a phosphorus bulb works, so that's why we know where there's UV. So I just added the aliens to give an sort of a framework where we could talk about it. I'm not actually saying that there are aliens who get the light bulb. Yeah. Right, I get is though that if we understand how emission works and how emission and absorption lines work, we can calculate by the energy output what the energies that were used to excite the phosphorus were, and then we can correlate that with other spectral lines because those energies would be UV energies, and we'll be able to say, okay, well, it's definitely not argon inside because argon cannot emit this energy, etc. So we can infer it like that. It's not these poor aliens or whatever who are looking at this light bulb are able to
Mercury. You brought up argon, noble gas. Mercury does emit UV, though. So would you know that it's mercury, or would you know that it's just UV?
No, you'll know which wavelength. That's the whole point.
It's just you can't. It's blocked by the glass. You're only picking up the phosphorus. You're not picking up any UV.
No, because you know that
the boundary conditions do not allow this higher excitement of electromagnetic radiation to pop through. So you're only getting the secondary excitement.
Matter if we can see that the phosphorus has been excited to, let's say, the third energy level or whatever. If we say that's happened, then we know what the exact energy required to excite it to the third energy level is, because we know phosphorus. Energy, we know what the exact energy of that photon was, and then we know which elements have emitted that photon inside the bulb. It's not just UV or not UV. It is a direct measurement. There's a clear number that we get, not just...
We have a direct measurement of the emitted light, correct. But we if we don't break the bulb open, we have to assume from here on out, correct?
No. Nope. That's the whole point. If you
you can never ever know that there's mercury inside of the bulb, because you're not going to pick up any spectral lines related to mercury if I design the glass composition correctly. And I do play around with this stuff. That's why I'm just bringing it up, because of the sun and all of that. So I do have some plasma chambers and stuff. I do play with this stuff. So I'm sorry if I just caught you off guard, but it's all good. It's very interesting to me, how you guys figure this stuff out without actually probing the sun. It's extremely interesting.
You can totally tell that you understand this stuff. But what I'm saying is, since you understand this stuff, right? So you know that if you get the full spectrum of visible light from Mercury, you get the full spectrum of all radiation from phosphorus on the sort of the outer bound of this light, right? If you know that, then you also know the energies that are being emitted from inside.
I don't know how much losses are going through, but sure, we can, I can say in order for me to get this much light, I would need this much excitement. Okay, fine.
Because to excite phosphorus, you need the exact right wavelength. Otherwise, it doesn't get excited, then it just passes through.
Okay, cool.
So if it's been excited,
I do know the properties of phosphorus, correct? So this element that's going to react with my primary waves, that's going to give me secondary waves, you want to call it that. I know some properties about the phosphorus, but if you correlate that with the sun, okay, the sun is emitting this stuff, and I've got no clue what the surface of the sun is. Now you can say we got these hydrogen fusion reactions in the flares of the surface, right? But that's also an assumption. We don't actually know. Like phosphorus, we can probe it because we know about it. We have it here on Earth. We don't have a sample of the sun. We never sampled the sun.
Let me understand what you're saying. You're telling me that
we've got no idea what the primary mover or the secondary mover is, or the secondary stuff that's emitting the visible light. And we've got no clue if there's a primary electromagnetic radiation that's causing the secondary electromagnetic radiation, which is visible in spectrum.
Okay, so what you're saying is, let me just understand what you're saying. You're saying that it's possible for us to detect the phosphorus in the light bulb by looking at the lines coming out of the light bulb. Time that it's not possible to say what the surface of the sun is made of, but that's the same method. So why does one?
You can infer that, yeah. If let's say you pick up phosphorus spectral lines, yeah, you can, make an assumption, a good scientific, assumption that, yeah, okay, so the surface must contain phosphorus, right? That's fine. I'm okay with that.
So what's the problem with applying the exact same method to the surface of the sun?
Well, the phosphorus, I brought up the phosphorus to be specific because phosphorus works on, it's a secondary thing. There's a primary, which is the UV. Primary emittance, then it's exciting the phosphorus, then it's giving you the secondary light. So with the sun, you're just analyzing the visible, and we're drawing conclusions with the visible stuff, but we really have no clue what's going on. Anyways, I'm sorry if it's taking too long.
Jump in a sec.
You guys can switch subjects or whatever.
It's fine, but it's a cool thing to discuss. So
no, it's very cool. I kind of like this stuff.
We are able to know what the surface of the sun is made of by the exact same method that you use to detect the phosphorus.
Yeah. Right, yeah. You assume that it's phosphorus, right? Unless you actually break the bulb open and you sample what's inside, right?
Well, no. I think there's no other reason for those phosphorus lines to be there.
Because we have phosphorus to begin with, and we have measured what phosphorus emits, and we recorded that. Thus, we know, okay, phosphorus, because we actually played with phosphorus to begin with. Correct? That's how we know these. Agree? Okay, then. All right. So, because we have had this stuff in our hands, and we played with it, measured it, recorded it, okay, phosphorus emits X, quantity X. Thus, if I measure some light and it gives me quantity X, then most likely it shall be phosphorus. Cool. But now, give me a piece of the surface of the sun so I can play with at home and measure that, and then I could tell you, same way we did with phosphorus, because you played with phosphorus to begin with. But if I give you this if I come out with a new substance that is not phosphorus, this crazy amalgam, maybe it's just a mixture of all the stuff. Who knows? Just this new element, let's say, right? Hypothetically, right? Let's say new element you never played with, and it emits crazy spectral lines. All of it. Would you know what this element is?
Do you know what? This is actually kind of cool. Can I tell a story about this? Because you are actually putting a finger on something which has happened in reality with the sun.
Go for it.
When we started doing this spectral line stuff, that happened in the early 1900s. That's when we figured out how all the spectral lines worked. And everybody, of course, we took whatever element we had on Earth and we measured the spectral lines. That's what you're saying. Like we got them, we have them in our hands. We have hydrogen in our hands. We have lithium. We have everything. We can test all this stuff and get all the spectral lines. And that's what we did, of course, because we're physicists and we're massive geeks. So we do this immediately, and we have all the spectral lines, and we're really happy. And then we look up into the sun. and we see these absorption lines, and we say, hey, check that out. That's how cool is this? The lines for hydrogen is in the absorption lines of the sun. That must mean there's hydrogen in the sun. That is the conclusion, right? And we do this, and we find lots of lines. And you know what? When we figured out all the lines that we knew, there were some spectral lines that we didn't recognize. We were exactly where you told me, where you said, what happens? There's an element we had never seen.
Right on. Right on. That's the point I was getting at, you know?
We noticed this in the sun. We're just like, what the hell is this element? We have never seen this in the lab before. All we can say is, okay, the lines are here, but we've never noticed it before. So we named the element after the sun. We called it helium because we'd never seen this element before. Helios, of course, you know, heliocentric. Right. This is the word that every flat earther knows. We called it helium because we noticed it in the sun's lines first. What this is.
Right on.
And then later, like 20 years later, we finally isolated helium in the lab, and we're like, oh, we found it. That's what it was. Sun first. That's why it's called helium.
No, I get you. I like helium. Gives you a nice reddish glow. Pretty cool.
Cool substance. It's an absolutely insane substance. It escapes into space and stuff. Cool. Anyway, I feel like we talked a lot about this, and there were questions about the shape of the Earth. I guess you want to get to.
Yeah, we got light nerdy on these guys. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, we got people probably waiting in the wings. Does anybody want to ask?
No, it was fun. I enjoyed listening to that. I think we understand what is and what is not going on here.
We gotta be careful when we're like pretending to be logical because, well, I know that's a bit of a vague statement, but Platonic logic is kind of hard to stick by because it's the razor's edge, you know. So.
Right. Is there any questions that anybody has? Since Robert's a physicist and people want to ask questions and find
Robert,
out.
Could I give you, say, a metaphysical question? You just like what you think about it.
If you want to give it to me, I mean, I'll just answer on that level that I can.
Okay.
Sure.
So, do you think condition is unconditional?
Can you define your term, please?
Condition being being or definition.
Are you asking me if you think that existence is necessary, like logically necessary?
No, not necessary. No, not like that. Like, it's kind of like this. When something is conditional, it's a factor. It's part of a multiplicity of actions, right?
You sure?
Right. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Multiplicity is kind of the derivative here because everything derives from it. From self. What would be the word? Oh, I don't know.
Kind of struggling understanding what you're saying, but is this kind of the question of why is there something rather than nothing? Is that kind of what you're asking me?
Yeah. I guess if you can treat it like an open-ended question, then go for it.
Okay, well, that's a great question. I don't know. There is something, and I really can't tell you what nothing would be like. There's one of those questions
like how I see it.
Interested in answering. But it's a fun
seeing it is that if you divide opposing forces into time, then in a sense that is a nothing, right? Waiting to cancel out. So perhaps that's the answer to the paradox. But we either came from nothing or we never came at all. Like, at least in my eyes. But
I can't answer that at all. I mean, I am not.
Doesn't that make sense though? Like,
yeah, I'm not really.
If we said, where did this come from? And then it's like, oh, well, where did this come from? Like,
that's called the infinite regress issue. If the question is either something has arisen from nothing or there's always been something.
Well, what are we talking about?
Lots.
We're talking about some kind of weird physical problem. It's not really physics, but it's
on that subject. I want to ask you a quick question, man. Since you study the Big Bang and the beginnings, what is your biggest proof that the Big Bang actually happened?
We have two. We have the expansion of the universe, and we have the cosmic microwave background radiation. Those are the two. Do you want to explain why they are proofs?
Please.
Yes, please. Go, please. I love this stuff. Go ahead.
Which one should we talk about? The expansion or the microwave background?
The never proved expansion and the microwave background, please.
Okay, which one first?
Are you going to go with the WMAP stuff from the microwave background, or what? The WMAP satellite?
The Planck is later, but sure. We can talk about the measurement of the CMBR.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Well, I mean,
let's do that one first.
Okay, so the Planck probe is the most recent and most highly resolutive image, but we don't need to look at the WMAP or even the original one. The CMBR in itself, black body radiation. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I've studied black body radiations and heat transfer stuff, but go ahead. That was a long time ago. That was like 7 years ago. If you want to refresh my memory, that'll be
okay. I'll just go through it. If you have something which has a temperature, it's going to emit radiation. If it has a temperature, it's going to emit radiation. Not only that, but it's going to emit radiation which wavelengths are dependent on the temperature it has. Essentially, the warmer something is, the shorter the wavelength it's going to spit out. Right now, you're presumably emitting infrared radiation unless you're really, really hot or cold. I'm guessing since you're a mammal, you're going to probably be emitting infrared radiation, just like me. Twinsies. So that is the temperature of an object is dependent on this radiation. But we have different ways of having a temperature, right? Because if you ask somebody, what's the temperature of a car? In question, right? Because inside the cabin is a different temperature than, inside the wheels, and that's the different in the sense of the engine. There's lots of different. You're hearing me, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you. Definitely.
It's going to be different. Is going to emit different radiation wavelengths because it has different temperatures. So if you sort of looked at the car from a radiation standpoint, it's going to be quite complicated. There's going to be lots of different radiation coming out of it. The reason for that is because the car is too big to sort of transfer all the energy around itself. If you have rock and you can't heat that on one side without the heat spreading through the entire rock really quickly, because that's just how thermal conduction works. So if you take a little tiny rock and you heat it on the one end of it and leave it for a while, then it's going to have the same temperature everywhere.
Well, except the losses, or you're assuming a perfect environment where it's not going to have any, heat transmission or any heat transfer whatsoever.
Yeah, but this is just a thought experiment.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Heat one side of the rock. Okay. Yeah. Eventually, it will transfer to the other side. Yes, and it will cool off, or you don't want it to cool off.
It can cool off if you want, but it's going to have the same temperature all over the place. There's not going to be areas where it's hotter than that's pure statistics, really. You can't really
eventually.
Avoid that. You can allow it to cool off. Yeah, exactly right. When you have something like that, when you have something which has the same temperature everywhere, of its heat radiation is going to be really characteristic. It's going to make something called a Planck curve. It's a neat little sort of bell-shaped thing. And it's always going to have this exact curve, and that's what's called black body radiation. Black body radiation only occurs when the object has a consistent temperature over everything. So a car won't have black body radiation, but this tiny little pebble will. Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
The only way that you can have... Because if we look at the universe now, I hope we agree that it doesn't have the same temperature everywhere. I'm pretty sure we agree that the Sahara Desert is hotter than where you are. The universe has different temperatures, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you mean the universe as Earth, man? You kind of got me confused. I was looking up in the Alpha Centauri or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, what is he talking about?
The universe is everything. But I'm just saying, as a flat earther, not necessarily you don't have a universe necessarily, you just have the Earth. But no matter which model we have to agree that if we looked at the heat radiation of everything in the existence, there's going to be all kinds of different temperatures. Yeah?
Sure.
So that makes us really curious. Has there ever been a sort of a flash of heat radiation that emitted from the entire universe at once? And if so, can we see it? That's the big question. The great answer to the can we see it thing is yes, we can, for the beautiful reason that radiation cannot escape the universe. Once it's here, it's going to stay here because there's no way out. So when we have a flash of light from the early universe, it's got nowhere to go. It's still here.
Well, you're really assuming that there's no way out, though, right? Because I thought in infinity, I mean, it just keeps on going and going and going. Maybe the radiation has traveled far further away. Right?
Now you're assuming the universe is infinite, which you don't have any basis for. But
that's what they say in the science books, man.
An ever-expanding universe into infinity.
Exactly. Right?
Okay.
That is what we're discussing here, though. The cosmic, background radiation. Right?
Philosophically, we can just philosophically
go with you.
We can define it by simply saying the universe, by definition, is everything that exists. If we do so, then there is no way out, right? Because then we've defined ourselves out of that problem. If you really want to do it like that. So, in that sense, there is no escape. Actually, there's no escape. Heat radiation, no escape from the universe. I know, so dramatic, right? No, I can't get out. I don't really want to leave the universe. So I'm pretty cool about it, to be honest. So we have this. We can expect to see this light, but we didn't see it until the 50s, where it's a quite cute story. We had two radio astronomers who were trying to measure, and they had this noise, this background noise, which was really annoying them because no matter what they did, it kept picking up this noise, and they thought it was like pigeon crap on the antenna, and it turned out to be, the echo of the universe from old times, which was quite funny.
Or actually, microwaves being emitted from the water on Earth.
And they thought all kinds of weird stuff. They thought that they tried all kinds of things.
I've looked at the data from the WMAP and stuff like that. It's a joke. Like they keep on fudging it, or that's what they did. They kept on fudging it, until they got what they wanted, because the microwave noise that was being emitted from the water, because we know, right, what's a good absorber is a good emitter. Water absorbs microwaves quite well, and it also emits it quite well. So what they really got in the beginning is just this, they got bombarded with signals, like it's all noise. That's all they got. So they kept on just tweaking it, and putting correction factors, and correction factors, and correction factors, until they got what they wanted. Here it is. Right or wrong? Am I lying here?
Well, I'm misinformed.
Ooh, dude, you gotta look at the history of that stuff. The correction factors. When did those guys with the WMAP put that stuff in? Because all they were getting is just straight up noise. Nothing but noise. So they kept on fudging it. Like what physicists are good for. They fudge. It's called a constant. They fudge stuff. Oh, yeah, well, you know what? This is the result. Yeah, you're right. However, you got to multiply it by this. It's like, why? Oh, so you get the result you want.
That's what I mean. That's not how it went at all. But that's okay. Can I continue my explanation?
Yeah, go ahead. Because I looked in the history of that. That's why I asked you about it.
I think you should look into it a little deeper, probably, and maybe find it a little more sort of fair. But okay, we can talk about it if you want. Okay. But anyway, the point is, when we look at this radiation from the universe, which comes from every direction, and when we control for absorption in the oceans and all that kind of stuff, once we control for that, which is not a fudge, it's just basically making sure that we know that we're not measuring something which isn't the radiation from the universe. Once we get that fixed, and we know that we're not measuring something incorrect, then we look at it, and lo and behold, what we get is this perfect Planck curve, this completely beautiful, perfect Planck curve. I mean, the error bars on this thing are so small you can't even see them. It's just magically, perfectly a Planck.
After you got rid of the noise, correct?
Used a method which was consistent in getting rid of noise that we understood was there. Yes, that is not fudging.
Which wasn't actually noise, it was actually a signal. You understand that, right? That's my whole point. It was not noise.
So what you're implying is that the WMAP data is faked. Is that what you're implying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not by me, but other astrophysicists, and they come out and said that straight up. They did. It was fudge.
Straight up.
To fit their model.
I think you misunderstood them at that point. Fudge, to make
the conclusion. Yeah, fudge. That's what in science we call it fudging. We don't call it faking, right? We call it fudging. Right.
But you're implying that we're trying to get a certain conclusion, and then we just...
Yes, we're trying to get that perfect curve. So we fudged it until we got it.
You're claiming that that's incorrect.
Man, I'm on my phone and I'm about to go to work. I swear I'll look up for you when they exactly did this and how they did this.
Please do. We can talk about it later. But the point is that it shows that the temperature of the entire universe was uniform. That means that everything in the universe is everything else. And that is only possible if the universe was extremely hot and extremely dense. Looking down to the Big Bang. There's no way out of that. You cannot avoid this.
Okay, I think that from that point, we can probably move on. Them, did you have something you wanted to add? Or move on to?
I can move on to anything.
All right, maybe let's talk about the shape of the Earth. What gives you the best evidence, Robert, that you could give us that the Earth is a spherical shape? What's your
geometry of the horizon?
The geometry of the horizon, you say?
The word based on horizontal.
Robert, did you say the geometry of the horizon?
The geometry of the horizon.
What about the geometry of the horizon?
The horizon is acting exactly.
What about my geometry on my horizon?
Hang on, sorry. Hang on. What was that, Robert?
Just saying that the horizon that we observe completely comports with the horizon in the sphere.
Really? Yes. How would you go about doing that? Can you please walk us through the evidence of that?
Of course. Well, let's define what a horizon even is. We can actually give a horizon to any object we want. Okay, it doesn't have to be the Earth.
Let's talk about our horizon. We're the ones that are looking. Let's talk about the one that we perceive.
No, we're just talking about what a horizon even is. Okay, because if you have a hill,
yeah.
Everybody understands the horizon is the limit of your view.
Yeah, let him explain it. Cyclone, please, let them have this discussion.
Yeah, sure.
So, if you're looking at a hill, now we're going to get back to the Earth, I promise you. Just let's put the Earth in the box for now, and we're going to come back to it. Let's just understand what we're talking about here. So we're looking at a hill, and we can have it on a flat Earth if you want. I don't care. We're looking at a hill, and the edge of that hill is the horizon of that hill in some sense. Because what a horizon is the line of sight, the tangent line to the object. It's basically the lowest line you can make from your eye to the edge of that thing, and you can't look behind it. That's what the horizon is. That is what a horizon is.
Okay.
Now, the thing about...
Hold on. One quick question. So is this horizon going to cause obstruction? Like physical obstruction? Like if I were to try to shine a laser through this horizon, would it go through? Or is it the leading edge of the sphere Earth to you? Or is it an apparent horizon where it's a visual optical horizon?
You cannot see beyond the horizon.
That wasn't my question. My question was, would I be able to shoot a laser through this horizon? Or is it an apparent horizon? Or is it the leading edge of a sphere where it's a physical horizon?
Asking me if it's possible to get a laser beam on the other side of the horizon from where you're standing? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No, you shouldn't be able to do that.
Said no.
Choose carefully your response.
It's a very simple question. It's can you yes or can you not? I mean, is it the leading edge of a sphere? Like it's actually like a physical place you can land on? It's the horizon, or is it an optical illusion created by the eyes?
It's not an illusion. It is the points on the Earth that are the furthest away from your eyes that you can see until the rest gets obscured by the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so we shouldn't see things past the curvature, right?
Guys, I want to build on it. I was built into something. Hold on. All right, wonderful. So now you agree that like I wouldn't be able to shoot a laser to that because it's the curvature of the Earth, in other words, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the problem with the globe Earth model. When a globe Earth see the horizon, they do call that the leading edge of the sphere. Or when they see any type of obstruction by that horizon, they call that the leading edge of a sphere. Now, the problem is that when we actually go out and do measurements with lasers, high-powered lasers, a 0.8 millirad laser, about 2 meters above sea level, doing a horizontal pan from 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 41 kilometers, all target heights are 1.5 meters of height. Use the WGS84 model, which is the oblique forward model. We get that the shortest target at the furthest distance of the 41 kilometer mark should only be 90 meters. And if we added a 7.6R standard refraction, it'd be 85 meters. But these people are hitting 1.5 meter targets. So the problem is that we see what you think is curvature. Everyone could see that horizon. But when we actually go out to directly measure over water, we don't get that horizon whatsoever. We don't get that obstruction. We can literally draw a tangent line between 2 points and hit it. So there is no measurable curvature on Earth. It's only optically induced by people when they see obstruction or a horizon. But when you go out to measure it directly, there is no curvature whatsoever.
Do you have some? Do you have a concrete measurement? Do you have an actual data point here?
Absolutely. I'll send you the PDF. Yeah, I'll send you the PDF right now. 1 sec.
Let's just take one measurement at a time. So let's just have a look at one.
It was actually 3 measurements. It was a horizontal pan. Picture like the laser being leveled, and then they hit their first target, which is 6 kilometers, and then they horizontally pan it to the next target, which is 12 kilometers. They pretty much survey those 3 points with the laser by doing a horizontal pan, and all target heights were the same height. You know.
Okay, so wait, we have a 6 kilometer distance, and we have 1.5 meter height.
Yeah, the target was 1.5 meters of height. Correct.
What is the elevation of the laser itself?
2 meters. And the divergence of the beam for this distance is about a 2 meter spread beam because it's a 0.08 millirad.
Have a look at that. 0.8 millirad. That is going to spread quite a lot over 6 kilometers. Let's just, that sounds, I'll check that. But, okay, yeah. Is it 2 meters over sea level?
2 meters above? Mm-hmm, correct.
Sea level, not over ground, but over sea level.
Oh, yeah, from sea level.
So we're actually at the ocean doing this.
You mean over sea curve, bro?
It's a lake. They're right over a lake.
Which lake
I'm posting it. I'm posting the whole document, the whole document for you right now in voice text for everyone. It's called FE Core.
I've seen this before. So this is Lake Balaton, right?
No. This is all of them. Lake Balaton, Lake Hungary, Sweden, Lake Issel.
Which one do you want to look at? We need to take a particular.
I was talking particularly about Lake Gisel, which is the 41 kilometer distant one.
We just find that one. That's the Balaton one. Just hold on. Okay, yeah, the ISIL one. It's
ISIL, ISSEL, Lake Gisel.
This is Dutch. Dutch people have weird ways of saying things, so ISIL is the pronunciation.
Yeah.
Who cares about that? So we have Lake ISIL is presumably pretty low. But let me have a look at what the elevation of Lake ISIL is. Just hold on. We need to have the actual answer. Okay, the surface elevation of ISIL meter is about. That's fine.
Hey Robert, I was forgive me. I was just curious. Is this the first time you've seen this? No. What Jose sent you?
I have seen.
Is this the first time you've seen
measurements before? But I haven't looked into them yet, so this is kind of fun. So I have a reason to.
Okay.
So anyway, we have the Lake ISIL things here. We have a target position here. Let me see what it says. It says that we have a blue laser placed 2.85 meters above the lake surface. And it was seen on the opposite shore at 21.26 kilometers to target 1 at 1.2 meters. That is on page something. I'm sorry, I can't see the page numbers on this viewer. This is measurement 3, Lake ISIL, target 1. Is that okay with you? Did we look on that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
Okay, so we agree that that's the one on the 8th of April at 1 a.m. That's the one we're looking at, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So let's have a look. We need to figure out what you're claiming is that this is impossible on the globe Earth, essentially, right?
Yep. Absolutely. 100% impossible on the globe.
That's your claim. So we have a 0.8 millirad spread. Do you understand what that means? What 0.8 millirad means?
Spreading.
You actually calculate that.
I have some 19-year-old kids here I want to sacrifice, In which channel do you turn?
Sorry, what?
Oh, God.
I'm joking.
What?
I just didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, it's about 1 meter.
You're trying to make a joke. It wasn't funny.
I didn't catch it, I have to say. So the first thing we need to figure out is how much the spread actually is on 0.8 millirad, yeah?
Sure,
So,
it's 1 meter.
No, let's calculate this. At 0.8 millirad, do you agree that is the same as 0.045366 degrees? You are welcome.
No, he said 0.08 millirad, I believe, not 0.8 millirad.
So 0.08, okay.
Well, I would want Jose to double confirm that.
Yeah, it was a 0.08 millirad. I don't ever say the first zero. I always go with the point. I start with the point, so it's 0.08.
Okay.
They didn't say the size of the aperture coming out, though.
Get to that. So we have that gives us a spread of 0.00458 degrees. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So we just need to figure out what that means. Do you know trig enough to do this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're just going to make a little triangle here. I can't do a diagram, but I'm sure you can figure it out. The one point is at the laser, and the other 2 points of the triangle is at the edges of the spread beam. Yeah?
Yeah, you're going to use tangent. Yep. Inverse tangent. Got it.
That seems meaningful. We have a distance of 21.26 kilometers. We don't know the spread, so it's going to be something like the tangent 2x over 21.26 is half that angle. Yeah?
Yeah.
Spitballing that. So let's just solve that.
Yeah, that's right. We don't know what the aperture is. So we know what spread is, but we don't know what the initial aperture is.
But I mean, we guess it does say what kind of laser it is, though, so we can check that afterwards. But let's just figure out the spread, assuming, for friendliness sake, that it starts at a point. But of course it doesn't, but we'll try. So we know that. And we know that this angle is 0.002 something. Okay. I'll just do some math here. Live on air. Isn't that exciting? So we have the half degree, 0.0229. I know, it's incredibly exciting stuff. So we need to do inverse tangent of that. Hold on, arc10.
0.9 meters.
Let me have a look. This is how we do things. So that means we have 0.02. Okay. Hold on. That by 21.
It would have been easier if you just used a calculator online.
That's what I'm doing. I'm calculating this from.
Bother you no more. Sorry.
I'm going to get a reasonable calculator here. 0.002. The tangent is equals to, well, hold on. Tangent to the angle. I'm being really slow at the moment. Just hold on a second. Okay, we're back. A little bit annoying. I apologize. So, God, Google, you suck. Okay, so that gives us, gives us a half spread of 0.09 kilometers, apparently. 0.09744 kilometers, which is 9.7 meters.
That's a huge spread, isn't it?
It really is. Do you want to do the? Do you want to run through the math with me, so we'll make sure that we're agreed on it?
I'm gonna fucking smash that.
No, I'll actually be more than happy to give you the 90 meter spread because that's still not enough. So go ahead, take it.
We'll take 10 meters spread just around. Is that okay with you? Just to
That's
make
fine.
it easier. Okay. So now that means we also have an aperture, as it's been pointing out. We need to know the initial size of the beam, because that's of course going to be spread out. We are assuming a point-sized beam. So this is the blue laser pointer, it just says. So we need to know something more about what this laser pointer is. So let's go looking in the documents. WGS84 laser? No, that's not right? That's not the one they use. That's a target correction thing. Anybody got a clue of what it is?
Yeah, they didn't actually list it, the brand or anything.
I'm guessing we need to assume a basic. I mean, it's going to have a pretty good range, right? Do they mention the power output of this thing?
They do. I have to go through the document. It's been a while since no one's really looking for that.
You can just assume, man. You can, give it a couple of millimeters or a few millimeters, 5 millimeters, whatever. You can start with the point, and then you can do another calculation with the, whatever beam look you want, as long as it's within reason, right? A few millimeters or so. Or I don't think it's going to have a 1-inch beam to begin with.
Oh, it's going to be.
It could though. It could. I don't know.
the thing is, if it needs to reach 21 kilometers, it needs to be a pretty solid laser. I mean, it's going to be a 200 milliwatts or 400 milliwatts or something like that. I mean, otherwise you're just not going to see it.
I think it's pretty
there's actually
expensive. Yeah, it might be a really nice laser.
I can imagine it is. If you want to, are you kidding me? This is a great toy.
That's a good laser.
Especially blue lasers, because they're quite expensive. Actually, the green ones are way cheaper. You can buy them.
But the blue ones are the most effective, I think, for long range. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Blue gets scattered less, or gets scattered more actually.
So it's the green ones then, either green or blue, one of those.
I think blue gets scattered more. I think I think so, Robert. I'm not totally sure.
More on the blue, yeah.
Right.
All that
I'm back, guys.
Refraction. I mean, you have to have a really solid case before you try anything,
Let's have a look at the expected curve, shall we? Just have something to do while we're looking for that thing. So, what did you say the distance was? 21.26 kilometers, yeah?
No, it was 41 kilometers. The furthest distance.
We are looking at we agreed to look at the measurement of.
The furthest distance was 41 kilometers.
Yeah, but
which is about 25 miles.
You know what?
Yes, but we agreed to look at the one with 21.26 because that's the one I did the.
I agreed to look at the 41 kilometer one, which is the furthest distance.
Yeah, but then we
the longest one. Let's do the longest one.
Sure.
Yeah, because
hold on. That means we need to do a new calculation of the divergence because I don't know based on 1.26.
All you got to do is look at that document and tell me what are your targets, because there's no pictures of the targets.
No.
Hey, Busted, we talked to you about this last time. Let Robert handle it this time, all right?
Sure.
You're kind of just interfering now.
Let's just have a look. It's just having fun. Red's Rhetoric? I feel honored. Okay, let's have a look. So we need the one. Which measurement is that then? This is the one that's called the
latest 1 kilometers furthest distant.
Measurement what? Measurement 5? No, that's not long enough.
Yeah, let's go grab it for you 1 sec.
I have here
6 to 7.
Yeah, there we go. 40.14 kilometers. Yes, that is the 22nd of April at 2:19 a.m. Do you agree? This? Is that the one?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just double check it.
It is. That's measurement 6.
We good?
That's correct. Measurement 6. What you said.
Yep. So that means we need what was the measurement again? It was 40.14 kilometers. Yes. Okay. So from a point laser, there's a divergence of 18.39 meters.
How are you calculating the spread?
Starting from a point source, that is being very generous because, of course, it's not a point source. Then I'm looking at it as a triangle where the one point is at the laser, the two other points are at the upper and the lower edge of the spread beam.
The spread. That's a good question, though. Yeah, like a V-ray, like a shooting engine, with all the lights and stuff.
Imagine a V-ray that just stops at 40.14 kilometers, and that gives us a triangle, right?
Okay.
And we know that the small angle of this triangle is 0.08 millirads because that's what's been told us in the document, and that gives us all we need to know because we know the distance, we know the height of this triangle because that's 40.14 kilometers, and we know that angle. So by doing that basic trigonometry, we get that the spread is 18.39 meters. I can run through the calculation if you want. We have an 18-meter gap, which we need to realize at least, based on a point source. So it's going to be bigger in real life.
Can you type out like the math you're doing? Because I want to double check. Because I don't know how the hell you're getting 18 meters of spread.
10 of 0.04 millirad.
No, type it out in the voice text for everyone. Type out your whole math equation so I can see it. Because I don't know how you're getting that spread.
That is what I'm doing. Do you want just the calculation, or do you want the I'm calculating from? And then we need 2x as the spread. Do you see that?
Let me see. 1 sec. So why are you putting a 0.04 millirad?
Because if you imagine that V ray, you have to divide it.
No, we don't have to. We know the millirad. The millirad is 0.08. You're cutting it in half.
Yes. Now listen.
Why are you doing?
Okay. We want a right angle triangle because that's easiest to calculate this, and we just simply split that V ray into half. That means that the angle gets halved in the middle. Yeah. The opposite edge. Yeah, when we're talking about we have this ray coming out of the laser and it's spreading as it goes. Up it at 40.14 kilometers, then we get a triangle. Drawing in here somehow? I don't think I can, but
I mean, like in V-ray, you have to bounce from something, to another, the ray has to bounce, So, I mean, if you end up with a triangular shape, it's your problem, it's not mine.
We're trying to. Okay, you have a beam, right, and it has a certain size. Do we agree on that? Do we also agree that the further we get from the laser, the diameter of this beam is going to grow? Yeah. Make sense? The diameter of the dot that we are seeing is going to grow.
Yeah.
Okay. So the diameter of the beam is what we're going to call, that's what I call 2x. It means that the radius of the beam is just x. Mm-hmm. Of the beam out to the edge. That distance is going to be half the angle of the spread. 0.04 millirads to get the radius as opposed to the diameter. And once I calculate that, I can multiply by 2 to get the actual spread.
If you're not spreading, is it by default double the angle?
What I'm doing is I'm just making, we can do this. We can calculate it without doing all this halving. This is just basically an easier way to do it. If we have to do it the other way, we're going to have to use the law of sines. You can use that as well if you want. It's just a question of which triangle calculator you're using. If you prefer, we can just go into a triangle calculator and just do it. But then we don't see that the math works. I feel like we should actually do it ourselves, right?
That's Nike said.
You can go into a site called coastsyncalc.com. I'll just give you a link, and you can just type everything in there if you want.
No, seriously though, I'm just messing with you, But is this like a V-ray calculation, Because I find it amusing, interesting.
Just a calculation of how
listening. I'll read you from a book called 13.8. The Quest to Find the True Age of the Universe by John Gribben.
We're talking about something else now.
I'll start off with
the Big Bang, I guess. Yeah.
It starts off introduction. The most important fact. Now get this. This is the fact, right? And the origin of everything we see about us, stars, planets, galaxies, people, can be traced back to a definite moment in time, 13.8 billion years ago. Now that's a fact. Is a heretic. Fact, okay? Theory.
Which book are you reading from here?
Let's not argue then.
13.8, The Quest to Find the True Age of the Universe and the Theory of Everything by John Gribben.
Okay, so what's your point?
It's a fact. It's a fact. The universe is 13.8 years ago old.
Wait, billion
years old is a fact.
According to him, sure.
Because John said so. Or,
this is what you guys are selling to the public. This is what you're selling.
What distance are you guys solving for the spread? What's the distance to the object? The 41 or the 21?
This is what's peddled out to the public.
14?
It's sort of fact.
You said?
Lies.
I don't really care what John Griven writes. So we're going to calculate this stuff now instead.
Yeah, what's the distance to the object that you're using for the spread? Calculate the spread.
40.14 kilometers.
Okay, 40.14. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Thank you.
So, are we good with the spread?
I'm still trying to figure it out, dude. Give me like 5 minutes, all right? Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
I'm gonna run the math myself right now.
I'm trying to figure this out, dude, because I don't know how the hell, like, I think it's kind of strange that you're trying to cut the millirad to 4 and then add it later. I don't know. I think that's kind of just messing it up for me. It's confusing.
He's just dividing the triangle in half, Jose. So he's solving for the like a 90-degree triangle to make it easy. So he doesn't have to use the law of sines and cosines.
Exactly. I can use the law of sines instead if you want.
Right.
It would be the same result. I'm being lazy. But anyway, while we're waiting, 5 minutes, I'm happy to talk about something else.
Excellent. Can we talk about space?
Huh?
Is that okay? Can we talk about space?
Sure, as long as we get back to this FE core thing.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
5 minutes, and you have a quick chat about space, yeah?
Sounds good.
Excellent stuff. So you're really into space. Obviously, it's your job. It's what you do. You look at lights in the sky and tell us what they are. That's brilliant. You've obviously been talking, as you said, you've been talking to quite a lot of flat earthers over the last however long. So you've obviously come up with the thermodynamic problem, air pressure and vacuum, yes?
I've heard that before, yes.
Yeah, so we are breathing air pressure said to reside within a vacuum with a vastly lower pressure system. Say for thermodynamic, when we're talking about energy transfer, especially air pressure, the air pressure would fill the void unless acted upon by a physical container. Where we have air pressure, we need a container. Unless you start asserting unless you start asserting two gravities, both of which you have no scientific evidence for. So what is your retort to this issue?
We are not in a pressurized system because the pressure drops when we go up.
That's a pressure gradient, though, isn't it? Still a pressure gradient, still has press in it, still needs to press.
Pressure gradient goes
it's
to
a pressure
zero.
gradient. Sorry?
Pressure gradient goes to 0 and then you're in a vacuum. There's no problem.
No. Nothing's pressure. Yeah, we have an air pressure. It should fill the void. That's what it would do. Exactly what it would do. Just because we have a pressure gradient doesn't negate the air pressure needs to press upon something.
Well,
does
if that were the case, then there should not be different air pressures at different heights. So you're missing something.
Why not? We have different gases. We have different gases. We have energy coming into the system. We have a dynamic pressure environment, a dynamic weather environment, a dynamic environment all told. We have different heat sources around the world, all different types of things. Yes, we have a pressure gradient, but the necessary antecedent for a pressure gradient is something to press upon. So the air is not going to the air is not going to contain itself unless you would like to demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container.
So you claimed that the reason that there is different pressures at different heights is because there are different gases, right?
Different gases, different pressure, yeah, loads of different things. So loads of different things.
The problem is that's not true. It's the same atmospheric composition up a mountain that there is down here.
Yeah, and you go higher up into the atmosphere and you get different gases. And I'm not saying it is not a pressure gradient. Of course there is, but that's got factors to do with moisture in the air and temperature. And obviously it gets colder the further that you go up. That's why we have snow on the top of mountains. My point is this: regardless whether it's a pressure or pressure gradient, that pressure still needs something to press upon. It's not just going to shade out and eventually reach zero and turn into a vacuum. The gas would fill the space.
That's a claim, and you're wrong.
It is.
Let's just put that.
You're just going to say that I'm wrong. You are literally going to fly in the face of the second law of thermodynamics and say that I'm wrong. I'm quite surprised you haven't turned around and said gravity yet.
Of course, it's caused by gravity, but the fact is that this is
which one? Which gravity is it caused by?
Gravity that exists.
Which gravity is it caused by?
There is only one gravity, my friend.
And which gravity is this?
Robert, did you say that there is a place in space with zero pressure?
I said there's a vacuum. I'm not saying there's a perfect vacuum.
You say there's somewhere in space that has zero pressure?
Not zero, but incredibly close to zero.
You say there was somewhere in space with zero pressure?
No, there is no space with zero pressure, but you get something which is so close to zero that it doesn't matter. Anyway.
But you said that. You said there was a minute ago. I heard you.
Fine, but that's an approximation.
You said it goes up to zero pressure.
That was an approximation because there's practically zero pressure, but thank you for correcting me. Anyway, yes, it is gravity.
No.
Do you want which gravity?
Yeah, which gravity? Tap, Chad. I'm going to do it again in a minute as well.
Hey, Robert.
I'm
sorry. Please, can I finish this conversation, guys? Please.
Oh, for sure. I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
No problem. Because I've just been told there's only one gravity. I want to know which one that is.
Ooh. We're talking about. I'm assuming you're referring to the Newtonian model of gravity versus the Einsteinian model. Is that what you're doing?
Don't know. You've just. There's only one. So which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the effect that we see. We see that there is a force. We can take it as a force. You can describe it as a space-time curvature if you want. It gives the exact same results. But let's just keep it simple and describe it as a force. And we do see that
they're they're mutually exclusive. One's in 3D space, the other one's in 4D space. Mutually exclusive.
It gives completely.
Yeah, because things fall down. So yeah, we have the exact same result. Doesn't matter which idea you come up with. Yeah, things fall down.
And also air falls down. Therefore, there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah, we have a pressure gradient. Yeah, it should disperse into the vacuum. My question is this: what scientific evidence do you have for, this gravity that you're asserting? What's your scientific evidence for it? Because you need it to negate a natural law.
And things fall down with an accelerated speed. That's why.
Yes, hold on. Hold tight. I said scientific evidence, not a mathematical calculation of things going down. No one's disagreeing with you that things fall at a certain rate. I want your scientific experiment proving your gravity. Very simple. I don't want your maths.
That you need a force to create an acceleration.
No. I want your scientific experiment. I mean, when we started talking an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, did have to tell you the scientific method and tell you how you weren't doing it. So now I would like your scientific experiment that proves gravity, not that things fall down at a road.
I have one experiment.
Just one scientific experiment, hypothesis.
So
first we need to. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Neptune. Neptune, the planet? Yeah.
What?
Neptune, the planet? You know what? Neptune.
Neptune.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are we talking about Neptune now?
Coming in throwing googlies about Neptune. Get out of it.
Go ahead.
So let's get back to the
scientific experiment that proves gravity. I don't want maths.
Okay.
I want your scientific experiment that proves.
Okay. So do you accept?
You haven't got one, don't you?
I know I've got one. I just don't know that you're going to listen to it. That's different. Question. Do you accept measurement of acceleration as a measurement of force? Yes or no?
Sorry, I've got something in my mouth. Don't mean to be rude. I don't want to talk with my mouth full.
It's fine.
I agree that you can calculate how fast things will fall, depending on their relative, density falling through a medium, for example. So if I was to drop a ball through the air couldn't support it, so the ball would drop. But if I was to let go of a helium balloon, helium obviously being lighter than air, it would rise. So yeah, I would agree
You can use a little bit of math to calculate how fast something is going to fall through a relative medium. But I'm not asking for your math. I want your scientific experiment that proves cause of an effect.
Let's try again. I didn't mention calculations at all. I asked you, do you accept a measurement of acceleration as a measurement?
And I expanded on that. So
we did not accept a measurement of acceleration is a cause of force.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you accept the measurement of acceleration? Do you accept that we can measure acceleration?
Measure acceleration? What are you talking about?
Do you accept that acceleration of an object can be measured?
We can measure things.
So you can measure acceleration, right? We're not calculating anything.
Yeah, you can measure acceleration, yeah? What?
Yeah.
Is that an effect and a cause?
Acceleration is caused by a force.
Okay, can you prove that force?
Just asking
what's causing the universe to accelerate outwards? What's the force?
Let's stick to one thing at a time. Do you accept that a force
No, you said there's is the universe, yeah. Well, I'm giving you an example of something that doesn't require a force to accelerate.
Maybe you could give us an example of what is relative to. So dropping something relative to a non-stationary moving plane, right? Or two cars are going at 60 kilometers an hour, and then one car goes 70 kilometers an hour and passes them. Like, we could measure that. But so what would gravity be measured in relation to what? Like, maybe.
We're getting to gravity, but we just need to make sure that we actually accept these measurements.
Here's the thing. We accept that things accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared. What's the cause of the acceleration is what we're debating.
That's a great question. But you accept that there's a force. You accept there's a force.
Oh, we do not accept there's a force.
My God.
You accept acceleration, though.
Yeah, but we don't know the cause.
Lovely.
Einstein said it wasn't a force. Now shut up.
Yeah.
By the way, your math is pretty shoddy, bro. I ran the math. It's only 3 meters. Total divergence is 3.15 meters at 40.14 kilometers. Your trig is way off. And I snapped a picture of it and posted in voice text for everyone, so you can double check my math yourself. I mean,
I think you used 0.04 degrees and not rads. I think you made a
no, I converted. No, buddy, I converted the rads to degrees, man. What are you talking about? I used 0.04 millirads to degrees, okay, and then use the tan of that, the tan of x over 40.14. Go ahead, just check my math yourself, please. I drew the triangle. Let me know what I did wrong.
Just check it again.
Well, what I think could happen with maths is, considering it's a language and there's different ways for people to learn said language and then being taught said language, it's like saying I write out do not and you write don't with an apostrophe. I mean, that's really what it sounds like is happening.
Nope, that's not what's going on. So what do you get the tan of the angle to? Just alone? Just the tan of that half angle?
I got you. Okay, the half angle. How much is the half angle, right? All right, so I'm going to just go millirad right now, mrad to degrees.
I think you're right. Hold on.
Yeah, it's 0.00225, roughly, an estimation. That's the half angle.
Right? I have you.
Did you?
It seems that you have to type degrees to make it calculate in degrees. I do apologize.
Did you? Can you see my work? I took a picture of my work and I posted in voice text for everyone. Can you see it?
Yeah, and you're right and I'm wrong. I calculated using Google calculators and I simply used, you have to type something in. I apologize, you're right.
No problem. Thank you, sir. It's not a right or wrong. I'm just saying, clarifying for everybody, at 40 kilometers, the total beam divergence from a point source, yes, I assume the source is a point, is 3.15 meters.
Accept this. Cool.
All right. Cool. Carry on.
Are we talking about the divergence thing again? Or are we talking about the force?
Wait, I think Dem had a point.
But yes, you can go and talk about the divergence beam because you are not going to give me a scientific experiment are you?
Okay.
Oh, you're not going to listen to it, so that's probably.
Jose said he needed 5 minutes. Don't dismiss me, my friends. I'm going to let you carry on and talk to these other people, but you know, intellectually, honestly, that there are no scientific experiments that prove either of your gravity ideas unless you start asserting math. Now, you know that.
I don't, because we can see, objects directly.
This isn't a scientific experiment, though, is it? I mean, if it was, it would be an adherence to the scientific method, wouldn't it? There would be a naturally observed phenomena, wouldn't there? There would be a hypothesis where you presume your cause, wouldn't there? You could then go and do the experiment, wouldn't you? And then you could validate it, couldn't you? Yes, so you don't have a scientific experiment, do you? No, then exposed, I don't.
Well, you can deny it all you want. It's fine. It's just I do. It's quite simple.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But the thing is that you don't have a scientific experiment that proves gravity, so therefore you can't overcome the second law of thermodynamics with something you can't prove. You just assert it to be true without actually any evidence behind you. Just a little bit of maths can things fall down. That's my point. You can carry on talking about your laser test now. Now somebody's corrected you on your math.
Okay, so let's go back to the laser test.
All right. Jose, where you at, man? You said you needed 5 minutes. Granted, sir. Math solved. All you, bro.
Okay, so I'm going to do a 5-minute warning here too. I'm sorry, I really have to go. I'm not trying to run away.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can come back and talk about all the rest of it later, but I do have a life as well. So let's just do the last 5 minutes on this divergence.
Okay.
So we
now
found
you know
out that we have a 3.25 meter.
Yeah, it was about
at the end of
spread.
Okay.
I said 2. I was close.
If we assume a point source.
Right.
Agreed?
So now where are we at? How does that work on the oblate spheroid model? Even if it's the WGS84 model, which predicts that the shortest target you can hit on that oblate spheroid has to be 90 meters. And if we gave you the 7.6 arc standard refraction, which is being generous to you, it shaves it down to 85 meters. How are we hitting a 1.5 meter target from that distance with the beam divergence being 3 meters?
Oh, am I back again? I hear nothing.
I could hear you. You're good.
All right. So, as I say, did you hear my 5-minute warning that I have to run? And I'll come back if you need to go to me. Okay, cool. So we are agreeing that we have a 3.5 meter divergence.
Yep. 3.15. So just call it 3 meters.
Okay, cool. And if we look at the measurement, it says that the blue laser points were placed at a height of 2.92 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. That causes a problem because we can now calculate at what distance the laser beam will strike the surface of the water. The 40.14 kilometers, yeah? Because the divergence is more than 2.92.
Can you go more in depth on that? How would that be a problem exactly?
Because then we have reflection off the water.
Yeah, but where would the reflection be? Think about that. This is 41 kilometers. Speaking of,
it'll go down on the surface of the water, then it'll bounce off it at the same angle, and that means we can measure it direction as we expected it to be. That's one issue that I'm just pointing out would be a problem here.
Again, that's the full beam width at 40 kilometers. The full beam width would be 3 meters. Okay, all right. Assuming a point source. All right. Cool. And we are roughly 3 meters above the ground. So that's centered. You got to divide that 3 by 2. So you'll be only 1.5 meters from the center of the observer height to the water. Thus, you would still, what's the height of the object? 2 meters above water, or what was that?
2.92.
I don't know. I don't have the paper in front of me. But you assume the full 3 meters. You got to take the half of it, bro. Right? Because you're dealing with a conical beam. Half triangle again. Yeah? So it'd be only 1.5 meters.
I get that. And there would be no issue if there was no atmosphere. But now we have atmosphere, which means diffusion, which means refraction, which means all kinds of things. We're getting pretty damn close.
Yep. Yes, exactly. We're getting close to touching the water, but we did not. We did not.
You would not touch the water if there were no atmosphere. But you have diffraction in the atmosphere.
Here's the thing. We've already assumed 7.6R, which it's not the 7.6R refraction you're going to invoke Give me what refraction model you want then. Because even if we use your 7.6R, it goes down to 85 meters.
I'm going to invoke scattering.
And now the refraction you're talking about, there's obviously meteorological data. You can take a look at that. It's in the PDF. It's temperature, pressure, tide levels, everything's in there.
But I'm
so yeah, like all that is taken into account. It's not like it's not taken into account. And I'm even giving you the generous Mick West curve calculator, the Metabunk one, the 7.6R. So like, you saying refraction isn't changing the results?
I'm asking you,
Jose, let's give him this. What if the beam actually touched the water, and now where is it shooting? Around the curve or up into space?
Would bounce off.
If the beam hit the water, it would absorb. Like it wouldn't so much reflect to the target. Be impossible, in my opinion, especially on a globe.
Let's assume the water is a mirror. We'll give him another one, Jose. Water is a mirror. It's going to reflect. Where's it going to reflect to, bro? Around the curve or up into space?
Okay, listen, that is the whole problem. The water is definitely not a mirror. It is not a specular highlight you're going to get.
You said it's going to reflect. That's why I gave you the mirror, man. Of course, it's not going to reflect like that off the water.
It's going to reflect off all the angles that it can get. It's going to reflect off all the angles it can get, which means some of the light is going to be thrown downwards. Space, and it's going to be thrown downwards. That's how a diffuse reflection works. So we're going to easily get. But have we taken diffraction? No, sorry. Have we taken scattering into account? That's what I'm asking. You're saying that they've taken refraction into account. That's great. Have they taken scattering into account? Atmospheric scattering, Rayleigh scattering.
I do not have the PDF in front of me. Actually, I never actually took a look at the PDF. I just know my math. Know my trig works. Trig is solid.
I just need to know how to use the calculator I was using. And that's quite embarrassing. But
yeah, that's why I go old school, man. Paper and pen.
But I'm glad that you checked me because that's the whole point. But we have a measurement 6. We have stuff like the vacuum wavelength. We have the air temperature, humidity, wavelength, refractive index, all that kind of stuff. But we don't seem to have any scattering taken into account. So we need to look at the Rayleigh scattering of this beam.
Okay, but before actually look at the scattering, you have to run the math on this. At 40 kilometers, let's just call it 40 flat, 40 kilometers, what distance below the curve is this object supposed to be?
I checked it while you were gone. I can't remember.
How many meters?
I can't remember. It's definitely below the horizon, clearly.
How many meters below the horizon? Of course, it's below the horizon. How many meters?
Let me just check again. I can't remember. It was very clearly below the horizon.
For that, you just use a calculator off a Metabunker.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do the math there. I'm just going to use the math. Okay, let's say 40 flat, as you said.
Yeah, let's call it 40.
And we have 3 meters in height, I guess. Then we have something with refracted hidden, something like 74 meters.
Awesome. 74 meters.
Yeah.
And the total beam width is 3 meters at that distance. Okay, total beam width is 3 meters in a conical shape. Okay, above the surface of the water. As we said, we're getting close to touching the water, but we did not touch it actually. All right.
See what I just posted? Hold on, guys. I just posted this for the document. It's 90 meters. What we're talking about?
Well, according
to
that document, at the end of the document, there's technical data you can look at with details of what
That's without refraction.
Is.
Oh, thank you. I'll check that later. But anyway, you're wrong if you say that it doesn't touch the water. It definitely touches the water. It only does not touch the water if there is no atmosphere.
That's awesome. Does it bend around the curve?
Definitely.
How does it touch the water?
Because you have scattering and you have refraction. It's definitely going to scatter.
Yeah. Are you going to claim that the scattering that's water is the light where that's being seen from 41 kilometers? Is that going to be your next claim now?
You need to look at the picture because the smoking gun here is the target for observation location. You need to look at that.
No denying what you're saying, but it sounds like it's not a good excuse to claim that that's the beam that they're seeing. They're seeing a direct line of sight.
So it's scattered downwards around the curve to hit the object 70 meters. I'll give you your 74 meters. Okay. So it's scattered 74 meters downwards.
Of course. It's bouncing off the edge of the water and it's being scattered in all directions. But if you look at
scientific,
so we're going to lose intensity.
Evidence that light. So here's the thing, are you claiming it's refracting or scattering? What's the difference between scattering? I'm not that familiar with scattering. Like, you mean the light? How it bounces around? Do you mean that type of scattering?
Losses to the atmosphere.
Robert, you don't want to
to the molecules or whatnot.
I answer it, or are you just going to yell at me? The scattering happens when you have polarly charged molecules in the atmosphere, and you have Rayleigh scattering, which basically means that it's absorbed and re-emitted, and it gets scattered out in different directions, and it's wavelength dependent, strongly wavelength dependent. And if you look at the picture, which is called target,
isn't that scattering going to diffuse light source a lot, like big time diffuse it?
Yeah, all light sources get diffused by this.
Exactly. So what we're seeing here is a direct line of sight where the light doesn't seem to be nothing of diffuse. If anything, it might be spread out to 3 to 4 meters.
I don't see any.
For you to claim that the scattering is I don't see how the scattering is helping you. To be honest, scattering is probably taking place, but the light source that is being seen, it's not being diffused.
Okay. Let's just make sure that there is no picture that I have found in this document which shows a direct line of sight. What we see is the target for observation location. Are you seeing that picture? It's on the measurement 6. It's from 2:19 a.m. It's all that stuff. These temperature and humidity things. It's like 2 pages after all the data we've been working on. If you look at that light point, a direct line of sight laser point, it is so unfocused and scattered. It is clearly diverging upwards.
Sorry, Robert, is that the picture under technical data with a 3 meter surface?
So wait,
at the end of the document under technical data.
Is pretty much in the middle of the
So this is the part that I'm going to
the end of the document.
Scattering or
data. 3 meter thing with a light shining on it. Light that's next to it.
So here's the thing I'm still confused about. Like this associated scattering, right?
I misled you. Sorry about that.
So this scattering, the part that I don't understand is now you're claiming that not only is it scattering, but it's going around the bulge, this 90-meter bulge that should be in between.
I'm saying is
the light. You have to think about it. It's not only is it going to scatter, the light has to go around a bulge now that is 90 meters. That's what you have to believe if that's what you're claiming.
What happens?
The light is not only not only bending up again, but it has to come back down, right, for it to be observed. What kind of refraction is that?
It's called the magic refraction, Jose, where it just it diverges and yeah, exactly, magic.
That sounded like a lot of mental gymnastics just to make it work, Robert.
Well, can I explain, or are you just going to yell at me?
Oh, go ahead, please, man.
Is this the new standard globe argument where people complain about being yelled at because it's kind of boring?
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, can I talk? Because I'm
not yelling. I'm sorry if my voice.
Yelled at you, dude.
I'm triggered.
Hold on.
I understand that.
Earlier we had a guy complaining about being yelled at.
You guys are dumb ass.
No, Robert, please, man, get to your point.
Can I just say this though? Yeah, we're not really into concern trolling.
Sorry, I don't associate with niggers.
Right. So yeah, just get on with the science. No one cares if you feel like you're being yelled at.
I'm not giving you the option to actually answer any of the questions. I'm getting lots of questions thrown at me, and I'm just not getting the airtime to talk. That's all. I'm not pissed off in any way at all.
You understand our point, though.
Yeah, I completely see that you find that strange. So I'm trying to explain what's going on. You have this 90-meter bulge.
Yes, just crack on.
This 90-meter bulge, right? And then you shine a divergent light across it. Some of that light is going to hit the surface of the water, right?
We do not know that. If we are sufficient height above the water, we shall not hit it. And if the height of the starting height was roughly 3 meters above the surface of the water, and at 40 kilometers, the beam divergence, which we already know, which is 0.08 milliradians, right? At that distance, 40 kilometers, we should just start to touch the water. Okay?
There was no atmosphere.
What I don't get, I'll give you it refracted, it bounced, and it got absorbed, all that. How did it recollimate and hit the object?
It does not recollimate. That is the whole point. If you look at the photo, if you look at the target observation, it's not collimated at all. It is a huge smudge.
Smudge.
It is a huge smudge. Have you looked at the picture? It is nothing like a light beam.
Send me the picture. Send me, or just post
2 pages after. Wait, hold on. I'll just click it and just get it.
Yeah, just give me a snapshot. Just get over with.
So
I really have to run.
Keep going back to between these two aspects here, refraction and scattering. Okay, now refraction. Can you give me evidence that light refracts down at night?
Sure.
Especially if you looked at the weather conditions for this type of measurement right here, they took the meteorological data and they showed that there was negligible refraction. Like the way they could test this out too is by hitting those points. If there was any type of refraction, there'd be a big. I'm not done. There'd be a big deviance from the 1 meter target that was 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers. That's why they did a horizontal pan and managed to see it in all 3 points. If the refraction was there that you're claiming, it would not be visible from all 3 points. It'd be different. So, like, really what you're doing is mental gymnastics right now. And I get it. Like, you don't want the FE core to be you need to find something wrong with it. But the problem is that it's not, it can't be explained with the globe. It really can't. Because now it's not just 1 meter, 41 kilometer meter mark. It's 3 points that are seeing the same observation with the horizontal pan. So now, what type of refraction is it going to not happen in the 2 first points, but now you're claiming it's happening on the 41 kilometer mark? Which I do agree, there'll probably be a little bit more refraction because it's a longer distance.
I'm saying scattering. Okay, have you looked at the picture I sent you?
Yes, I have, sir.
Yeah,
yes, I have.
You see that is not a color.
My question to you, that divergent beam that refracted and it got absorbed and all that, sure. Okay, how did it fly around the 90-meter bulge? Did it follow the curvature of the Earth because of the magnetic field or what? I would like to know your answer.
There's absolutely no magnetic field. There's nothing forcing it around the globe, obviously. But it means that every time it strikes the surface of the water, it's going to have a diffuse reflection. It's not going to be a mirror. It's going to be spread in all directions.
I am 100% with you.
What is it reflecting off of?
The light is going to be bounced off
the surface of the water.
It's bouncing off the front of the hump or the back of the hump.
Some of it's going to go back.
So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, right? So if it hits the front of the hump, it's going to reflect into space. If it hits the other side of the hump, I don't know how that happens either because it just did a U-turn.
Impossible. It's impossible.
And how you're getting this idea.
You would never be able to hit your target.
Seems to think that when light strikes
water, obviously the beam is blurry because it's 25 miles. It's quite a long ways away. That's far, right? So of course it's going to be blurry and it's not going to be crystal clear. That's not feasible.
Can we give him 60 seconds to just respond? Because he has to leave.
Yes, please.
So I think we all understand that we want to keep him here, right? But he has a life, so let's just give his 2-minute closing or whatever, and then let's just let him go because we're gonna have to agree to disagree here, guys.
We're never gonna convince each other, and I think actually it's kind of cool. Can I just say?
I want to know your math. I want to know your science behind this. It's not about you're gonna make me agree with you. It just show me how you can do that. Like it's gonna reflect off into space, right? Just show me how. It's gonna come back around. Okay. I assume that the water is a mirror. I gave you that. Water is a mirror at point of tangency. No problem, bro. Now what?
All right, stop now. Let me talk. I need to leave, okay?
All you, sir.
The first thing I like to say is I feel like the FE core measurements are actually really cool. I think it's important that it gets done. I'm not trying to fight you on this one, and we're never going to agree on what they show us, but I think it's important that you're actually doing actual science. So great for that. What I'm trying to say is
science is an observation. Jesus.
Okay, just let him finish, please.
When light strikes the surface of water, it is not like a mirror. You can't see a reflection of the sun in the ocean like that. You see a long, stretched out thing because that's how the reflection on water works. It throws light in all different kinds of directions. It does not work like a mirror. So when you have light touching the surface of the water, the light beams are going to go in all kinds of different directions because of the diffuse reflection that's going on. Some of that's going to follow the edge of the curve of the Earth. Some of it's going to go into space. We're only going to see the stuff that follows the curve.
How is it going to follow the curve, bro? That's what I'm saying. By me, assuming that I gave you water as a mirror, which is impossible, I'm helping you out. Now you have to explain to me how is it going to follow the curve? I gave you a way out with the magnetic field, but show me your way out. How are you going to do this? How is the light following the curve like you just said?
Well, can I say one thing? The refraction would have to be 100 times larger than standard refraction. 100 times. Okay, this would only work on an Earth that's a 65,000 mile radius. You understand that?
Not talking about refraction. Okay, so yet again, when light hits water, it gets scattered in all different kinds of directions. Some of it goes up, some of it goes way up, some of it goes horizontally.
Cool.
Great. So that means when you hit the surface of the water, some of that light is going to go horizontally.
Okay.
And the atmosphere, and then hit the water again. And a little tiny bit of it is going to go pretty far around the curve.
How is it going to go around the curve?
Skipping like a rock around the curve of the Earth. Skipping like a rock. The light's just going point, 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 and then going in for the, is that what you're saying? I mean, I don't understand.
That a tiny little piece of it, yes.
It is. It is. Really? That's some interesting light, bro. That's very interesting light.
If you think I'm saying that the entire light is doing that, then you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that.
Well, how much?
I heard what you said. You said a tiny bit of the light would skip like a stone across 25 miles. I think you're going to have to demonstrate that.
And would that be enough to illuminate the object with that same luminous intensity? Now we're speaking science, dude. Right? Now we're on the same playing field. With this scattered skipping stone of yours, would it illuminate the object with that same intensity? Now you're gonna have to do some math.
I don't know what the intensity is, so I can do that. But we can predict how much of the intensity that would be.
Let's go. Well, let's go. Whatever software you want to predict it with, I'll fire it up. How you want to do this?
But I'm gonna have to go, as you know. As I said, I'm not trying to.
I know, man.
We can do it later, but I have no idea what the target is. That in the document? How much intensity we get back? We know how much of do we know how much of the laser will be when we get back?
If we start out, if we know the laser intensity that we're starting out with, we can work some stuff out, man.
No, I mean,
we need to get the sensor size, then the beam diameter, and then you take that cross section of the divergence at that point, and then take the that little area that the sensor would be. Well, actually, the lens. Then you could figure out how many photons would fall onto the sensor. I mean, Jesus, do we really need to be that particular?
I get that part completely, but do we have a measurement? Do they have measured how many photons they actually got? Because that's what we need to test my hypothesis, because that's what that is. What happened? If we don't have that data, we can't test it.
Your skipping stone hypothesis isn't real. Just, you know what I'm saying? It is not real. We gave you that for free, but it is not real. It's not observed.
You can deny it if you want. That's how how non-specular highlights work. That's how diffuse refraction works. That is how light bounces off something which isn't shiny
around the curvature. But if you have the mass in between, you're going to reflect behind the mass somehow. This bulge, you got this bulge of water in between you and the target. Now this is going to scatter around. Okay, how much? And what is the losses of scattering to distance?
I have no idea.
To the inverse square law or what?
Inverse square. It's going to be pretty intense. That's why we need to know how much.
Right. You're not going to get any light, man. It's just like, dude.
90 meters is like a 30-story building, right?
It's a big curvature. I agree with
you. It's just like a 30-story hill, man, like that you have to get around. You're saying you can be on the other side of the hill, and there's a light source on the other side of this 90-meter hill, and somehow you can see that light. I don't know that that's ever been observed ever in the history of mankind.
Well, being like some kilowatts, man, of power to illuminate something.
I mean, and isn't water absorptive of blue light?
Hold on, I'm just checking if this distance is even plausible. Where is the targets here? Anyway, as I say, I think it's a fun experiment. I think it's fun to look at. I would like to have known the target intensity. That would have been useful, but we don't have that. But it's cool. So with that, I'm going to have to run. I've been here for way longer than I thought I would be.
Thanks for stopping by, Robert.
Thanks for
Appreciate your time, man.
Come
back anytime you want to get schooled, bro.
I'll get the WMAP data for your next time you're on here, bro. I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good day. All right.
Yeah,
yourself,
you too, bro.
Peace out, bro.
Peace.
This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Who's here? If anybody.
And Dave just broke the dead air.
That sounded like Grant the Wave Mixer.
Indeed it is. How you doing, buddy?
You're in Commie 4 and you're at work, so you can't talk, right?
Yeah, I'm at work, so I got to keep the mic muted most of the time. Otherwise, you're going to hear sensitive information.
Okay. Don't want to give away any of the California top secret information from your workplace there. So.
Yeah, like where I work.
Thanks for at least acknowledging that my mic is working temporarily.
And sounding good.
That's rare to hear, but thanks. So, just from my point of view, I've been in this discussion, investigation, whatever you want to call it, a little over 8 years now. Unfortunately, haven't got past step one. The claim is we're on a ball of a certain size, and I've yet to see any empirical verification of this ball. So if someone has something like that to share, please click the link, join the Discord, tell us about it. Because the root claim of this whole thing is that we live on a ball, and we haven't verified the ball yet. So the rest of the stuff is irrelevant BS because you cannot verify step one. If anyone disagrees with my logic, please let me know. Seems pretty logical to me, though. Claim is you live on a ball, be able to verify the ball. Is that correct? Yes, Dave, that's correct.
I just reached down and scratched mine.
Okay. If you scratch your balls, you are physically scratching your balls, right? So if you live on a ball, you should be able to measure the ball. But every time we go out across bodies of water and try to verify this ball, guess what? The water lays flat. We can see way too far. That's an issue, Globers. You guys that insist on keeping on believing this fairy tale sky story that we all got taught, and then some of us investigated. If you guys want to cling on to that, step one of this whole thing is showing us the damn ball to start with. Because that's enough out of me for now. Who else wants to talk?
Well, I'll let somebody else talk because I'm not going to be showing my ball.
Who wants to come in here and show us their ball? Please, come on in. We'd like verification of this ball that everybody thinks they live on. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. You have millions or billions or whatever people there is on this, whatever this is. Large percentage of them are convinced they live on this moving ball. We haven't verified the ball to start with, much less its motion or where it exists at doing these motions. But you know, that's down the line in the investigation. We haven't verified the ball first. We need verification, drop over distance, repeatable, measurable. Show us convex bodies of water. I dare you. I don't know what else to say. Somebody else talk. Everyone else on this panel right now, you have the right to remain silent. But do you have the ability? We shall find out. Okay, so we verified that everyone does have the right to remain silent and are exercising that ability. Exercising that right, anyway. Currently a sunny day here in Kentucky, USA. I'm directly looking at the sun in my sky. I have no idea what it is, but I'm glad it's there every day. Because it seems like that none of this stuff would exist if that wasn't up there in the sky, whatever that is. So thank you, Creator. Anyone happens to be listening to me on Rumble, YouTube, wherever the hell you're listening to me, click the link, join the conversation. Tell us your opinion on the shape of the earth, how you came to form that opinion. Is any of it verifiable? Is any of it empirical? Or is it something somebody told you? Is maybe the globe was in the corner of the classroom in the second grade and your teacher said that's where you live and gravity holds you on the bottom of the ball and don't worry about it. So you didn't worry about it and you didn't think about it again. Well, here it is, 2023, and we got people that are thinking about it. We're trying to verify it. And when it comes to verifying this globe, we are failing miserably. We have not got past step one. We can't find the curvature of said ball. This is Dead Air Dave shutting up. Somebody else talk or don't. Your choice.
I often wondered how you got that name of Dead Air Dave.
Now you know. I join when there's dead air and I create more dead air. So that's what I do, man.
Well, there's nothing more that I would love to do than converse with a man that sounds like Sam Elliott. Unfortunately, that's not what I get paid to do.
Yeah, that guy Sam Elliott sounds a lot like me. I agree with you. Actually, I think he's older, so I'm getting ready to be 61, so he's probably a bit older than me.
And probably, probably has a better mustache, too.
Yeah, because I currently don't have one, so he definitely has a better mustache. What do you think his best movie was? You got one? I'm trying to think of what he was in.
Well, The Mask was pretty good.
The Mask, yeah, he was the
Mask. It's called Mask, but and Roadhouse was pretty good.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. There was a Western he was in that was pretty good too, and I can't remember what it is right now.
There's that series he did with that kid from that 70s show. That was pretty good. Where Danny Masterson was in until he got caught with his hands in his pants or hands in someone else's pants.
It was a movie, it was a Western, but I can't think of it right now. Wonder if Sam Elliott currently thinks he lives on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing in several different directions. That'd be sad if he does. Because if he's under that impression, he has no empirical evidence of it. I dare him to prove it to me.
So it looks like he was also in Tombstone.
Tombstone, that was it, yes.
Tombstone, The Ranch, Ghost Rider, A Star Is Born, The Big Lebowski, Mask, Hulk, We Were Soldiers, The Hero, Barnyard.
He's got quite a resume.
Yeah, he's been around.
Hope he's invested his money wisely.
The Good Dinosaur. Oh, The Quick and the Dead. I remember that. That was a real good movie.
In case there's someone just joining and don't know who we're talking about the actor Sam Elliott, who Grant Wave Mixer claims that I sound like.
I think you do.
And just to remind anyone that might be listening, we do have several of our fellow humans currently under the false impression that they live on a spinning space ball zipping around through nothing, several different vectors and directions. And they have no empirical proof of any of this. I'm just saying. Kind of sad. Let's see who else is on the panel we can pick on while my mic's working here. I heard that Mike Power Swan is now gone back to the globe and he is no longer a flat earther. He thinks he's on a spinning ball around through nothing. Is that correct? Mike Power Swan. All right. Disregard my last statement. I was joking. He must not be near his mic. What about Quetzalcoatl? Been in space ball in a vacuum? Is that possible there? Think that's happening? Man, nobody wants to talk. Just you, Wave Mixer, and you can't talk, so what do we do?
Well, if you've got bot access, you might want to play some sound clips or songs or something like that. I don't have access to do that.
I do, but I'm currently operating a motor vehicle, so it's very difficult to run the bot while operating said motor vehicle.
And I've got a call coming in.
Enjoy that call. Tell them the Earth is flat. Wide open airwaves here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Click the link. Start the discussion. Tell us about the shape of the Earth. What do you have that's empirical, verifiable, to prove the ground you're standing on is actually a moving ball? You have any of that? Sincerely doubt it. Not sure what else to say. I'm probably going to be roboting here soon, so I'm going back on mute. It's been Dead Air Dave, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Or right now, it's the best place to sit around in silence and listen to people not prove the globe, because they could be in here proving the globe, and this place could not exist if the globe actually did. But unfortunately, I created my icon, no globe icon, 8 years ago, and I've had no reason in those 8 years to change it at all. Zero. Zilch. There is no empirical evidence for the spinning globe in the vacuum of space. Somebody thinks I'm incorrect in that last statement, click the link, come in here and tell us about it. This is Dead Air Dave, shutting up.
Well, Dave, if you're still driving, I wonder if anybody would ever consider giving me bot control so I could help undeaden some of this silence.
If my mic working, I would support giving you bot control, but I have no power over that decision. So my mic working.
It's working. Who would I talk to about that? CV or
any moderator?
Okay, I'll see if I can throw that up. At home, I've got close to 300 different FE songs. So just out of my personal out of my personal collection. If there was nobody talking, I could keep this place going for at least a few days without any commercial interruptions.
We had been joined by Nick. They're a flat earther, damn it. They're gold flat earther. I did not recognize their name, or I haven't bite BYTE. Love to say hello. Or not.
And he can take a bite out of the silence.
Yes, he's not where he can talk right now, he or she. Anyway, that's disappointing when you think you're going to see a new person and it's a flat earther. That happens more often than not these days. Which is a good thing, I guess. I don't know. I like to think there's more people that actually are taking that step back and trying to think logically for themselves. Am I being too Pollyannish about that?
I don't know, but I've been trying to spread the word.
Which word are you spreading?
I'm spreading the word that the Earth is flat, just like the peanut butter I spread on my bread.
That's 4 words. I'm just messing with you.
I never said I knew how to count.
You can only spread 1 word. What would it be?
Well, I'd spread the word love. So I'd spread love, and not the word itself, but the actual meaning of the word. If I could do that, that's what I would do.
Yeah, that's what everybody should be doing, generally speaking, right? Love one another. Like the Beatles said, all we need is love.
Well, my big motivation recently has been finding someplace to relocate to. Someplace away from big concrete buildings and streets, someplace that's got greenery, someplace that when the sun goes down you can see the stars. And
do you want to be near an ocean still, or you want to go in?
You know, I'd like to be near an ocean, a lake, or a stream, but actually where I'm looking at right now is a bit of a distance from the ocean, and it's going to be in a mountainous area. Pardon me?
Is there any good sized lakes around where you're looking at?
Well, there's a small river that goes through, maybe within a mile away. But I'm not going to go into details on where this place is, but it looks like it just might fit all of my needs, except for I'm going to have to learn a new language.
Well, that's not difficult. You got a brain, don't you, still? Even though you're 65, still have a brain.
Well, I'm hoping that within 1 year from now, I'm going to go down, take a look at this area, and maybe put a bid on some property and start getting a house built.
Hablo español?
Muy poquito.
No bueno.
Bueno por mierda.
How do you say the earth is flat in Spanish? La tierra plana?
I don't know. I haven't gone that yet. I'm still learning how to say donde está baños.
I think it's La tierra plana. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, it turns out if anybody's listening that doesn't know this, the Earth is not a ball, and it's not our fault. You know, we've discovered this or realized this obvious fact, and we wish other humans would also. Pretty simplistic way to say it. Now I'm shutting up. The entire irony of this whole thing, though, is how obvious it is all along. It's been right there in front of your face. Just out of your reach because your mind wouldn't let you see it. Your mind had been reasoned to not even go there because we're going to sail off the edge of the world. Blah, blah, blah. Piece of floating in space. Whatever all the propaganda was. I'm rambling. I mean, if there's a moderator listening, I hope my mixer gets bot control, but for what that's worth. Back to silence or the next person talking. Either one could happen. Stay tuned.
So, Dave, are you talking through like a Bluetooth, a headset? Is that going through your car radio or what? 'Cause that mic sounds really good for being mobile.
No, it's just the microphone and speaker in my Samsung S10 phone that I've had for 4 years now.
It's that voice. It's that voice of his, man. I'm telling you.
It's Sam Elliott.
Close.
What if I was really Sam Elliott all along and I was acting like I was some guy named Dave from Kentucky? Wouldn't that be funny? Who piped up? Was that Mike Power Swan?
Yeah.
Give us a full report from your location on the plane. Have we discovered any Earth curvature?
Oh no, dude. No.
No what?
I'm out here in the wood. I'm out here in the woods, dude. I haven't been nowhere physically to actually test anything myself.
You know that what they got that Earth curvature. They could be hiding in the woods somewhere. Like, you gotta check it out. I don't know.
I have seen it. Seen no curve though in my childhood, being down there in South Padre. I remember that. So seeing across the Gulf and barely seeing,
That's the sad part for me all along. I had, up until I was 52 years old, I witnessed so many things that should have debunked the globe for me, but I never thought about it. We all saw things way too far that if we'd actually done the math or even known the math existed, which I didn't, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I knew something when I was young, and I neglected it.
Yeah, it sounds simplistic, but once I connected that, wait a minute, body of water should be curving, and we should be able to test this and verify it for real. I mean, there's numbers to this. They claim the radius, so we should be able to go out and find this ball. And no luck so far. 8 years and counting. Back to you guys. So my mic's still working. If it is there anybody here who's got bot control? Feel free to fill the dead air with something appropriate. Hopefully it's not some globe sophist just spewing bullshit, but whatever you want to plug.
Hello? What, there's no loud, obnoxious, crazy Americans in here right now? Bloody hellfire.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
What up, young bloods?
Nothing. I just I work overseas, and I just got back to the States for the summer. So I was just seeing if anybody knew of any like flat Earth meetups going on this summer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me. You have the Flat Earth Zodiac Clock Moon and Flat app or whatever it's called.
David Weiss's app.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Cool. Let me. Usually, there's like local meetups on there that people post, and then I know the big one or whatever, like the Flattoberfest, is going to be in Las Vegas this year.
Is that in October though? I assume.
Yeah, that'll be a little later on in the season.
Okay, I'm in the Flat Earth clock app right now. I know where it had the shake hands thing. I went on there and tried to message people in my area, but I didn't see anything for like meetups. Is there where do you click at on the app to find different meetups?
I'll have to re-download it. Give me 1 sec. Because I actually don't use it for meeting up people, but I know that you can like set up stuff and find local meetups on there. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I've seen him do something like that on one of his shows. Like, I'll have to go back and look and see if I could find that tutorial where he's showing them. Let's see.
Yeah, Jim, are you a blue dot on there?
Hey, I just want to know one thing. How did math become reality? That's what I want to know. That's it. That's all I want to know. How math became reality.
Well, I figured it out, Jim. You know what they did? You know what they did, Jim? I figured it out, bro. So you know how we're into logic fallacies and presuppositions and all that, right?
Yeah.
So a reference frame, Jim, is a mathematical presupposition. So when Michelson-Morley came along and they were like, hey, we didn't get the French shift that produces an amount in accordance with how fast the sun should be moving or whatever, right? I mean, how fast the Earth should be moving around the sun. They just invoked another reference frame and said that, and these reference frames have rules, right? So if you're going to transfer to a new reference frame in special relativity, the first postulate is that all reference frames are equally valid and that there's no preferred reference frames. Right, so right there, they're trying to establish what they assume to be, an axiom of where we live. Right, so when they say that all the reference frames are equally valid, one of the interpretations would be, if I'm in this reference frame and C is, has a finite speed in a vacuum, then in another reference frame, C must also have a finite speed in a vacuum. Right, make sense so far? So they've so they take this reference frame from here where they've had to have a measurable speed of light, and they say that it travels this fast and no faster, right? There's a speed limit, right, in their reference frame, and if their speed were shown to be varied, their whole system, based on the presuppositions of the reference frames, would instantly become invalidated, and and all these things, right? So let's look at GPS and the Sagnac effect, right? So there's a preferred directional propagation to electromagnetic waves. This has been known about for a long time, even prior to GPS, actually, but it's particularly relevant in GPS because if this effect is not accounted for, you'll be off by, 30 meters, just not accounting for this minuscule amount of time. So if you were to continue to not account for that and have everything get out of sync based on relativistic effects, your GPS wouldn't function at all, right? So what they do is they have a range measurement equation where they just basically take the time it takes from when a signal is emitted from a GPS quote unquote satellite to when it's received by a GPS receiver. They take that duration, right, and they subtract it from the speed of light, and they use that to derive the distance on the ECI reference frame, which is the Earth-centered inertial frame. And what that is that's basically saying that you live at the center of the ball and that there's no You're not experiencing any rotation of the ball and no motion of the ball. So the motion, the linear velocity of the sun traveling around, the Earth traveling around the sun, you don't feel that in this reference frame, right? So they use that absolute reference frame of no motion to compare against the speed of light, right? So they have a known varying speed of light. It propagates faster west to east than it does east to west. So how they calculate that in the range measurement equation, like I said earlier, they just subtract the time of transmission and the time it took for it to be received from the speed of light, and they derive the distance from that. So with all these reference frames where they get into, if you invoke a reference frame of a person on the sun, they would see the Michelson-Morley apparatus reaching, or the beams would recombine at the same time and there wouldn't be a fringe pattern. But from our reference frame, it's already contracted. So there's the speed of light is still the same, but the physical effects of the coordinate system contracting give us the null result, right? So this whole system is based on the speed of light in our reference frame being 286,000 miles a second, right? But it's that's not. But
the speed of light.
Yeah. So they based this whole framework of interpretation on the speed of light, and keep in mind, these people have only been in one reference frame, right? So the whole system has only been derived from people that are on the Earth, right? So they only have one reference frame to go from. So they went ahead and said that when we look out into the sky, all the laws of physics are exactly the same, right? So cool story. Now, the thing is, though, is that if we remember back to the presuppositions and how GPS actually works, there's a preferred direction in the propagation of light here, and it's so C that they tell us and they use for all the reference frames isn't actually C. It's slightly faster west to east and slightly slower east to west. They don't apply this in their reference frames or anything like that, and they actually obscure it. So anything where they invoke a reference frame is just outside of the Earth is just a lie. And it's not even based on what's actually observable on Earth. On Earth, light or electromagnetic waves factually propagate faster west to east than they do east to west, thereby reinstating the ether as the only tenable framework, because the ether is what controls the propagation speed.
I'm sure glad Alan's on our side. There's no way I would debate a Glober like this.
So the only refutation to this would be to just further reinstate ad hoc explanations like, well, relativity predicts X, Y. No. It doesn't predict anything. It's already invalidated from the get-go. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So that's how that works.
Is this how the Globers insinuate time dilation from the satellite and outer space down to Earth?
Yeah, so in the ECI coordinate system, they actually derive an accurate distance down to the millimeter from that. So assuming an absolute reference frame where you're not experiencing any motion, and not the kind of at rest where you're in uniform motion, so your at rest could also be the same as experiencing uniform acceleration. So an actual at rest reference frame, right? With respect to motion, the way that they equate it is the Earth rotating around the reference frame, but the way that you would interpret it through ether would be you're just standing at the center of the North Pole and you're not experiencing the ether vortex, right? Like you're being in the eye of the tornado, so to speak. So it's literally the same exact coordinate system, just a different interpretation of where you're standing, right? So anyway, the motion would come from the ether wind rather than the rotation of the ball, because that's how they account for the time difference in their mathematical theory, right? But the interesting thing is, though, so when you have a stationary receiver and a moving receiver, and the moving receiver passes the stationary receiver at the same instance that a GPS signal is sent, the GPS signal will be received by the stationary observer first, even though the distance between the stationary receiver and the moving receiver is the same. So remember back to the ECI, you're quote unquote rotating with respect to the center of that frame. So technically in relativity, the two motions should be the same, like a person running on the surface or traveling on the surface of the Earth in a car, passing the stationary person And remember, the stationary person is actually experiencing uniform motion of the Earth's rotation. So they should both receive the GPS signal at the same time. There should be no difference between them two, but they in fact do not receive them at the same time. The stationary observer receives the signal first. This is provable mathematically, and it's how GPS functions. So there's actually a preferred recipient to the to receiving information with respect to an ether wind, and that right there is pretty much game over, dog.
Yeah, I'm going to, with Alan's permission, drop that. I believe it was Space Audits number 14. I'm going to drop that. So if you want to hear what Alan just said again, obviously you can listen to the repeat of this on YouTube, or you can listen to his Space Audits. 13. It was 13? Okay, I'm sorry, maybe 13.
Yeah, 14 was inverse square law and stuff.
Yeah. And that's a great segue into what I was going to say. That if you are on your fairy tale of 240,000 miles away from the moon, and you have 100 lumens, which is a way you can measure light, then by the time you get to the moon, the light will be 65,530 times brighter than when you are at 1,000 miles than what you saw from Earth. So,
dude, it's even crazier than that, Jim. You could do it with 1 lumen or 0.1 lumen.
Yeah,
so like you could give like the maximum benefit of the doubt to the globe.
Yeah.
And say that the moon is 0.1 lumen, or you could just do 1 lumen. And either way, it's ridiculous, dog. Like the amount of brightness it would be when the quote unquote astronauts out within like 1,000 miles of the moon, they would have been incinerated like instantaneously by the brightness.
Yeah, just look at how bright the full moon was a couple nights ago. If you didn't have any atmos going on above you, and all these distortions, and imagine that being 65,000 times brighter.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's a really really good way to break it down with the inverse square law.
Oh my goodness!
Because they what's really interesting about the inverse square law, right, is so. If you Google what does the sun look like from other planets, right, you'll see like a graphic showing like if you're standing on Saturn, how small the sun will appear to you, angular size wise. So it's like they do have a concept of angular size shrinking at a distance, right? But when they get to like if you just continue to apply that, right, the sun would just eventually you wouldn't see it, right? But because they space, the infinite vacuum and all that stuff, they just basically equate it to like you just see this little tiny dot and it's just 300 million trillion bazillion miles away. It's just like, cool, man. Great story.
Oh, I tell you what, it is fun. See, I just dropped 13 in the voice chat. Now I'm going to drop 14. Let's see here. Yeah, between Alan and Austin, I am falling way behind.
I did a little presentation of the GPS thing and most of the interferometry stuff on Geos the other day.
Oh, you did?
Cool. Yeah. So all the Globers left.
Yes.
And there was no response.
Yes.
And Kocho was I guess he was the one that people were waiting to give a refutation or whatever, because I guess he uses GPS as a globe proof frequently or whatever. But he was quote unquote AFK throughout the presentation, so he says that he wasn't really paying attention or whatever. So no response from that yet.
I want to get a credentialed academic on here. Whether it be Professor Parks or whether it be somebody else in the fall when school starts back up, to give us their side, which you already did, but to give us their side out loud of GPS and the inverse square law of light and the second law of thermodynamics and Newton's third law of motion, and explain it how it works in their fairy tale. That's what I would pay to hear that too,
dude. So So my boy, I can science that. I sent him that stuff.
Oh yes,
I sent them the Wang papers, right? So the GPS stuff, like the explicit GPS stuff, where it goes into detail about everything that I just said. As he was like reading it over, he was like, "What's that?" He like, instead of like reading the whole thing and absorbing it, he would like read a couple sentences and then message me and be like, "This part's wrong for X, Y, Z." And I'm like, no, just buddy. Buddy. So he eventually makes it through. Yeah, buddy. He eventually makes it through the whole thing, and then he was like, "What part does it say that there's a preferred direction of light?" And it was like, well, first of all, the whole paper is about the Sagnac effect in GPS, so there's that, right? And then there's parts in the paper where it explicitly mentions the preferred direction and the how it's dependent on the direction of the propagation and all these things. And then, just look at how they're accounting for the Sagnac effect, what the implications are, the thing that I laid out about the being truly at rest relative to the ether wind, how that reflects by you receiving the information first. Like, just no response, dog. He hit me up a day later and was like, "Hey, what did you do for the 4th of July? Did you have a barbecue?" And I was like, "Yeah." Just like literally, this part of it is so damning to their narrative and reference frames and all these things. Because remember, dog, like they tell us that this reference frame, like the two postulates of special relativity, is all reference frames are equally valid. There's no preferred frame, and the second postulate is that the speed of light is the same in all frames. It's not. It's provably not. Even from the frame that they're deriving everything from.
Here's what you do, Alan. You tell them, you've taken the bane and warping of space-time to such an extreme that I can leave, go a few thousand light years, come back and be younger when I get back. and so that's what you guys think, and they come back with, yeah, I enjoyed my barbecue on 4th of July. How about you?
Yeah, dog. He literally was like, "How was your 4th of July?" I'm like, "It was great, had a barbecue, but like, seriously, did you read the rest of those papers where the speed of light has a preferred direction, provably, measurably, repeatably?" Seriously. Like, what's interesting about the interferometry, man, and like they're like, flat earthers don't do science. We have all the science and measurements, boys. All the science and measurements point towards an absolute reference frame and a preferred directional speed of light, or not even just light, but electromagnetic wave propagation in general has a preferred direction to it. And everything that they try and make a reference frame to, they'll try and equate it to Earth rotation. And if there's an ether wind facilitated by an ether vortex at the North Pole, well, you're going to have the same exact effects as a globe, right? Like the effects are going to be indistinguishable from Earth rotation. Right, you're never going to feel Earth rotation, but it's always going to have this weird lingering effect that has to be accounted for mysteriously for some reason. Right? Yeah. It's an ether wind, boys.
Yeah, it's interesting. Our science has Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light, physics of water, physics of light, plus motion of the Earth around the sun, Michelson-Morley. We have 8 inches per mile squared dropped over distance. We have all that stuff. Plus, we have observations and measurements. Plus, we know that heliocentrism is nothing but sun pagan worship from Hermes Trismegistus, is not farther back, and Copernicus and Newton both gave homage to them on the revolution of the heavenly spheres and Emerald Tablet. But we live on a ball anyway.
Dude, speaking of your boy, shout out to the homie Hermes Trismegistus, dude, good guy. So, Jim, You've probably never read the Talmud, right? But you've heard of it.
No, I haven't read that. But go ahead.
So Smurf from ADL Discord. I think I don't know if he comes on here. If you guys know Smurf, but anyway, Smurf was perusing one of the Talmuds, right? And he Control F searched what was it, astrology or something like that, or astrology. And what he found was that there's this interesting story about what's the guy, Abraham or whatever, was, really upset that his astrological reading said that he wasn't going to have a son or anything like that, or actually have no children or something. So he was like, all upset. He was praying to God, the Talmud God or whatever. And the Talmud God was like, "Hey, don't worry, bro. Your astrology doesn't apply to the Israelites. Like, you guys are immune to the astrological effects and all these things." So they, so he's like, "Oh, no way!" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, you're cool. Your bloodline's gonna be pure, and you're actually gonna have a son, and all these, and all these things, right?" So basically, what they were having, or what they talk about in this conversation, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here off of what Smurf was telling me, was that basically that when God created everything, he created like NPCs, basically just like people to like, be on the earth and fulfill, just, hang around or whatever. Like they didn't have that breath of life, so to speak, or whatever. And that these NPCs are influenced by the stars and the astrological signs and all these things, and that the quote unquote Israelites are not. They're immune to it. So what they do in the Talmud, it further explains like how they can use the stars and all these influences against the quote unquote, boy, essentially. It's just really interesting stuff. I never heard of any of that, but it's like really fascinating concepts because a lot of people kind of come to the understanding that with the luminaries in the sky being close and all these things, like there's definitely some sort of like like they have like a sphere of influence, so to speak, when they're closer to us and further away and all these things. So yeah, it's just an interesting thing I'd never.
No, if you you get back Trismegistus, father of alchemy, which basically is the operation of the sun. One of the tenets is you can change lead into gold, which is a precursor to modern day chemistry. So, how much should we trust the periodic tables? And then you get into alchemy. That one of the subsets of alchemy is astronomy. The other subset is theurgy, theurgy, which is operation of the gods. And there's two types of magic. There's black magic and there's good magic. So good. And then then alchemy also has another subset, which is reincarnation or rebirth. It's really cool, man. I'm so excited that we get to talk to people whose foundations is in this garbage.
Yeah, well, apparently a lot of quantum mechanics and stuff is relatable to like about the vibrations and tiny particles vibrating and orbiting other tiny particles and stuff like that. Apparently a lot of that stuff is talked about esoterically in the Kabbalah.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject. I'm just as you know, I'm just getting a little bit acquainted with quantum mechanics, and obviously there's a lot to know, and I have my two sources that are pro online that I'm listening to now. But obviously, you and I have looked over Planck's constant and the one of the foundational equations of quantum mechanics, which is E equal hv or E equal hf, which is H is obviously Planck's constant, and then you have vibration and you have frequency, and then of course it's supposed to equal energy on the other side. Cool story, bro. And so and then you get into, and I'll just read this off real quick. You have the postulates of quantum theory, which is wave function determines everything. All observations have operators. Observables are Hermitian. I still can't pronounce this one. Eigen functions of operators are independent expectation value integrals and time-dependent Schwarzenegger equation. Like I have no idea.
The Schwarzenegger.
I have no idea what that means. And then you get down to superposition, entanglement, and interference. And then not only are they bits in the classical computer, they're qubits, Qubits, in the quantum computers. And it's just like, okay, bro, keep talking. I enjoy it. I'm taking notes as I go along. And so I'll never understand it because that's okay. Because I've been told that quantum mechanics is weird, strange, and it's apparent how things work in our real world, in the subatomic, area. We can't see it, but it's apparently how things work. So I'm supposed to believe in weird, strange, and apparent. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing, bro. I love you much.
If you get 10 quantum physicists together and ask them what quantum physics is, they'll give you 10 different answers. So are you supposed to hold 10 different beliefs at the same time to conform?
I can. If you ask me to, I will. I don't know.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, Creation Bear?
Hey, what's good? What's good? I'm enjoying the conversation.
Nice.
I keep hearing about this Tristis Majestus. I'll have to look him up.
Hermes Trismegistus, CB. He's the man. I tell you, if you're going to have a boy in pagan sun worship, CB, it's Hermes Trismegistus. I'm telling you right now.
Nice. Well, I'll put it on my list of research notes. We do have someone that wants to level up to a flat earther role, so I did mention that we could possibly do it live here. If he pops back in the next moment or two, we could fire it up. Maybe you guys could have some questions for him. I've got a list of questions I'll probably ask him, but I'm sure you guys will come up with some. You can kind of put him, put his feet to the fire. Go ahead.
CB, have you come across heliosorcery yet online on YouTube?
Somewhat familiar with the name, but I don't think so.
If you have an hour, if you have 103 minutes available, heliosorcery on YouTube. It's got like 265,000 views since November of last year. The gentleman's name is Chris Sparks. His wife filmed it, and one other person, did the editing, the computer editing. So it's a 3-person operation. And if you want to get acquainted with Hermes Trismegistus, that's the perfect way to go. He is a Christian, and so it's called heliosorcery, as it sounds, one word, and it's on YouTube, and it's an hour 43.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll check it out. Heliosorcery.
Yeah, dog. Once you read the green tablets, like, good to go. Secrets of the universe, or whatever they say.
Yeah, our friend here is charging up, so you guys want to continue or whatever, shoot the breeze until he gets here or whatever. That's fine. Glad to be here, though. It's good to hear from you guys. Alan, you guys are cooking up a nice conversation, so appreciate that as well. It's
yeah. See, Alan's not only my tech advisor, he's also my go-to guy for things I know nothing about, which a lot of things that he does. So he's my tech advisor and my what would you call it? My I don't know, my relativity destroyer advisor.
Nice. Did that sound effect just come through for you? What the heck? That was so. I just put it in the background. That's weird. I clicked that like a minute ago. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm head of the relativity department, Jim, or whatever.
That sound effect came through twice.
Yeah, that was weird. It must have been a big lag there. Sorry about that, fellas. But what department are you, Alan? That's hilarious.
I was just joking. I was head of the relativity department for Flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I know. That's hilarious, dude. I'll have to come up with my own little department while I'm in. That's funny.
Yeah, I was always super into it as a heliocentrist enthusiast, but I never really understood it or took like a critical eye to it. So like just trying to understand it through the lens of accepting that it's already true. None of it made any sense to me. So I just blindly believed in it like everyone else and said things like, space-time is the fabric of the universe, thinking I had like some big brain knowledge or whatever on it. And after taking another pass at it, after, coming to the understanding that these things are all lies based on, other lies and how they could and make it seem, give the appearance that it's real.
Hey, CB, I got a question for you.
It's all made up. I literally started lying about the like experimental results. It's crazy.
Yeah, I had a similar story there. You were cutting out just a little bit at the end there, but Wavemixer, I did hear you come through. You had a question or something?
Yeah, I did. You were talking, you've mentioned it a few times about different people that have different skills, like clipcord and going into the VC verification, and I was thinking of something that I might be able to help with. Now, I'm on here listening all day long. I can't always talk because my phone rings, and I can't just like be in the middle of a phone call at work while I'm doing this. But what I was thinking I can do, I was talking to Dave Hinkle earlier this morning, and there was a lot of dead air. And if you wanted to bestow the DJ bot control, I could try to make sure that we had some stuff up there to put up just so there wasn't dead air. I don't know if you have a library of canned stuff that can be pulled off communally, or whether people have stuff on their own personal computers. At home, I've probably got 2 solid days worth of FE music that I could put on different songs. But I wouldn't mind volunteering my services to try to help keep out the dead air away when there's nothing to say and I can't be on the air. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's something that I could do.
Copy that. Well, I went ahead and gave you the role already, and I'll probably link you up with a few of the other guys that like to run the bot, and we can kind of give you a crash course on how things typically go. But yeah, seems like a good call. I've already hooked you up with the role there, and I can kind of, if you have questions, I'll send you a message in the another chat room.
Okay. Well, I'm just starting my lunch break right now, so I got about a half an hour. Got my food sitting here at my desk. So if you want to do something now, we can. If not, yeah, whenever. But I'd be more than happy to do that. Thank you, sir.
Cool. Yeah, not to bore the panel, but check the back chat. There should be a new channel open to you called LS1 Music Bot Commands right above this live stream voice text. If you can see that, pop in there, and I'll kind of we can go from there. But yeah, back to scheduled programming.
Yeah. Oh, what up? There's my boy Amish. That dude is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, recently gold as well. So shout out to Amish.
Yeah, dude. Whenever I need someone to look into something, but I don't have time, I hit up Amish. I'm like, yo, dog, I need you to go deep on this. And then like a day later, he comes back with like all the gravy. It's amazing.
Yeah, big shout out to Amish, man. Yeah, there's a reason why we recently bumped him up to gold. Does great work in the VC. Does great work in the chats. All right,
yeah,
I think we're ready with. Yeah. Shout out to Amish. Yeah, hey Michael, welcome, dude. How are you?
Thanks. I'm okay. How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. Well, you want to step up and get to your blues, huh? You want to get your flat Earth roll?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm just curious, when was like the first time you heard the words flat Earth? What year could you attribute that to? For me, it was 2017. What about you?
Maybe 2021.
Okay, you're post Coco flat Earther. Fair enough. And I see you joined the server just at the end of June here. How did you find this place?
Well, I've been in the server before. Like this is like my alt account. Now it is my main, but it used to be my alt account. On the other account, I was in the server before, like a year or two ago, and I left. I'm just rejoining.
Gotcha. What was the name on the old account, if you don't mind me asking?
I think Redpo or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if you remember, maybe type it in the chat. We can kind of just double check on that. But in terms of questions, I do have a list here. I can kind of throw out some questions your way. And it's good that you've been here for a while, so maybe you might know some of these. But in terms of flat Earth and globe Earth, who has the positive claim or the burden of proof?
Globe Earth.
Yep, I would agree. I would agree with that. Have you heard of the Black Swan before?
Yeah.
Is it about the horizon or something else?
It is about testing the curvature, if it's there. Right?
Well, let me just re-ask the question, make sure you follow along. But the question is it about the horizon or something else?
The horizon.
Yeah, it is about the horizon. And if you have any questions about that, you can ask us about that. We can kind of go into more detail. Are you familiar with the scientific method?
Yeah.
Is there more than one scientific method?
No, just one.
Okay. Very good. Let's see. Are you familiar with the any of the claimed sizes of the globe, either radius, circumference, diameter? Are you familiar with any of those numbers?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, you cut out there for me just a little bit. You do, or you don't, or you do?
Oh, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem. That's just curious. What about like something like the distance to the sun?
Oh, that's like 93 million, I think.
Yep. What about maybe the distance to the? Yeah, 93. I think is the correct made-up answer that they just chose. But what about say distance to the moon? Are you familiar with those numbers by any chance?
Probably in the thousands. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think that's about 250,000, roughly. I think it's about 230,000, if I'm not mistaken, 240,000.
Yeah, something like
Maybe
that.
I can double check that. But about 250,000 miles. Okay, very good. What is gravity?
In the globe Earth is like a force that pulls you and makes objects spherical.
Cool. So, are you familiar with how many types of gravity there is?
As far as I know, it's just one.
Okay. Have you heard of Newtonian gravity?
No.
What you just described is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. They're claiming it's a force. So they have Newtonian gravity, the mass attracting mass, and they also have Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. Have you heard of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I had like
so that's a good
definitions.
Well, a lot of globers also don't know this as well. It's good to know this because you can ask them and say, "Hey, how many gravities are there, or whatever?" And they'll go, "Oh, just Earth's gravity," and it kind of shows they don't really fully understand the Newtonian physics and the Einstein's model. So it's good for you to know that as well. All right. Well, that's a lot of the questions I went through. Does anybody else in the panel have questions for Michael here?
Nah, man, I'm ready to jump him into the gang. Let's go.
Hey, let's go. Thanks, guys.
It's blood in, blood out, though, dog. So, after the Randy situation, there will be formal contracts that need to be signed. So, just a heads up.
Yeah, honestly, the next Glober that comes in, you're up. So
that's right.
No, but you guys don't have any questions? Anybody? Russ, Quetz, Flatman, Jim? Any questions for Michael?
I think you established a pretty good baseline knowledge. I do want to definitely give him the role, but I got flat out asked to provide 3 proofs and explain them in detail.
For flat Earth?
Yeah. Could you name 3?
The black swan, no curvature, the Antarctica Treaty.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably ask for should have asked for geometric proofs, or I wouldn't really count the treaty.
I mean, it just makes it look sus.
Yeah, but they don't. I wouldn't really put that out into the conversation. They'll kind of that'll derail the whole point of the convo, proving curvature, the rotation, and the vacuum of space. So basically,
is impossible or eclipse?
I would keep it away from space too.
Yeah. I think the Selenalian eclipse is a little bit more advanced for when they start saying, "What about the sky?"
Yeah, your best bet is to stick closer to the ground, like Russ is saying. So once you start getting up into the sky, you're in Glober territory.
Yeah, you are. You are.
I'll tell you.
That's true because the globe model was derived from the sky, so all the measurements and things will always return in their favor. So you have to be aware of that getting into it. Well, of that, like, you know, once you start understanding that these are coordinate system transformations, basically, then once you understand that, you can kind of hold your ground a little better on the sky situation. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead and continue.
No, I agree. That was a good addition there. All right. Well, I kind of want to piggyback off what Russell was saying. Let's go into three things, and then maybe you could detail a little bit. So you said black swan and no curvature. Honestly, that's kind of one, but I'll give you. We can do both, I guess. So, what is your understanding of the black swan? Let's go through that just a little bit.
So I think the black swan is like when the ships go over the curvature, but you can actually zoom in and it doesn't go actually over the curvature. It's just angular, so just going out of your view because it's too far to see. You can do that with a simple test, like you can put markers and put another marker far away. It'll look like it's going down on a flatter surface.
Okay. I mean, you're right. The black swan is something a little bit more specific. I'm going to post an image. You probably have seen it. Might jog your memory. So let me just post this in the chat real quick. But what you just described is true. Yeah. You definitely have seen it before.
Michael, have you pulled up the Earth curve calculator yet? Or
no?
Any of them? Yeah. That's this is basically trying to prove. They're trying to claim a geometric horizon. They'll be at a certain distance, and the black. Actually, I'll let CB. I don't want to interrupt. I'll let you take it where you're gonna. So.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. I'm just getting these screenshots for you for our friend here.
So yeah, Michael, they're claiming that it's a geometric horizon that's going to be at a specific distance. The oil rigs are at specific distances, like 6 and 9 miles roughly. Just as demarcation points, just to show that the horizon's clearly beyond that. If you type in the observer height and the distance to, well, if you type in the observer height, it'll give you distance to the supposed geometric horizon, which is at 1 foot observer height, 1.225 miles. You can clearly see the horizons beyond the boats, the rigs rather, say at least 10 miles. So that right there disproves their claim of a geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my point too. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, yeah, that's like one of the biggest proofs that does it for me. But I'm also researching flat Earth, so yeah.
I'm gonna drop you a link to QE's proofs. The sextant in celestial navigation is also another really good one. He breaks it down. Know anything about that? You recall hearing people talk about it? Drop you a link and go through it whenever you have time, Michael.
Okay. Which channel? Is this a live stream voice text?
Yeah, I'll drop it in live stream. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like 7 proofs, and what I did was just kind of went through each one of them several times to make sure I had a good understanding of everything. Like I said, they're broken down really, really simply and concisely.
Hey, CB, if I'm not roboting, I got one question for the new flat Earth.
Please, yeah, go ahead, Dave. Glad to hear from you.
My mic's actually working.
Sounds good. Yep.
Wow. Well, who we talked to, Michael? You said you've been looking at this for a couple of years. I just want to know, is there any question, any little nagging shred of doubt that may think you're incorrect about this, and it might actually be a spinning ball? Is there anything that's like a nagging doubt in your mind? Go ahead.
The flight path, those kind of confuse me how it works. Also, the star trails. So, like, for the star trails one, when you're looking when you're on the southern hemisphere, how are you able to see the same type of star, the Southern Cross? whichever way you're facing.
Well, my first response when my mic's working, and I'll let somebody else answer it properly, but things in the sky, can we really measure those and test them and make sure we know exactly what's going on in the sky? Somebody else answer it properly now. Go ahead.
1 second. Yeah, so yeah, so there's Shane has a really good presentation on the Southern Star, or quote unquote rotation, right? So what's going on is that they're anti-corpuscular rays, and it's what each person is seeing is it's basically from their own perspective. So when they say like, there's no actual Southern Star trail rotation, it's relative to each person. So we think it's some sort of projection of the northern hemisphere stars out onto from being an anti-corpuscular ray. I'll link you the videos on it, but basically each person sees it in its own location. It's not like a central point, like where you're looking at the North Pole, or where you're looking at Polaris, for example. It's not the same as that. Like it changes locations relative to the observer. It's some sort of optical illusion in the southern hemisphere. I'll send you the videos on it. But that is a really good question, and that was one that that kind of always was in the back of my mind. But there's so many other things that where it's like it's not like it wasn't a make or break for me, but coming to the understanding of the anti-corpuscular situation and how the Southern Star rotation isn't actually around a central point. It's relative to where the person, or to each observer that's seeing it. So there's something else going on there in terms of what's they give the surface level narrative of that it's a 1-to-1 comparison of Polaris and the northern hemisphere. It's not. So that's just that's like the long version of the explanation of it. But I'll have everything. I'll send you the links to it so you can get in, or see it for yourself, because it's easier to understand with actual demonstrations of like what the anti-corpuscular rays are and all that stuff.
Yeah. Thanks,
Michael. If you want to do a dive into something, take a dive into the fictitious Southern Pole star called Sigma Octantis. Take a dive into that. Take a dive into their supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica, where there's hundreds, if not thousands, of proofs of that in the northern latitudes, but only five videos in the southern latitudes. And obviously, if we were on a ball, with all those United Nations countries of the Antarctic Treaty, they would have as many in the south, at least, as they have in the north. So if you want to look in, if you want to take a dive, obviously that Antarctica is closed. 30-minute video is really good. But if you want to take a dive into Sigma Octantis, that it doesn't exist, and take a dive into the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and have that as backup when you talk to your globe friends.
Okay, thank you. Also for the flight path, when you look at the flat Earth model and the globe model, I feel like the flight route should take longer on the flat Earth model compared to the globe Earth. So how does that work on the flat Earth model?
Now, just go ahead, CB. Go ahead.
Well, can you show me this model, Michael? Can you show me this model you're talking about?
So I was watching a Professor Dave video on this. I can link it.
It's all right, man. It's all good.
I mean, yeah.
It's all good.
The mic I was using.
Yeah.
I would just have to look up the video.
Yeah, not Professor Dave has a 12-minute video and an 18-minute video that he loves to show off while we're so stupid. Anyway.
I just want to throw
I'll be for real with you. My the flight routes. Sorry, yeah, the flight routes isn't my favorite subject either. But like the TLDR is, they're derived from, what do they call them? Great circles. So you can make great circles on a planar disk too, same way. They would be identical. So there's that. And then in terms of distances for flight routes, right? There's what do you call it? There's the jet stream, right? Now the public available data that we have on the speeds of these jet streams at varying altitudes only goes up to like I think 35,000 feet or something like that, 39,000 feet, and then like we're supposed to have data, for higher levels than that. Actually, Globebusters did an episode where they bought the app, the premium app or whatever that all the pilots use to figure out their flight planning stuff. And they claim in the app that, once you have the premium version, you'll have access to the higher jet stream data, and all these things. And they actually don't give it to us. They cap it at like 30 something thousand feet for publicly available data. So anyway, how the distances could be shorter and times could be made up for is basically when the plane's, en route, it just goes to a different altitude, catches a jet stream, that speed is added to their, how fast they're traveling, and it's not going to break the sound barrier or do anything weird. And actually the people in the plane wouldn't even know if the sound barrier was broken. So if they're flying over an ocean, doing this, it would be really hard. It would be impossible for the people in the plane to know like how fast they're going, and how long. So
just remember, Michael, a couple centuries ago, these maps that we referenced today were called charts. They were estimations. So just remember, they are estimations. A map or a model. I have a model of Santa Claus, and I could use mathematical formulas to make him come alive, but that doesn't make sure he's going to come alive. So when somebody throws a model at you, it's a model. Now, if you want to believe in a model, marry one and enjoy the rest of your life with one. But a model demonstrates absolutely nothing. So just be careful when people start throwing maps and models at you. Second point is that airplanes will fly land location to land location, 3 degrees, nose up. If you want to believe in a map, then you can look at Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and when they stop, when they happen to have a stopover, they stop over in L.A. or Dallas, Fort Worth. They do that for a reason, because land location to land location allows them to do it, and that is going into their supposed globe, northern hemisphere. But on our supposed map, if you want to believe a map, it is land location to land location, and it works perfectly. Now, do they use great circle routes? You could theoretically use a great circle route from Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia, or back. You could theoretically use that and stay in the South Pacific Ocean only, if you wanted to use jet streams or whatever you want to use. But there's no evidence they do that. There's no evidence. Now, you could do it, but there's no evidence that they do. So you need to go back to what they do. Land location to land location, 3 degrees. Some people say 2 to 3 degrees nose up. Land location, land location. That's what they do. Now, great circle route is possible. Is it used? I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows. But the only reason they would use it is for the jet stream.
Okay.
Oh, and the last point. I am so sorry. The last point is that there is so much more land in the northern latitudes on a stationary plane than there is on the southern latitudes. 90% of people live on the northern latitudes, 10% live in the southern latitudes. That's one of the problems with having somebody tell you in Australia what's happening, because there's so few people that can collaborate it. There are more reference points. There's more land by which you can derive your location from in the northern latitudes than there is the southern latitudes. So if somebody tells you they can derive their location flying over these mass sums of water in the southern latitudes, they're trying to sell you a bridge too that you can't afford. And so you just got to remember who you're talking to. Here's another great point that Alan sent me that I think he got as well from somebody else. He dropped it in my E drive the other day. Is that there is information of what GPS covers in the world as far as we believe land location, not satellites in space. They don't cover the vast areas of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. They don't cover that stuff because nobody's there. So when a glober comes and tells you, I use my GPS, global positioning satellite, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they can't prove that squat. They can say it, but they can't prove it. So a lot of these people are going to say, well, I saw Sigma Octantis, and it's the southern pole star. No, you didn't. You can say it, but you can't prove it. Well, I got navigation out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. No, you didn't. You can say it, but you can't prove it. Guys, I can say that I'm 8 foot tall behind my camera, my camera on, and I can speak it all I want to, but I can't prove it. Sorry.
Nah, you're good. That was funny, though.
Are you physical?
Yeah. I tell you what. Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
This is not mine. This is Austin's. He said this, and it's somewhat what he said. I think I got most of it. I don't know if you know Austin Witzik, but he says if you cover a lie, you have to lie. You have no choice but to lie because truth will always win. Truth will always come to the light. When you cover a lie, you put yourself in this tough situation where you have to begin to lie and use fallacious arguments and be dishonest and mislead and twist things around. And the globe is a lie.
Yeah, like to defend it. Well, that's all I got for now. Thanks for answering my questions. I'll check out the links. I'm gonna hop off. See ya, guys.
Take care. You have a great day now.
You too.
That was a very nice gang initiation. I didn't know that you guys did that. You guys like quiz for the ranks and all that. That's very interesting.
If my mic's working, I'll chime in. That guy sounded sincere and good luck in his journey to truth. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
Well, Dave, I don't know if you heard earlier, but CB gave me the role of bot control. I don't know how to use it yet, so I'm not going to start playing with it now, but we were talking about that earlier, and I got it.
Nice, dude. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
That's awesome. It's pretty... Doing pretty good. It's pretty easy to figure out, man. If you just do the M exclamation point help, it'll send you the whole list of commands.
Let's take a look. M exclamation point HELP. Well, Flat Earth Music Pot gave me a 1 with some musical notes. I don't know what that means. But my lunch break's almost over, so I'm going to have to play with this later and deaden my mic down. So, thank you for listening in.
It sends you a message in the DMs, and then you have to read that, and it gives you a whole list of everything. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay, cool.
Yo, Jim.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, bro, Alan?
What up, bro? Hey, do you want to troubleshoot that thing real quick, or do you still want to wait till later?
No, we can do it now. You want to do it on? You just want to shoot down to You want me to? Want me just to call you? You call me?
Yes, sir.
I'll call you. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thanks everybody for allowing us to have a discussion.
Yeah, peace. It was dope hanging out with you guys.
Stay blessed.
Thanks for coming in and having the discussion.
And welcome Michael to the gang. He will be a great asset moving forward.
I'm really glad that he jumped in here. He's been here for a while, but he's spent most of his time chatting in the text. I like it when they get the confidence to finally hop in the stream. Of course, I showed up too late for that, but that's okay. Got this guy in the lobby, green light, and he's just been a keyboard warrior for the past couple hours. Ignores anytime anybody mentions getting VC verified, and then kind of has the invincible ignorance thing going on right now. Same stuff, different person.
So on a side note here, there's, I don't know if you've ever heard of Quora, Quora.com. And I don't know how I came across it, but somebody posted something the effect of why Psalm 19:1 was written on, oh dang, what's his name?
Werner von Braun.
Werner von Braun, yeah, why that was put on his headstone. So I answered back something to the effect of because he knew that his rockets couldn't get through the firmament. And so far, I've had a whole bunch of people reply back to that with a positive. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
That's the thing, is a lot of these Glovers, because there's so many, it's kind of like the loud minority type thing that we see that effect happen with a lot of other groups where they'll scream really loud about something they passionately want to be true. And that's the same thing happening with the Glover, because the average person doesn't give a crap what the shape of the Earth is. They want to go to work, go shopping, get food, go home, hang out with people they love, and then do the same thing tomorrow. They do not care about the shape of the Earth. They know they're not going to Antarctica, they're never going to space, they're not thinking about it. So when somebody brings up something that's contradictory to the mainstream stuff, and it kind of has already got their interest perked because they're already suspecting maybe they're not telling the truth about this, they're inclined to get positive feedback for that because they're not tethered to this cartoon ball like a lot of these extremists are that come in here. The average person doesn't use Discord. It's a really bad sample for perspectives, honestly, because it's mostly just gamers and, the handful of truthers that use this medium to be able to discuss things. It's pretty much just artists and truthers and mindless consumers. But the same thing with YouTube. People make the assumption that the entire world uses YouTube. Really bad sample of, world opinions there. It goes for all social media. You kind of have to look at all of them together in order to get it. And even that's, you can lie with all statistics. It's just funny to me, though, because they make it look... People come here in these heliolators with their sun worship will assume that everybody else also worships the sun like they do. I really feel like a lot of folks already know that it's not real, but they're just carrying on with the vain traditions of stuff the same way that they do when they keep Christmas or other things. Like, they know that there's no Santa. They're still going to put up the tree and act like Santa's real, even though that they know that it's a cartoon. They know that most of the shit that NASA gives us is fake, but they'll just put up all the... Yeah, it's a globe, because I'm sure that it's based on a true story, right? It's got to be real, right? So they put up their little cartoon globe. And, yeah, this is real. And somewhere deep down, I think they know. They know it's all a cartoon. And that's what cogdis is having conflicting beliefs. Everybody begins as a flat earther until you're indoctrinated into one cult or another.
We're all flat earthers, just not everybody knows it.
Yeah. Everybody starts out just trying to figure out how to walk. And that requires stationary, non-rotating surfaces that are flattened relatively level so that you can, walk from point A to point B without falling down like a trunk. I remember somebody actually placed that argument, though, that the reason why babies have trouble learning how to walk is because of the Earth's rotation or some crap. Like, are you retarded? Oh, yeah, that's why they spit up a lot, too, because, bruh. Dude was serious, too. I've heard, and it's not that, I've heard somebody mention that here, but I've heard this before from multiple people saying that same stupid line, and they may just be joking, but honestly, if they think that that's actually true, holy crap. It doesn't even take into consideration that is the mother not moving at 1,000 miles an hour then the baby's born, and now the baby's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. The sophistry is thick, man. A lot of these people, they come up with this weird nonsense arguments, though, that are not tethered to how reality actually even functions to begin with. So it's just trying to derail a conversation. It has nothing to do with the truth, just winning. Ah, see, I got him. Aha, I made them trip up. Making somebody pause to figure out how to react to stupidity doesn't mean that somebody won. It just means that they've been fucking baffled with bullshit. Bro. No. Flabbergasted. It's kind of I always suspected that stupidity could reach these levels, but I've never seen it in person. I do enjoy when we have the people who are actually trying to have real conversations, though, and they're objectively looking at reality. Even the Glovers are trying to do some tests, whatever. They're out there actually looking at reality instead of staring at a screen and showing you a picture of a cartoon. So it's cool that it gets people out there moving around doing stuff. That's real science. Hell, I'd go as far as to say that this wouldn't even be real science without the control and variable parts of it, like, the debate and discussion. Gotta have people questioning things. Otherwise, how do you produce knowledge? And he went to cactus. That was eventual. Inevitable. That's true, homie. The Star Wars nerds and Trekkies are super pissed at the flat Earth discussion. I know there's some that don't care, but there's definitely a bunch of hardcore fans that and Marvel. The people are into the superhero stuff because they've got all these gods from other planets. Yeah. You just mess with them on mission and tell them that lightsabers can't work on a globe. Wait, what? Because nothing works on a globe. I think I might be heading out in a minute. If y'all have bendy lightsabers. Yeah, exactly. On a globe, lightsabers bend. You can't have a straight lightsaber on a globe. It's bendy light. Can't have Cloud City either because Coriolis. I think I'm gonna head out. It's gonna be like dead air in a minute, so y'all should probably play music or a clip or something. I'm not feeling too good, so I can't even think straight. I'm good on trying to play random stuff. I nominate Wade Mixer to play his first whatever. Pick something cool.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
I like that song.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone.
In every revolution, there's one man with a vision.
Captain Kirk, I shall consider it.
I've been a participant in some of the most insidious lies and witnessed to deeds that no crazed man can imagine. I spent years watching you from my lofty position to know that you were the one I could trust.
And why did you lie to me?
There still exist some secrets which should remain secret. Truths that people are just not ready to know.
Who are you to decide that?
The world's reaction to such knowledge would be far too dangerous.
Dangerous? You mean in the sense of outrage? Like the reaction to the Kennedy assassination, or MIAs, or radiation experiments on terminal patients. Watergate, Iran-Contra, Roswell, the Tuskegee experiments. Where will it end?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! Get out!
Or what? You'll kill me?
Always remember, dissension's the greatest form of patriotism.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
We have before us the opportunity to forge a new world order.
Yes, we can. And you say.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
A lie is most convincingly hidden between two truths.
Well, I guess it won't end.
No! I don't have time for this. This is about saving the future of humanity. We know things are bad, worse than bad. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. I want you to get up right now. Go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm a human being. My life has value, and I'm not going to take this anymore. You shall not pass!
You're listening to the Revolutionary Radio Project with your host, Rob Skiba.
Hello and welcome to the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba. And tonight I'm going to continue my series on the Flat Earth controversy. And, whenever I play that intro, I'm going to deal with the potential, at least, of a conspiracy. Are we dealing with a conspiracy here? Now, there's some people that say that the fact that people are even discussing this right now is part of a conspiracy that was generated to get us all to look stupid and make the Bible look bad and Christians look bad, and it's against us for that reason. What if, though, that the conspiracy is the other way around? Now, let's just think about that for a minute, because a lot of people have been asking me, well, okay, if this flat earth thing is true, if we are in a flat enclosed system exactly as the Bible describes, then what's the motive? Why would they lie to us? Well, I mean, motive seems pretty easy to me. Quite clear, actually. First, you get people to doubt the Word of God by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Second, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution thus removes God from the equation. Then when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design. But deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. Then promote the ancient alien theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetrating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble, orbiting an average sun in an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. Interesting that a new blue marble just came out this week. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. The stage is finally set for our ancient alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince us all the more that all religions are false. We then put our trust in them. And finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I'm just considering the possibilities here. But with that in mind, consider what the scientists of our day have to say about God and our Bible.
What would you say to some of the parents who are like, look, we're going to go ahead, we'll learn about evolution, but we also believe in creationism. What is the harm in learning the Bible's creation story?
Well, learning the story is fine. I mean, that's great. But it's not science. And tax dollars used for science education shouldn't be used to teach creationism as an alternative. Creationism is not right.
The notion of creationism, or in fact, look, Senator Marco Rubio, who's presumably a reasonably intelligent man, was asked, what's the age of the earth? And ultimately, either because he actually believed it or he was trying to appeal to some constituency, had to argue that it's a big mystery, that somehow we should teach kids both ideas that the earth is 6,000 years old and that it's 4.55 billion years old, which is what it is. If you think about that, somehow saying that, well, anything goes, we shouldn't offend religious beliefs by requiring kids to understand reality. That's child abuse.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
He's like primary atheist of the world. And so if you're going to talk about science and religion, you need people like that to find out where are they thinking, where are they taking us, what's it all about. But we couldn't just feature Richard Dawkins. We need some other views here. And so we combed the landscape. And we found a Jesuit priest. This is the academic order of the Catholic Church. And we have with us Father Martin. Welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much.
All right. You, as a modern Catholic, have no problem with evolution.
Correct.
Correct. I can't say the same about other theologians who walk this earth. So what does that mean?
It means that
in the world, in politics, in all of this.
Sure. Well, it means that different Christians have different viewpoints on that. I'm a firm believer in evolution. There are some people who don't believe it. I'm not sure how you can't be convinced if you see the kind of archaeology and the sort of the kind of history of the world. But there they are. So I can't account for ignorance.
Okay, so not to put words in your mouth,
Sure.
but what you might be saying here in this conversation is that for religion to go forward and not be in conflict with science, it needs to embrace what science finds about the natural world and not jump in the face of the scientists and say, that conflicts with my interpretation of Scripture, therefore you must be wrong.
No, I agree. And I think most religious scientists, I'm not a religious scientist, would say that and would say, this
Yes,
is
they
helping,
would, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is helping me
The ones I know.
understand. Yeah, this is helping me understand God's beautiful world. And I think what happens sometimes is, religion gets caricatured. So obviously, if you're religious, you must not believe in evolution, which I think is
Most false. Well, it's certainly true for some. You're saying it's not true for all.
I'd say for a few.
When we come back, we're going to find out if you have to give up your religion to believe in evolution. Clearly, the good father here doesn't. But how about others? When Star Talk continues. So, one of the great questions out there is, how do we get more religions or more people who are religious on board with the moving frontier of science? Recognizing that you don't have to give up your religion unless perhaps your religion requires that there was no evolution. If it requires it, maybe you got to sort of lose it. But
that's probably pretty few religions, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, right? I mean...
Well, I hope so, I frankly have a confession to make, priest.
This is your second confession. I'm listening.
I don't understand people who can't believe in evolution. I don't understand people who don't look at, the sort of carbon dating and things like that in fossils. I can't understand it, and I have a hard time understanding why people cannot accept the fact that God can work through evolution, that it's just as much of a miracle of creation if it takes 10 million years or 15 million years as if it took 7 days. So I don't understand that. Or we shouldn't say religious people think this or religious people think that, because it is a label that is applied to people and often applied to make them seem uneducated, insane, or just idiots. And as if you have to check your brain at the door.
If you add up all the begats in the book of Genesis, for example, you get an age for the earth. 6,000 years old, plus or minus a little. The universe is said to be exactly as old as the Earth. This is still the standard of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim fundamentalists, and is clearly reflected in the Jewish calendar. But so young a universe raises an awkward question. How is it that there are astronomical objects more than 6,000 light years away? It takes light a year to travel a light year, 10,000 years to travel 10,000 light years, and so on. When we look at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, the light we see left its source some 30,000 years ago. The nearest spiral galaxy like our own, M31 in the constellation Andromeda, is 2 million light years away. So we're seeing it as it was when the light from it set out on its long journey to Earth 2 million years ago. And when we observe distant quasars 5 billion light years away, we're seeing them as they were 5 billion years ago before the Earth was formed. They are almost certainly very different today. So if, despite this, we were to accept the literal truth of such religious books, how could we reconcile the data? The only plausible conclusion, I think, is that God recently made all the photons of light arriving on the Earth in such a coherent format as to mislead generations of astronomers into the misapprehension that there are such things as galaxies and quasars, and intentionally driving them to the spurious conclusion that the universe is vast and old.
To my wife I bid farewell as she waved from her gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have paid for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and castor full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. future awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waits from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and castor full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over.
It works. It works.
made it good. He made it good. He made it stationary. He made it stationary. Flat Earth girl, for you I am grateful. You believe the Bible and not Nassau's lies. Flat Earth girl, your faith is delightful. You believe in God, and that is why I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. And you believe in me. But why should we believe those NASA Nazis? Do they ever really tell the truth? No, I don't think so. And all those satellites hanging from balloons.
Hello, Maggie.
It's going to sound crazy, but I was listening to John Lennon's Imagine, one of the worst songs ever made. Like, it's brilliant wizardry, but it's truly horrifying. Imagine there's no heaven, no hell below us, and imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, but above us only sky, right? So, just like when I stopped watching porn and I replaced it with conspiracy videos, right? The way things work, the way humans work, the way consciousness works, the way everything works, is you have to replace things with things. So we are a people that looks up to God, and we pray, and we look up and we can't believe the majesty of the clouds, and we think about heaven and just the enormity and the beauty of it. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. So we took the action of looking up and seeing God, and we don't see God up anymore. We see empty space coupled with infinite possibilities. It's the ultimate wizard spell. Because Isaac Asimov, and according to Vox Day, his son is like one of the worst pedophiles in history. A lot of these sci-fi guys are fucking awful human beings, by the way. So you have all these wizards, these high-level wizards, and they'll phrase it in ways that'll blow your fucking mind. Where they're like, this blew my mind when someone said that there's more galaxies in the universe than grains of sand on all the beaches in the world. So you think a galaxy is full of solar systems that are full of planets. I mean, even if you have a bunch of planets with nothing on there, it's like the odds that there's another planet like us or another planet like, it could be anything, right? In your mind now, it goes infinite. It goes, anything you can imagine is there. All the grains of sand in all the beaches. There's more galaxies than that. But it's also completely void of everything. Like the space between it's like 1 light year is the distance that light travels in a year. That's 186,000 miles a second. So a full year is a distance that we cannot comprehend. That is the emptiness. That is an emptiness that you can't wrap your mind around. And space is completely empty. It has no atmosphere. It has nothing. It is the absence of everything. So what does it do simultaneously? What is this generation lost in space with no time left to start again? I mean, it's in the songs. The devil can't. So we look up and we see complete emptiness. Like we are a speck. We are nothing. We are a ball spinning with no direction in a sea of emptiness that we can't possibly conceive of. Nothing is there. But simultaneously, anything you can possibly imagine is up there as well. And so to bridge that gap between science fiction and reality, which is what science attempts to do. Science is wrong more than fucking anything. Watch any movie from the 90s or anything where they're just referencing anything scientific. They were wrong about fucking everything. So to bridge that, you had to put a human being up there. You had to blow people's fucking minds. You had to merge those two ideas, right? So you have the ultimate wizard spell. Infinite emptiness, infinite possibilities, right? You put it in the same place people used to look at God with, right? You used to look at stars to align yourself, like where you were. You looked at the moon to see, like, was it harvest moon? Like, are we planting right now? Like, how's the tides? It helped you orient yourself. And you focused on the earth and your family and your surroundings. And you, it gets, guys, I'm right about this. It's brilliant and evil. Okay, we're thinking about terraforming Mars. Just think, what does that do to a population? Okay, so people are now like, life on Mars. Okay, we skipped all over. The moon is, no one talks about the moon. By the way, the Mars is a red version of the moon. It's just as empty. There's no atmosphere. It's way farther. Way harder to get to, apparently. It's just red. And it's full of dust. And nothing's there at all. But yet now everyone's like, gotta get to Mars. Right? So people are like, okay, we can terraform Mars. We can alter the atmosphere. No one's doing that to fucking Greenland. No one does that to fucking Alberta. You know how much land on Earth? Earth is designed. Earth is perfect for human life. The amount of oxygen and carbon and all that. What are we saying? We are killing our Earth. We are killing it, and us being here is ruining our mother. Carbon emissions is, this will be uninhabitable, so we will have to go to Mars? If you think Earth, like, we could detonate all the fucking atomic bombs we've ever made. We could, it would be a utopia compared to anything you could possibly do to Mars. Mars is hostile to all life. Mars, you can't take one breath without instant death. Mars is not capable of having any human life on it without, even theoretically, if it's even possible, an unimaginable amount of technology and engineering to keep you alive as you're in this horror of a landscape. We're like, our temperature may go up 1 degree in the world, in the sea level, and we must go to Mars, and that's a dead end. Our nearest star, Alpha Centauri, is what, 2 light years? You can't comprehend that distance. If you go the speed of fucking light, it takes 2 years to get there. So what, you go there, it takes you 2 years. But when you go the speed of light, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, time passes way faster everywhere outside. So if you travel the speed of light for 2 years, according to Einstein, it might be a conspiracy theorist, but the rest of the world would age like 30 years, right? So how in the fuck would you possibly even go to our closest star that most likely has absolutely no planets that can possibly have life, right? We have a giant Earth, and we can do amazing things here, and it's designed for life, but yet we're already not looking at it. We're done with it. We've ruined her. We've raped and murdered and sacrificed. And now when we look up, we don't see God in the heavens just saying, one day you'll get here, be a good person. You look down, you don't see hell, you don't see Jimmy Savile, all the people that fucked up that are now burning in hell. No, you see like the mantle and the nickel core and the blah, blah, blah. They took away our connection to everything. And they replaced it with nonsense. Infinite vastness and infinite possibilities, and none of it you can ever accomplish. That's the ultimate fucking psyop. It's perfect and evil as fuck. Just believe. Do you question science? Do you question science? How the fuck would you make Mars livable? Why haven't we tried to make the moon livable? And why don't we focus on the Earth that's unbelievably livable? We're just so enamored with these fucking wizard priests that don't know shit about science. I know more about science offhand than some of these wizard priests. It's like, they'll just try and blow your mind with like things that you can't imagine. It's like, on Venus, the atmosphere is so dense that 2-mile-an-hour wind would knock you right off your feet because of all the density of the atmosphere. And it gets 400 degrees, and it's like, who gives a fuck? We're not going. We're not living there. It's impossible to go there. We can't get back to the fucking moon, apparently. We never went to the moon, guys. We never went to the moon. And there's a reason these lies exist. It's to keep people, it's to keep their eyes in that shit, that just fucking nonsense. Infinite emptiness, infinite nihilism. The amount of empty, just random, hopeless black, coupled with anything you can imagine. How the fuck is that not a psyop? And then you couple that with the fact that all evidence says that we never went to the moon and that NASA just endlessly lies. It was started by an SS Nazi who was best friends with Walt Disney. They said they no longer have the technology. They erased all the tapes, and no other countries ever went to the moon. How can you believe that? How can you live in a world where you aren't skeptical enough, or you're like so just, you just have to fucking fit in? Are you scared? Like, what is it? Everything isn't a lie. Yeah, we faked the fucking moon landing. So what? That's a real keyboard. This is a real fucking White Claw spritzer. It's freeing. It makes you realize that, like, that cognitive dissonance that people feel all the time and can't put their finger on it and just get angry at dumb shit. And it's like, just let it go. I don't know. I gotta go. Hit the like button. You guys know that this shit should be listened to. Oh, and talk more flat Earth. This is the thing I want to ask the round Earth people to explain to me. If the Earth is spinning at 700 miles an hour, 1100 miles an hour, whatever, why isn't the air spinning? And before you answer real fast and say, oh, it's all relative, it's all the same shit, the higher you go in the air, the less atmosphere there is until there's almost no atmosphere. Like 40,000 feet up, there's almost no atmosphere. So where is the break where you get away from the atmosphere in which it's no longer relative? This is a lot harder than I expected, proving that the Earth is round. There's wind? No, there isn't. There's a 100-mile-an-hour wind at at certain levels, like the jet stream. It's fucking weird. It is way, way, way harder. The jet stream's 100 miles an hour. You ever see 100-mile-per-hour winds? Yeah, 1,000 miles per hour ain't happening. Dude, I'm telling you, it's fucked up. When someone just said, dude, gravity, what does that mean? So, if the Earth is spinning 1,100 miles an hour, and the atmosphere somehow miraculously is attached to the Earth, is that what kind of friction is that? Sliding friction is when the molecules are touching, so sliding friction is moving it along, right? Fine. When you go up enough, there's no more atmosphere. So you are now just, like if you're in a hot air balloon that goes up 30,000 miles, there's no atmosphere. So why isn't the Earth flying by? Stop talking about this? Now you're banned. Why don't you join Coddington Bear? The fuck out of here. No one needs your shit. There's no wind because we are in a vacuum. We both know that doesn't make any sense. And I'm not a flat Earth person. I want someone to fucking explain that to me. Atomic density? Saying words don't explain anything. Just saying atomic density. Friction. I just said that. There's several types of friction. That friction would be the sliding friction, where it's two objects touching each other, kind of like two boards. You have to go at a certain speed. If you go too fast, you slip, right? So if you go at the right speed, you carry the other board with you. we have molecules of the atmosphere, and if it's attached to our spinning shit, fine. You go up 40,000 feet, there's no atmosphere, none. It's basically a vacuum. So where do you pop out of that situation? The jet stream, that's 100 miles an hour, not 1,100. And when you're out of the atmosphere, when you're going west to east or east to west, I can't remember which way, why is the Earth not flying by underneath you? You're not in that anymore. So far, no one's been able to explain that to me, which is fucking weird. Please comment on it. I would love to stay a globe Earth person, because being a flat Earth person is another level of ostracism that I really don't want at all. So please, for the love of God, someone fucking explain to me why, when you leave the Earth's atmosphere, does the Earth not at that point appear to be going 1,100 miles an hour underneath you? Please. And I'm here's another one. Why do flights not go around the poles? Please explain this to me, because I do not like where the logic is taking any of this. It's not fun. It's actually incredibly isolating, and I don't want it at all. The last thing I need in my life is to be given another label that makes me look insane. That sounds awful. Someone said not flat. Well, please fucking tell me how you can go up into near-Earth orbit and stay still, and the Earth is not flying by if it's spinning on a goddamn axis. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't explain it, can you? The fuck? Inertia, that doesn't mean a goddamn thing, and we both know it. Inertia. Someone just says inertia. You don't think I know about inertia? The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Nope. Nope. It's getting bent. Oh, maybe you're saying nope, not spinning. Owen is dumber than I thought, says Martin. Okay, Martin, you're no longer allowed to talk to the grown-ups. I'm obviously not dumb. If I was dumb, 3,552 people wouldn't be watching me after 2 hours and 11 minutes of me just talking. Dumb people don't retain that amount of people. Gravity can't explain. No, it doesn't. It doesn't explain shit. Well, you're just stupid. You're just a stupid person. You're just a dumb inertia. What the fuck does that mean? You're just a stupid person. The worst is, like, I obviously understand physics. I got 790 out of 800 on my physics PSATs, right? That's like one question I got wrong. I understand physics very, very well. Not on a level of like MIT or anything like that, but on a basic, way above average level, I understand the principles of physics. The Earth isn't flat. That's fucking insane. Why can no one explain to me how the globe is spinning at 1,100 miles an hour? And if you break the fucking atmosphere, even out of relative, whatever relative is, and you're flying in a direction opposed to the spinning, why don't you double your speed? Like if you're going 1,100 miles an hour, why is it not 2,200 miles an hour if the Earth is going the opposite direction? What the fuck is that? So far, I've got nothing on it. No one can explain it. The term genocide was coined by the Jew Raphael Lemkin in his 1944 book, Axis, Rule in Occupied Europe. The concept of genocide is arguably not even a real thing, just another Jew thing. It's very interesting, Jesse. I'm pretty sure it is a real thing. I'm on a new topic. It's about the spinning Earth. Look into radio frequency theory and the different layers of atmosphere and how each layer affects each frequency based on its composition. It is based on a mixture of gravity and particle density. Okay, guys, all the people saying that the Earth is round, there's no way they understand the particle density and radio theory. So when they say everyone's retarded who thinks the Earth is flat, They don't understand why they think the earth is round, is my bottom line. They don't. So when people just go, oh, well, it's clearly just radio theory and fucking frequency and fucking particle. No, you don't know. You don't know. And you're trying to fucking hold on to something that you don't understand. And that's the problem I have. Is people with this condescending, shitty attitude, but they don't actually know anything. But they go, oh, I mean, you're such a fucking idiot. Like, why would you? Then explain to me how you can go above the atmosphere and you do not see a spinning earth. Explain to me how NASA shows us images of the earth that are photoshopped. The clouds are fucking duplicates of the other clouds in the fucking thing. Does that not ring any bells? And I'm incapable of going with lies. I'm fucking capable of it. The earth isn't flat. There's no fucking way the earth is flat. That would probably cause me some type of nervous breakdown if that were the case. So can someone, for the love of everything good, explain to me without nonsense talk like, oh, inertia. Oh, inertia. Do you know what inertia means? Do you understand the calculations of inertia? No, you fucking don't. It doesn't answer a goddamn thing just to say inertia. Why the fuck a spinning globe, when you're going against it, it doesn't fly underneath you? What you and Amy are doing is more important than I think you realize. You're totally authentic, non-PC bitches, preaching family values, not putting up with anything the media is the media is amazingly. Yeah, thank you very much. No, Amy's unbelievable. Coriolis effect proves the earth isn't flat. I believe that as well. I really hope we have more than the Coriolis effect. Really hope we have more than that, guys. Really hope we have more than the Coriolis effect. If the earth is flat, why lie about it being round? What is the point? I can tell you a lot of reasons. I used to teach RF theory to the military and government. Would love a conversation someday with you about it if you would be willing to. Of course I would. I might start a whole Skype channel and just like, if you guys say interesting shit, I just fucking bring you in. If the earth is flat, I may tap out of YouTube for a while. Like that would fuck me up. But I am not enjoying the path that this is taking me on because the arguments for the earth being round are not very strong at all. Like at all. And this is something I would never, ever, ever, ever question. Ever. And another thing is when I questioned that the moon landing didn't happen, like everybody was like, oh, in a month he'll think the earth is flat. Oh, this retard's going to think the earth is flat. To the point where as a bloodhound, I smelled that some shit was going on. That's like if you're like, oh, imagine if I was criticizing the Jews and I was like, oh, the Jews are up to some shit. And someone's like, oh, in a month he'll say the Holocaust didn't happen. Fortunately, they're not doing that, which makes me think the Holocaust did happen. Hang on. Oh, my fucking power just went out. Ben, you're becoming a contrarian. Well, you are now banned for life. Hang on a second. I can fix that, guys. Watch this. Watch this shit. You think they can take this from me? No. I'm still here, baby. I'm not going anywhere. I'll light this baby with fire. Watch this. They just turned off the power in my house. All right, so the power just went out. Nothing weird about that, huh? Where the hell is Coddington Bear when I need him? By the way, I'm not arguing that the fucking earth is flat. I just want people to fucking explain to me how it's round. Oh, and the more I listen to you, the more, hang on, someone might be banned. The more relatable you are. Oh, sweet. Thank you very much. Oh, and you banned Coddington, remember? Oh, yeah, I know. I remember. He deserves it. That's what I'm saying. It's like, where is he? Oh, I'm sorry. He fucking had to run his mouth. All right. I'm watching you go through what I went through before I believed the earth was flat. It's hysterical and amazing. Can't get enough of your show. I'm not comfortable with any of this. And I'm not on board with the flat earth thing at all. I'm just finding the arguments for round earth to be, because I'm preparing to debate this Eric Dubay. And so I want my fucking arguments concrete, right? And, hey, love, what happened to the electricity? And, guys, the arguments for round earth are horrible. What's that? I blew the circuit. It wasn't the Jews? Oh, yeah, we don't need that. How about until the flat earthers can build their own rockets and take pictures, we don't stress over it? Well, NASA has been proven to be the biggest liars on the fucking planet. So, and they have, like, a bunch of flat earth people have gotten balloons to go up 120,000 feet, and they take pictures of a world with no curve. I'm not comfortable with any of it, neither are you, but I'm just reporting the fucking facts. And don't get mad at me, man. Don't fucking blame the messenger, dude. I'm like in this thing to win it. And I'm not going to fucking go in there half cocked and be like, dude, the earth is round. Just look at the fucking shit. It's not easy to prove, guys. Because I don't do sophistry or wizardry in debates. I'm not going to go in and shame someone or use tricks, rhetoric tricks. I want hard motherfucking evidence that the earth is round. And I've never been up there. So listen, I get chasing the time zones, all that shit. Just, oh, sweet. Just someone give me a concrete, obvious fucking thing to let me win this fucking debate. Do your research then, Owen. Okay, now you're banned. You don't think I do research? You don't think I do this for what, 10, 12 hours a fucking day? I listen to shit while I'm doing fence work all day, and then I look it up in books. I know the earth is round. Let me see if I can get the other camera. This camera's gay. Makes me look like a faggot. Hey, my name's Owen. Here we go. It's a better camera. I miss the word faggot. That's why I say it. Here's how I would try to explain it. Since the earth is spinning, so is air attached to the surface of the planet. When you fly in the direction of the opposite of the spin, you are fighting at speed. Right. So if you're not in the air, right? And don't fucking get mad at me if this makes your head hurt. Just know that I'm not trying to fuck with you, okay? If the air is part of the spin and you get above the air, which is what flights do, why are you still subject to the subjective relative air movement of the spin of the earth? Let's say the air is cemented to the earth, which already is weird because if you spin a ball in water, the water doesn't stay with the ball. Maybe a little bit, but not really. Let's say the air is completely with the spin of the earth. You are now above the air. Why the fuck are you still subject to the relative spin of the earth? If you're going against the spin, Why are you not going twice as fast? And don't just say you're a retard, you're a conspiracy. What the fuck? Hang on. Already in motion inertia, that doesn't mean anything. Do you guys seriously think that already in motion inertia means anything in this? Like, please look up the words you fucking use. Fuck it. I'm going to wind down. That doesn't mean anything. Already in motion inertia. What does that mean? If I had a gun to your fucking head and say, define what you just said, what does that mean? You would say, oh, I mean, it's... Hang on. Owen telescope. Hang on. Owen telescope. So all the planets and moons we see through a telescope are round, so Earth is the only planet in our solar system that's flat. Really? Okay, retard. Imagine they're all flat discs, right? Do we see spheres in the sky? Dude, I'm getting angry because everybody that's acting like I'm retarded has not thought through any of their arguments. So if we see a bunch of circles in the sky, does that mean they're spheres or fucking dinner plates? You can't prove it. You can't prove it. That isn't a fucking argument. And if you're just going to hang me out to dry, like I'm going to go argue somebody, and your whole argument is you look in the sky and you see circles, and that means something is a fucking sphere. Oh, and you're not that smart? Well, now you're gone. Because my IQ was yours when... I'm not getting angry at you. I'm getting angry at the concept that I can't win this debate. And I have 3,600 fucking people right now. Hang on. You're not dumb. You're smart for the thought. Dude, take a pill. Way too much drama, bro. Well, you're now banned for life. Drama. This is what thoughts are. I've had 4 drinks. I just hung out with my wife. I'm having a great time. Owen. Was this? Also, how can you see trillions of miles away? It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Someone please explain it to me that isn't retarded. Some people are thinking centrifugal force. That doesn't mean anything, and we both know that doesn't mean anything. How come when you look at a boat going out to sea and it vanishes at the viewer's convergence point, look through a pair of binoculars, you can see the boat again? The Earth it can't be flat. I mean, that would just be insane. I don't... Oh, Eric, I won't destroy you too bad. I'm going to win, you little cunt. Ha! That's why I'm fucking... Oh, Eric is actually here taking notes. I'm going to win, Eric. That's why I'm taking this seriously. I need my people to fucking give me some intel. It's all science fiction, not an argument. Space is a vacuum, not an argument. Do you guys know what arguments are? Does anyone know what a fucking argument is? You were getting... There, my friend, you're on the right track. I'm not getting in the flat earth cult. No, sorry, I'm not going to be disrespectful. That's sophistry. It's wizardry if I start mocking them for thinking something that I find ridiculous. Space is water. I don't know what that means. That's fucking insane. If you can take a variety of snapshots through a telescope of another planet and see if it's rotating, that's one of the worst arguments I could possibly imagine. So it's like saying, does my dog have rabies? Well, I can see that dog that doesn't have rabies. This is a fucking nightmare. This is literally a nightmare trying to fucking disprove this thing. Well, if you look through your binoculars and see another dog without rabies, that means your dog doesn't have rabies. What in the fuck does that mean? Owen, your in motion keeps moving. Okay, Jason. If you are not in a medium that is moving, how does that apply? Let's say you see a river flying by you and you are in the air looking at the river because you're standing on the riverbank. Are you in motion because you can see a river in motion? Of course not. That's an insanely stupid argument. If the atmosphere is all moving with the Earth flying around at 1,100 miles an hour, and you are out of the atmosphere, which happens in low Earth orbit or the average Delta flight, how in the fuck are you still subject to being in that medium? That doesn't make any sense. Because you are moving when still first. That means absolutely nothing, and we both know it. Drag means nothing. Science can't prove the Earth moves. It literally can't, and this is fucking awful. The ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour on the Earth. How does NASA dock with it from the Earth going that fast? LMAO. Gravity, that's not an argument. How does water stick to a spinning ball? Research the difference between velocity and speed. I know the difference between velocity and speed. What the fuck does that matter? If we hover over Earth, can we get to Australia faster? Guys, this is a nightmare. This is literally a fucking nightmare. You cannot prove or disprove gravity. It's based on faith. They're going to shut Owen down at magnetism. I tried to prove the spinning globe. I failed hard. It's so fucking hard to prove. 1,100 miles per hour, but it still takes 24 hours to make one rotation. Well, I don't know. I haven't done the math on that. I really hope Owen can prove the Earth is round. Me too, Penny. Take an astronomy course at your local university. Now you're banned. I've obviously taken astronomy courses, and that's not an argument. My IQ is higher than any college professor at any of these colleges. So, good times. Owen, we see too far. It's a pleasant, God-inspiring dream. The shadow on lunar eclipse of the Earth is round. Fuck. Okay, another weird thing is that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, but it's 400 times farther away, making it exact eclipse, and they're both circles. Circle is not sphere. As it waxes and wanes, doesn't the moon's shadow at least point to it being spherical? No, it does not. There's no way to do that. That's a two-dimensional image. My college astronomy professor came off as a homeless crazy person. He probably was. There's going to be a lot of people just attacking me personally now. I don't give a fuck. Oh, and what's the flat Earth theory on the horizon? I have no idea. I'm not a flat Earth person. The Earth is not flat. That's fucking psychotic. One day takes 24 hours. Very slow spin. Okay. You're not answering any. Does anyone else feeling a little nervous about this? Globe Earth, biggest line in history. Good luck with your search, Owen. Electric universe theory explains and answers many of your questions. No, it doesn't. I'm maybe at you. It is logical to doubt cancer exists if I've never had it and don't understand how it's... Is that really your argument? That if you don't understand cancer, that proves the fucking Earth is round? Come on, man. There's 3,556 people here and no one has a fucking argument that the Earth is round. Like, what? Could you... Geologists and physicists are full of crap. Okay, you're now banned because your appeal to authority is what children do, and it's also what causes genocide. So good for that. Good on you for appeal to authority, you fucking cunt. Dupay will use some wizardry on you and gatekeep. Right, that's why I need truth. Truth beats all wizardry. Someone please give me some fucking science that proves the Earth is round. I know it's crazy. They have no proof. Guys, there's no proof. Where's the globe trolls when you need them? Dude, and this is not a flat Earth channel. 95% of the people here believe the Earth is round. Is the 1,100 miles per hour accurate? How? Dude, not. Please, God, someone give me an argument. Who looks for truth in a YouTube chat? Well, not you anymore, Larry. By the way, the only people named Larry are pedophiles and mailmen. I can't argue for moon phases without the moon being a sphere. You got to be kidding me. Is this public education? You can't land a plane on a spinning globe. Oh, God. This is a fucking nightmare. I can't be a flat Earth person. I can't be a flat Earth person. There's zero proof that the Earth is spinning. Dude, literally there's none. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up here because this is so fucking depressing. It's mind-blowing. Why do some people think that the Earth's that it's the flat earthers that are ridiculous when mainstream science, after a dozen Supposed moon landings and billions of thousands of satellites, and they still rely on shit to prove heliocentric. Open up Google Earth. This conversation will be a lot more simple when everyone can see the current model and scale. Earth, it's 3D globe. You can move around. So your answer is Google Earth. That's the proof. And you guys are fine with that proof. You're like, oh, that's cool. That's all I need. If I do Google Earth, everything makes sense. Is there no math? Is there no fucking math? You got to be fucking kidding me. Here's this concave. Oh, and here's your answer. It's flat because Jesus. Oh, and you were a flat Earth person and just figuring out. No, I'm not a flat Earth person. That's insane. Google Earth. That's the answer. Google. You fucking children. It's a cosmological map. The thing that's bothering me the most is how many people believe something that they've never thought about. That they don't, their arguments are literally like, well, look on Yahoo, idiot. I gotta go. This is fucking horrifying. Long ago, I compared spinning a bucket of H2O around from my shoulder. When the water stands still due to gravity created, it made me understand our spin. I don't understand that, Mariko. Please help me understand. Southern hemisphere constellations are different than northern. How can it be flat if what we see in the sky and the direction they move are different? Love ya. I still believe the Earth is round, so I'm sure that's a great argument. Can we please have something that won't have an answer? The best way to win a fucking debate, and I've never pussied out in a debate before, is not like that argument doesn't hammer drop. That's not a mic drop argument. Like with the moon landing, there's so many mic drop arguments. How is that the only time in history that a country's went somewhere that other countries haven't followed? Why did technology go in reverse? How did they live feed from the moon with a 4-second delay when it's more than a 4-second delay right now on CNN across the country? There's a million examples. There's none of that here. And I don't feel comfortable getting my ass beaten in a fucking debate. The ancients knew the Earth was a globe because they used math. Today's man can't even balance their checkbooks. All right, Johnny, I can balance my checkbook. I actually own a house, a couple houses actually, rentals, because I tell jokes. You don't think I can balance a goddamn checkbook, you little cunt? How about you tell me the math to help me not get my fucking ass kicked? Guys, I said I would debate this guy because I thought it was a no fucking brainer. Oh, my piano's back on. Yeah. The atom is a sphere, molecules are spheres. It's a great point if you're into the as above, so below Luciferianism, but that isn't an argument. What about time-lapse footage of the night sky showing stars going by? Maybe there's something. If the Earth was flat, you would be able to zoom in on Everest or Empire State Building to Khalifa Building from sea level anywhere in the world. Yeah, but if it was a sphere, you wouldn't be able to see more than 8 miles, I believe, without dropping 6 feet or 8 feet. The math is horribly not in our favor, ladies and gentlemen. No, there's when you're above the atmosphere, you're in orbit. You already had inertia from the rotation, and there's no longer air friction to slow you down, so you're orbiting around just like the moon is. That makes no sense, Dan. If you're going from west to east, let's say you're fighting the rotation, your inertia based on the your jets. So if you're going east to west, you have different inertia than west to east. Is that your argument? Is that your physics argument? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. So if you're going west to east and you go, same amount of gasoline, and you have the same fucking inertia. So your argument is either that combustion rockets don't work in a vacuum because that's a problem, or you're wrong. Fuck! The Earth isn't flat. The Earth is not flat. This is fucking madness. A skyscraper on the coast, the sun will set on the base before the top. This would happen with the sun hovering over a flat Earth. Move a light bulb around a room and watch the shadows. All other planets are round. Once you leave the surface of the Earth, you still maintain the velocity you had while on the surface because of inertia. You don't fly off because of gravity. Okay, so let's say you're flying to the moon or Mars. You can't increase velocity after you leave Earth's gravitational field, orbit. So the 17,000 miles an hour is the inertia they got from liftoff. You can't be fucking serious. These arguments work in your minds. So the 17,000 miles an hour that the NASA fucking dumb lie thing up there is going, do you think that they got that inertia from liftoff, and that's all they could ever have? They couldn't get any more inertia for more rockets and more partying up there? Come on, dude. Piano? Okay. I gotta go. This is so fucking depressing. I can't be a flat Earth person. This is... It's Earth's magnetic field. Is that your new proof that the Earth is round? Guys, no one knows why the Earth is round. I'm in a theater of people right now. This is a massive theater. And no one knows why the Earth is round? No one knows? People say just inertia, the difference between speed and velocity. You guys really think that proves that the Earth is fucking round? Hang on, Owen. Compass works flat. Owen, nobody can explain it if it's not true. Good night, bro. This can't be reality. Maybe not call it a debate and try to prove anything either way. We can just hear him out and subsequently do more research after that. No, if he wins, it's that you can't agree to disagree because of emotions. I need an argument why the fucking Earth is round. I gotta go. Please comment why the Earth is round. Please, physicists, mathematicians. I really, really don't want to believe the Earth is flat, guys. You think I'm ostracized now? I've crossed every goddamn line there is. Can we please not do that to me? Can someone just please give me some ammo here that isn't inertia? Inertia? Hit the like button. Subscribe. HugePianist.com for my specials. PayPal.me/feedthebear if you want to feed that bear. Patreon.com/WDTL. But if the Earth is flat, money won't matter because I will be alone in a little room wondering what the point of any of it is. Why did we learn anything? Someone please help me disprove this.
so-called astronaut Don Pettit mocking an audience during a presentation showing photos. He shows some astronauts supposedly in space and mentions how it looks like they never left the planet. And then he talks about how it looks like they have nothing but a fancy backdrop in the back. Complete mockery. These idiots in the audience can't tell they're being mocked. Complete joke. Take a look.
Pictures of all your crewmates and they look perfectly normal to you. But when a picture like this gets down on Earth, you get instructed to take a picture like this. And astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture. You know, we've got some fancy backdrops, I guess.
And Don Pettit again mocking the viewers, talking to them like they're complete idiots because he knows he's not really on the ISS during this presentation of Angry Birds and Pigs. You can clearly hear the jet engines in the background. They do these quick clips because these zero-G planes they use during these demonstrations, they only can last about 45 seconds. That's it. And also pointing out the occult, you can see the X behind him in this shirt. You see that triple X. In numerology, triple X is 666. Just like triple X porn, just like Fox News, it's all about the occult with these deceivers. I'm going to play this demonstration video that he has, completely talking to the audience again, to the listeners like they're complete morons. Take a look.
I'm Don Pettit. I'm a NASA astronaut, and I'm on the International Space Station. We're currently about 240 nautical miles above the surface of Earth. Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station. It's needed so that when we go to Mars, we won't run out of water. And of course, not only would you have angry birds if you ran out of water, you'd have angry human beings too. I want to do some physics demonstrations that involve some of the things you might see in the Angry Birds game. And of course, I've got my Angry Bird here, but we need a pig. Well, I'm not very good at art. It's a good thing I decided to be a scientist and an engineer instead of an artist, because I'd probably be starving by now. Okay, here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station. I've got a bungee spread across the hatchway. And this bungee is kind of like a slingshot. And I'm going to show the trajectory that Redbird is going to have when I fire him with this orbital slingshot. Launching Redbird into space. Well, hey, we're already into space. Whoa, look at that. Whoa, all the way down. That's an example of a trajectory. It's a straight line from our perspective here. Gravity will attract an object if it's moving in a straight line, and it will no longer move in a straight line. It gets bent, and it goes in a curved trajectory. And guess what? Astronauts have to worry about these things, because if you're in a rocket, and say you're trying to get from one orbit and rendezvous a space station, you end up going in curved trajectories, And you need to know how to fire your rocket engines so that you can go from where you are to where you want to be. And if you understand the math, if you understand the physics, it will allow you to go out and get a neat job. A job sort of like mine, where you're an astronaut and you can fly in space. Learn about these subjects in school. You can also learn about these subjects while you're playing games. What happens when something like an angry bird gets their eggs stolen by pig? This is all that's left of pig after pig got exploded. And we got to see all of this in a weightless environment, which is what the Angry Bird space game is going to be like, with gravity fields from planetary bodies.
Now let's take a look at this article on NASA's official website by Don Pettit. This guy should be titled Head of Mockery with NASA. Give me a break. This guy is a complete joke. Let's take a look at the very bottom of this article with a reference to the flat Earth. Go to the very bottom. Bunch of gibberish, a bunch of non-stop garbage, bunch of equations that do not add up. Now, the very bottom here, the very last part, the most important, he says, the need for new places to live and resources to use will eventually beckon humanity off this planet. Having access to space removes the lid from the petri dish of Earth. And we all know what eventually happens if the lid is not removed. And of course, with the petri dish, as you can see here, basically the flat Earth with the dome model. Same thing, again, Head of Mockery, Donald Pettit of NASA.
It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the sphere singing songs off station to station? And now
Est-ce que vous connaissez la différence entre la Terre et puis le monde? Ben, la différence, c'est que le monde n'existe pas, et puis la Terre, c'est où on vit. Alors, on l'a jamais vu de nos propres yeux si elle est vraiment ronde. Voilà, on peut se poser la question.
So
epic rap battles of history. Conspiracy! The globe versus flat earth! Look at her.
What's up, my G's? You know me from film and TV. I'm the Earth you see. That's globe with a capital G. Ooh, you kidding me? Flat Earth, that's a thing? Please, that's 1493. Okay. You're a pancake in space. Flying breakfast for the thinking debate. Come on, you forgot about astronomy. Oh yeah, the space race. Huh. I'm pretty sure NASA got a video of this place. Say cheese, I'm telling you facts, so please get out of my face.
Wait, you're calling me a joke in this race? You're a ball in a vacuum of space that somehow holds water to its face. That pancake in space is meant to be whack, created by control flat earth hats. You're a TV show, that's a rap, a cross between the Brady Bunch and a David Blaine mishap. Stop flying about the galaxy, we're bringing the truth back. NASA robs us with GoPro footage of a flat map.
Oh man, you just tried to punk a GoPro? Pretty ballsy when I own the high altitude show. And when it comes to showing the curve, I'm really quite known. I even got super slow. You think questioning me will get this cover blown? You're just a grainy telephoto. Shaky ass Nikon glass, can't touch this wide portfolio. I'm lightweight and I can work solo.
Call me a skeptic, you just got slayed with one click. P900 zooming in, infrared, that's sick. Recent upgrade, yeah, I'm killing it. Brand new lens, all black, they're filling it. My 125x great full zooming in. GoPro, please step back, are you listening? Tight on boats, and the mood through the haze. This is science on display. Who took those pictures? Why did it look so sad? Let me snap you, I'll even use my flash. Snap, snap.
Ay de mí, soy un telescopio anticuado, puedo ver a lo lejos y sé si un bote va por la curva, no. Sí.
Right. Sorry about that.
Shut it, guys! Let me try talk over your size. I'm Bill Nye, highly qualified science guy. Get hypnotized by my bow tie as I help mankind in this science try. And I'll teach your kids and I'll mold the young wits. That's what we calculated when we calculated this. So, you want some curvature pics? Then sit. Cause class has begun, you nitwits. NASA already gave you fits, proving the curve in one of their skits. Seriously, it's complicated. They can't get far enough back to take a decent picture. They have to stitch it together in Photoshop. It is photoshopped.
But it has to be. Oh, Bill, don't bring up the #1 meme. Leave it to the sciencey brother, Neil deGrasse to the Tyson G. Can't find my intellectual equal? That's a common problem for people. But I'm original, not like a sequel. Smooth chocolate, flowing over astrophysical features. I gave Joe Rogan his sellout procedures. Indoctrinated him like a demonic preacher. That's my gig, bro, cause I'm a one-man mic drop and grab action. And your flat earth man had me in stitches. Who's too big for his britches? A singing cowboy mascot who don't even know that he's British. Yeah, that's D to the E-licious.
Did someone just throw insults at the flat earth man? I'm the guy that exposes your theoretical scams. People, sick and tired of your Cosmo animations. You're talking out your neck, you got too much imagination. I'm a truth-telling musical machine. NASA ain't the only one that can use a green screen. I got musical skills that will entertain and educate. And all you are is blah, 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 indoctrinate. My truth-telling songs are specifically designed to expose the NASA lies and open some minds. NASA is a joke, man, they belong in the trash. Stealing 50 million a day of our cash. We all sick and tired of your transparent lies. We all sick and tired of your CGI. We all sick and tired of your so-called pictures. You never give us real photos. Ain't that suspicious? Well, that's suspicious, don't you think?
Knock, knock. Hello, kids. Science here. I'm your friend. If a flat equation
Just when I think you guys couldn't be any dumber, you go and rap like that. And totally redeem yourselves.
Brian Cox, you rookie. I can demonstrate the universe using Star Wars cookies. No reason to fear this three-headed agenda. We speak with sugar, but we're toxic like splendor. Don't look behind the flat earth curtain. Nothing to see here. No cultures believed in flat earth. For that, I'm certain. Seeing faraway things. It's refraction from behind the curve. That's what's happening. Their cause is hurting, yet flat tards are taking action and talking, but more like a fad that's passing.
Yeah, right. There's no curfew, thought you knew what I'm the brochure. I specialize in hand-to-hand. Paper cuts deep, I'm in demand. Cartoon Earth is not valid, I ask the question in my reflection. YouTube search, all controlled by the power structure that we all know. Can't stop this 5-cent paper from spreading the truth. Don't believe the hype and the global lies they're pushing at you. Read up, get a flat taste. I'm invading your space. Switch to panorama, just our flashback right across your face.
Still looking green, my accolades pretty obscene. 658, I've been on the scene. Got cosmic bling, London thing. You were printed at Kinko's, like last week.
That's it, I'm done with this. Spirits hear these words I'm wishing, raise his corpse from his earthly prison. I summon thee, forgive my old English, but a bit rusty. Trapeze, throw beam, mani, conti, yeah.
Charles Darwin at your service. You know from the past, my theories were iconoclast, then made an icon at last. My concepts changed the world, you see. I'm ahead of my class. I'm the origin of the species. How dare you step in my path? Secondary title didn't go over. Oh well, things digress. Don't forget the things I said. I'm dead, but now I'm stressed. That was the point of me picking the fittest, and now I hope you go next. Worship my endless lies. I'll hold you till the end of time. You came from a monkey.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Destroyed that technology.
That's suspicious, don't you think? Hey, everybody say!
Ignition sequence start.
3, 2, 1.
We lost our technology to go back to the moon, see? We did a techno reset for our unease. Now we have a better tease. Consider Mars, please. Please! Our astronauts are just actors on strings. From CGI props to green screen. Bubbles in space, pretty routine. Show you, yet most do not see. That's the law we heed. If we own your soul, then we own your belief. Because if we own your soul, then we own your belief. Because if we own your soul, then we own your belief.
There is no escape. Don't make me troll you. Join us, and I will complete your training.
I'll never join you!
If you only knew the power of the globe. You were never told what happened to your father.
You killed him!
No, I am your father. Such your feelings. You know it to be true.
Everybody say! Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the poor religion. Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the poor religion.
Maybe a little louder though, right? Okay. If you only knew the power of the globe.
I don't know, but I mean, I get it, man. But fuck's sake, he's getting louder and louder, man.
Okay, I'll yield it. I'll yield to you for a bit.
No, on you go, but he's getting rah. He's fucking going crazy. I think that's why.
Alright, I think I'm back. So what I was saying was that refraction can cause things like the black swan to be explained on a globe. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Not if you don't have any measurements for the globe in the first place.
You don't need the measurements to put forth a model. A model can be completely hypothetical.
Okay, so your globe is completely hypothetical?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just not allowing you to move on to the R value until we deal with the refraction thing. Because I'm not allowing you to move on to radius until we've done refraction.
No, actually, we're not moving on to radius. Started.
That's what you're trying to do, yes.
Refraction assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's measured the radius.
No, refraction just assumes that light bends along a given value.
Terrestrial
density gradients.
Terrestrial refraction.
I didn't say terrestrial refraction, I just said refraction. So the bending of light can cause the black swan to be explained on both a globe and a flat Earth.
I've said it 5 times. Terrestrial refraction assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's ever measured the radius.
Yeah, but I haven't been talking to you. I've been talking to the other guy.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking. I've been saying it for 15 minutes. Jesus Christ, every time
I mean, you guys can keep trying to push this onto radius if you want, but I'm just talking about refraction. Haven't said anything about radius.
Dude, wait, hold on. That was the entire point. You haven't said anything about radius. That's the fucking problem, because that's what we brought up, and that's what we were asking you to prove, and now you are telling us that you're talking about something that has nothing to do with what we asked you to talk about. So that's your bad. You need to start over and tell us what you can do to prove this radius that you're now telling us you're not fucking talking about. That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, we weren't talking about radius at the start either. We were just saying that there is a curve.
You've not got a radius.
You need the radius to have the curve.
No.
You ain't got no radius, bro.
No, I don't need the radius to show the curve.
Refraction has nothing to do with the radius, like you just said. You just said refraction has nothing to do with it. Yes, Spake, he just said that refraction has nothing to do with the radius, so if that's the case, the entire topic is a red herring. Let's go back to the radius, the thing we were asking about.
No, I'm talking about curve, not radius. So refraction can make it fit a curve, or fit a hypothetical radius. I don't have to have measured the radius in order to say that refraction could make it fit a hypothetical radius.
Okay, so it's a hypothetical radius, not an actual measured radius?
Right.
Currently, it's a hypothetical radius for the purpose of this argument, so that you guys don't run away from refraction.
Okay, well, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a physical radius.
If you'd like to concede that refraction can explain the black swan, then we can move on to radius.
Explain it. What's the effective radius that you need in order to have a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height?
I can look it up. Can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, look it up for me. Look up what I already know so that you can tell me.
Well, you could just tell me because I don't memorize these numbers because I don't care about them. I care about the logic.
No. Why don't you go figure it out? Because you don't care about them. But a minute ago, you just said that everything fits into the range of possibility for the globe due to refraction, right? But you don't even know what this range is here because you don't know the range that you're actually inflating your radius to in this situation. So you just
plug it into the flat Earth calculator, and then you can change the value of the refraction. And
what you do, what refraction is actually doing is changing. Yeah, you're just changing the value of the radius, right? You're just making it a bigger ball effectively so that you can push the horizon distance back further, right? That's all you're doing. You're just using refraction.
Well, not if you're using
your ball. You said it works perfectly every single time, but you don't seem to even know that this is how it works, so I don't know how you knew that.
Well, the calculator doesn't do that. The calculator has a set value for the radius, and then you change the refractive index to
You're
change
just
it.
wrong. You're embarrassing yourself really badly right now. You need to go.
Should I go? How about I go away for 2 minutes? I'll find the calculator and drop it in voice chat.
You're not going to steamroll now that you're caught. Look, here's the deal. Hold on, I'll let you just right after this. But
I'm telling him just to stop over talking, dog.
Yeah, he's over talking because he's trapped. He doesn't want me to go ahead because he's trapped. But you need to go to the Walter Bislin globe calculator right now and look at the parameter that says apparent radius and tell me what happens when you move that refraction slider up. You're on mute, sorry. Yeah. Walter Bislin calculator. Move the refraction slider up. Look for the apparent radius parameter. Tell me what happens, dogs. You there? Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay, cool.
I'm still here. Hello. Yeah, did you guys not hear that I said I was going to go away for 2 minutes and I was going to find the Earth curve calculator that I used, and then I was going to come back and drop that in the chat? Did you not hear that? Or are you going to force me to go to Walter Bislin's like you're trying to force the change from refraction to radius in the conversation?
No,
because that's all you guys have?
Not a change. You're trying to force it. It's the other way around. You're trying to change it from radius to refraction, right? The whole.
I'm trying to keep the conversation.
The whole conversation started with radius, right? You're trying to keep it on something else. We're trying to keep it on the thing it started on. You're trying to take it somewhere else, and then you're projecting that and saying that we're doing what you're doing. So the reason I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because...
Are you lying now?
No, I'm not. And so the reason that I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because you said that adjusting refraction does nothing to the effective radius. So go to Walter Bislin, move the refraction slider up, and see what happens to the parameter called apparent radius.
You're lying now. I never said that changing refraction can't change radius in some calculators. I said the one I use had a set R value, and then when you change refraction, it may make it look like the Earth is smaller, but in reality what it's doing is calculating it off light bending due to different densities of the thing it's going through.
It's not making the
maybe stop strawmanning me for a minute.
Hey, you said that you know exactly what happens. You said that you know that refraction can account for all these different scenarios that we look at, right? But you don't even actually know what the refraction claim is because it's not making the radius appear smaller in the black swan. It's making it appear way bigger. And you're trying to change what you said earlier.
I didn't claim any of that. I didn't claim that it made it smaller or bigger. I never said any of that. You're the one that keeps saying I'm saying.
Look, am I going crazy, or is he just saying that he doesn't say things that he says? Okay, he's on a smoke break.
Maybe you're so used to these conversations going in a certain way that you're hearing things other than what I'm saying.
Okay.
And not actually what I'm saying. Okay, so we started this conversation with me saying there's curve, and there's curve because I see these certain things. And then you said, here's an image of something that doesn't fit what you think. And I said, oh, well, that can be explained with refraction. So I'm not saying that there's a set radius. I'm just saying that there is curve. There is a scale that refraction can change the how you see things off in the distance and the apparent location of that curve, okay? So far, I hadn't brought radius into any of that. And then you kept pushing it towards radius, didn't you?
Okay, so if you haven't brought radius into any of it, then all of it was a red herring, because the whole point was radius. We wanted proof of that, right? And now you're telling us that the response that you gave us for that had nothing to do with radius, which was the point.
Now you're pushing me to radius. We were talking about is there curve and why this image doesn't fit what a geometric horizon would tell us it would fit. Okay, nowhere in there have I mentioned radius. We weren't discussing radius until you said, how do you derive radius? So you pushed that onto me without finishing the previous discussion, okay?
The curve is a consequence of the radius.
It could be, or it could be, say, due to some other effect. It may not be a full circle. It may be wavy, like it could be a double helix strand.
What range? It could be a double helix strand. So it could be curved, it could be a double helix strand, not necessarily a globe.
Yes, therefore it might not have a radius.
Is that what you're here today arguing for, a double helix strand Earth?
And see, here you are again, trying to force me to move on to radius. So I'm going to go away for 5 minutes because I've got something to do, and then I'll come back. I'll bring up the calculator I was looking at, and we can move on to radius if you want, but you need to concede to start off with, so I know that at least someone in this call is going to be good faith, because I haven't talked to anyone else yet, that we started out talking about just there is curve, and refraction can account for the black swan on a curved surface or a flat surface. You just need to say, yes, that makes sense for now, and then we can move on to radius.
Oh, just a curved surface in general. So you didn't know that we were talking about...
Just engage with what I said. Don't move on to something else, okay?
Yeah, but what you said isn't engaging with what we said, which is we wanted the proof of the globe curvature, right? We checked you in. You said, yeah, it's a spinning space ball, right? Yeah, the 3959 globe is what we're all on the page of, clearly, right? That was the curvature
we can get to that.
We're looking for, right? And so now you're trying to get off of all of that and just say, oh, no.
I'm saying we need to finish up one thing before moving on to the other.
Yeah, but this is
before you try to force me onto the next thing.
Yeah, but this is the one thing.
Establishing the first thing.
You keep trying to redefine the one thing that we're actually talking about.
No, I'm trying to finish up a topic before we move on.
This is the topic. You still haven't figured it out. So we can't...
The topic was refraction on a curved surface and the image of the black swan. Now you're saying you need to show...
Okay, a curved surface. What curved surface?
I'll be back in 5 minutes to discuss that, okay?
Well, you said that like 2 minutes ago. Okay, there he goes.
Ben Bob, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is. Stop the cap.
Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing, like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that, like
because the vast majority of the people in the world, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it, and you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100%, true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. There's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You can do all these things. These are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what they are. I just bet
they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it?
Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface?
Yes.
Do you hear yourself?
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
A straight
line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Yes, it confines
how do you get
of the object.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yeah.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent. Now,
yes.
How do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that perform a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle it creates
on the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodesic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between the 2 points, straight line.
You should be 180.
Do you know what a sphere is? First of all,
yes.
You know what a sphere is.
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
That's fine, but that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So, the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. Disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the
a reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the colloquial term for space. Someone used a colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not?
Why should they use a physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate, you dude. Clearly.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference. You're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a.
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? and you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning.
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of source.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong. You're
stupid.
You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation, definition.
Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
It is used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
quotation from.
If you're asked for a citation, a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. See how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, let me, actually my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked the PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height, and then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right, they took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was. Very precise.
Type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
Say, it doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase of the bi-directional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And, well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous, through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction, blah, blah, blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, anyway, so they set it up. They set it up and the laser hit the target. Okay? Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is partially frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them. Bruh. Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always higher the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a lower refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index
which location?
was the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
balance on Vallegos observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude. Anyway, he won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number 1, say they didn't account for refraction curves, light.
It was still at 0 degrees in the air. The night was down to minus 11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was minus 6. The ambient conditions show refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they've just done the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending.
Fantastic. So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2 they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it.
Okay, stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Location 2, and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyse the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model.
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
The condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that.
Unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you not understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't that frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
You know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. Yeah. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said, no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I wrote it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference to what? Then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
What? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
Yeah, I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Do. Right.
Absolutely.
Line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an Earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the road.
What was the length of the string line? I
don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurement he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge didn't disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have the gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account for
Not really.
variable.
It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, you don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, sir.
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle? Is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect, and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is
it? It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable and difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works. Right? My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actual like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Apple cycles work. therefore they're true. Do
Sorry, I didn't
epicycles
hear
not
that last ones.
Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than freaking Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
Spell M.
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, and they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called science.
I'm not saying anywhere
that all would be like postdictions. Those are all like postdictions. Because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed us to be pulled very tight and reduce the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match really where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up.
No way.
You're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they string?
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias. How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no. Like, if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and? How is that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, like an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? Mm-hmm. And it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarded capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics, okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modelled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs, but that fabric had known properties, and they
how did they know the properties?
That they
did they use equations or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties. So engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen.
And
the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that if they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
The precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence. We've seen engineers in existence. We've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see current bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. No, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah, inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh my God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction, yeah.
What's inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
Sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
What you said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I have is a hypothesis.
And you already admitted
my hypothesis is either
You assumed a curved water level. You matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want. If you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry, or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do, right? So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who is talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't even read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and in roll in Southampton, Saginaw, Oriented, a tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about
is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it,
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some that.
I can answer the question. It's very simple.
And you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
hull designs go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
only the of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you.
That's my case. Again, because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't normal speak talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking. You're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water, and all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface, and that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full, they're not measuring off it. And figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is, really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. That's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How do that? Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they...
Listen, the curve the entire rail?
Based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
They didn't adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that. Remember? You
so what I read was wrong?
They adjusted
so what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have 2 pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay? So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between 2 things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to 2 questions.
In between the 2 points, because so if you have a curve, then you need that like the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's
this
what the strings for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Strings are straight.
Yeah. String is a reference. It's completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue. We got a caveat before you continue. That the allegation is that they...
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presuppose the...
I yielded the floor, brother.
Wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah, great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay?
Yes, if you were paying attention...
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not falling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string, So what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why
the?
do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No, the string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
How do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect. It is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they said.
Yeah, but very little is also some. They're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just said so.
You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
What is the value of the catenary curve? And then, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, but also I just want to quick qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on, it doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, there's some form of tiny 0.000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying...
Right, so friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string?
Doesn't know.
How was the... Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
What you're going to do is you're going to ask...
Because I'm trying to complete it, dude.
When the...
Alright, I'm just... Dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude. You haven't presented them. And your appeal, again, is just to the pragmatic at work. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say, for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the measurement?
It's for something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us it was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. You don't have the measurements. Yeah, okay, how do you know? You don't know what they know.
You also admitted it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented, so...
So let's link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like, I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test. You didn't.
Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to? If I get like 2 points across a bay and I just measure like what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
No, it doesn't.
I'm thinking about it.
Across the bay.
It could,
because
possibility.
You could
explain how it could?
You could apply modeling, and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling, though.
Yeah, why would you?
So they didn't calculate a value?
There is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They did. They did have 2 meteorological stations at each end.
Yes, of course there'd be something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you do know that
the idiot
2 meteorological stations, right?
Yes, and they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. There's any sort of change.
No, that's not how refraction works. That's not how refraction works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes from one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No, it's not. It's called optical density. It's not just the density of the medium.
We covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this optical density. He was furiously Googling or something.
Anyway, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah, it can. But you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't have those conditions all the time. And it also it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So you know what, like
the light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISIL, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice 3 weeks apart. And they got the same result. So they just have like,
what does that mean?
So they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
It seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm speaking, brother. Okay.
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
apart. It seems like they've got different.
The firing line is hot.
It
seems like they have different what?
They have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
different measurements of what?
They say refraction exists. Yeah. And they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance they set based on the refraction that they think, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're tested. They tested the WGS-84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be.
Okay, so how much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
the Optical Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't. First of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post-diction.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth.
Yeah, those are post-dictions. I want predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just.
Yeah, hold on.
For a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in, because I wanted to ask him a question. But I won't mute him.
Yeah, but I want to. No, don't unmute him.
Amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, I will let AI, because I don't know. You guys were in the point right now, but I don't know. AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up really quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution, because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe, because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc, which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right.
And basically the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation, okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator flattening out the Earth, is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is, if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve, because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay. Second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc of the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm saying who directly measured it. Was there, what persons were there, or people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem, because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming
How
from...
does the knowledge of who made the...
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now...
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically...
Go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you could show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same, and I would ask you why. Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, knowledge works. I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been done.
Can you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc, the parallel, directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that,
dude, you can
listen. That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Page 47 this time.
They did.
They didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So, like, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it off the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer and he wants to dance around it. That's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? and how he started off with a genetic fallacy.
We'll talk about him, or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't
so I'm
talking
wrong
about the
because
argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, no. Dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my god, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement.
Look at it this way, buddy.
We're talking because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
When was that? How stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know. That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct, using different styles.
Is he going to talk about Alberuni?
We've done it dozens of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotions?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about I don't know. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
and
that's nonsense. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
That's your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
Plumb towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
over here saying that? I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
Jesus. If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
but
you
that
claim
that it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say.
The experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Oh, by the way,
all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts. It comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it. It must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
It works, dude.
The tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure in them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. That's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that.
Video? This is the calculus they won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're going to have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just going to kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's going to be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions? Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm just
the angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change the inference angle.
Yes, that's right.
C medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
Sine theta, the angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We inquire whether this is true in the general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle, right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use, right? So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that it results in a singularity if you use Snell's law. Right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, so 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right, you can even have a temperature gradient, that light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever. Right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient.
Galloping?
I'm not gish galloping. Like, just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down.
Yeah.
The conclusion is literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually.
Oh, I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics, gradient index medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides.
Look. The
final results of the exercise is that, contrary to an initial expectation.
Let me ask you this: does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle?
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
If you use the calculus of variations and integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are. You understand? The outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still...
Where you have a well-defined medium. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case where you have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have two homogeneous, a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case. That's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation. No problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical...
Do they end up with similar results?
Of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with them.
Dude, okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously, you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with me. It disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary. It's a single medium, so they have to.
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density, or X density to Y density.
How many layers
do you need? Is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it. I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
a mathematical so that we can. Is it something that exists in reality?
Refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary? Or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes. It's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is...
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water... No, Elijah, please don't. Please don't. Please, I'm asking you, please. Please, I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Snell's law calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and the glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
Water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation, and that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat's, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary, okay? It's all abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary. Dude, Snell's law. Oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take 6 feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use 1,000,000? Do I use 1,000,000,000,000? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions. that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said we need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How were they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined...
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay,
Are you saying that is bullshit?
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient index medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's like,
why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy, and then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different. Depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes, and make it quote unquote work. Right, but it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary. You fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Whether you actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger.
Does it still work? Does it still work?
No!
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know the implication fallacy, and you don't know, and you're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least
No, listen. I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude, yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
No, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude, you're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously.
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for. What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look
if
flat.
you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay.
Dude.
That's a cool story. Physical constant. Yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real life.
I propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acetonitrile salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no...
Are you almost done, like doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this. Okay. When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air in the glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
These are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's
dude, you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with... We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in circles about things that you don't understand rather than just go,
yeah, talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so, anyway.
No, we're going to finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So... We're going to finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up ancillary bullshit... and
predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
Yeah, okay. I read that.
Would you like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What are they doing it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico?
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it freaking goddamn 2 years ago, 3 years ago maybe. Yeah, but even if listen, so check this out. I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms No,
it doesn't confirm anything. They just
weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals, and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day. Blah 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements are only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have the mathematics.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the gradient of listen, you just said it matches the gradient of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model, and the machine learning looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model. They would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that a range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? Which model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For that, it's machine learning.
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific...
literature, champ?
Because they're so... Dude, do you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, dude, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no,
that's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it until you know how machine learning works. Then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic fallacy.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I got a link like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one better be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with
they use Fermat's law.
They don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
So why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada.
I explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
there's
I did.
multiple models.
10 minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
I explained it to you already. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction we know to exist.
Okay, cool.
Is that true, yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true.
Okay. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No, listen.
Refraction. I just went through machine learning.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Machine learning was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's no values in the laser test.
Data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data
dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table. You have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with reflection. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average
temperature, humidity.
Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
That's right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1. Centimeter 8 is bloody 2. Centimeter 2 is 8 from 1. Centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given?
Maths. I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're starting to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables. And none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions? So that we know these are the variables that matter. These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands. And they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other. And they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it. And when he applied the model of refraction, right? Gradient, standard US temperature, when you modeled it across the same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell do they call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why still so talking? Have you linked a PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to make fucking spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, so what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right, when you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point. They spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post. How do I find the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. Well, this was there's experiments based upon. It's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were. And when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses, found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
What did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was... Okay, so was
was their answer? The presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models.
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model, called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it. Because there's actually 2 of them. There's the non one and there's just a regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bisgan simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency LiDAR. I can post that. And what they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right, they measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of two different frequencies of light. And then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument. And
they're measuring they're measuring a max 4 mgon deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser, like ISO laser test, would have to be a 420 foot deflection. A 440 foot deflection.
And?
You don't understand that the observation at Lake ISO is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you, say you use 76R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
And what was their conclusion?
Dude, for FD core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in. We're not just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 76R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction
do they accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE Core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 76R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the value, the largest value anyone uses is 76R, which is 0.166, right? So you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 76R. Yeah, now you have